Chapter 305. He actually dared to scold Senior 8th Zhu? This newcomer is too arrogant. Lord 8th Zhu, teach him a good lesson. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After a short silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Young man, you should learn how to conduct yourself. I advised you out of goodwill because I care about you. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even scolded me. How can you conduct yourself with such a character? In the end, you will definitely hit a wall and no one will help you. 8th Zhu sighed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Are you concerned about me or are you afraid to attack? Under my attacks you can only defend passively. You are really amazing to be able to injure me with the rebound force while defending. How many gu did you manipulate to maintain this defense? At least 3, right? Defending and attacking at the same time, your mind is not enough, right? I have already seen through your tricks. Do you think I am an idiot like these spectators? Once these words were said, the spectators immediately became enraged and started shouting. What nonsense are you spouting? Daring to call us idiots? My vision is much higher than yours. This kid is too arrogant, Senior 8th Zhu, he is treating your goodwill as ill intent, quickly deal with him. 8th Zhu's expression also changed and said in a solemn tone, Young man, since you are so ignorant, then I will teach you a lesson and let you recognize reality. This is also a good thing for you. Saying so he moved. This movement was no small matter. His whole body shrunk into a huge meatball and rolled towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, a light black blade chi wrapped around the huge ball. Wherever the huge ball rolled, the stone slabs cracked and stone fragments flew everywhere. It was originally a suppressive force, but with the addition of the sharp blade chi, its power increased and made people want to avoid it. It appeared Lord 8th Zhu's signature killer move, rolling blade meat. The gu masters outside shouted excitedly. Bai Ningbing's gaze also focused, movement type rolling meat gu with blade chi gu? Ordinary people do not have such power, but 8th Zhu's huge body immediately multiplies the power. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Facing his opponent's ferocious attacks, Fang Yuan wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted, and the corners of his mouth curved into a trace of madness. Vertical crash gu. Boar shadow. He brazenly charged towards the giant ball, pressing forward with indomitable will. Is this kid crazy? You dare to face him head-on? Do you want to die? Someone is going to die. The spectators were all astonished. The two sides collided with each other. The meatball's momentum was halted for a moment, while Fang Yuan was sent flying. With a bang he fell to the ground. Look, this is what happens when you overestimate yourself. Huh. This brat is not dead yet. Fang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and jumped up. The giant ball began to roll again, rolling towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he charged forward again. Bang. With a muffled thunder-like sound, Fang Yuan was once again sent flying. Bang. He was sent flying again. Bang. He was sent flying again. The outcome of this match is already decided. Although Fang Jing has all-out effort gu, he encountered an opponent who counters him. How unfortunate. Someone rejoiced in his misfortune. Zhu Ba's killer move is very hard to break. The faster he rolls, the stronger the impact. Actually, Fang Jing's method was very correct. He restrained Zhu Ba's momentum at the start. But the method he chose was too forceful. Someone shook his head and sighed. I have never seen such a foolish guy. He crashed into Zhu Ba like this, and most of the force is reflected back onto himself. Someone sneered in disdain. This brat shouldn't be able to get up. He actually stood up again. Fang Yuan was sent flying again and again, but he stood up again and again. His injuries were not light, but the self-reliance gu was a huge help to him. You are so stubborn, then die. Zhu Ba let out a furious roar as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan did not change his battle tactic. The boar shadow flashed above his head. The two sides collided like two meteors. But this time Fang Yuan was not sent flying, his fist was deeply embedded in the meatball. Instead, the meatball shook violently, the blade aura was like a black waterfall, crashing onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was sent flying again, the blade aura dissipating completely. The canopy gu was heavily injured, the white light armor flashed weakly and disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood, there were long wounds all over his body, as if he was slashed by countless blades. He was not like Bai Ningbing who had ice muscles to defend. But his muscles were mostly intact and his bones were not broken. Self-reliance gu. Fang Yuan willed and the bleeding stopped, the wounds started to heal and new flesh grew out quickly. As for the recovery of the damaged tendons, it was slower. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered, thinking, Fang Yuan does not have the canopy goo, he can only rely on the self-reliance goo's recovery, this battle will be difficult. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's body shone with a golden light. The light condensed, forming a light armor, golden shield goo. This kid has quite a lot of defensive goo. First is the canopy goo, then the golden shield goo, both are rank 3 defensive goo. This kid is really rich. Golden shield goo and the canopy goo could not be used at the same time, it had been hidden by Fang Yuan, this was the first time it showed itself. Bai Ningbing was slightly stunned but soon reacted. She had added many new goo worms, so Fang Yuan was definitely adding more as well. To Fang Yuan, the golden shield goo was slightly better than the canopy goo, it was more suitable for his strength path fighting style. Even if you have the golden shield goo, the result will not change. Zhu Ba's muffled voice came from the meatball. The meatball crushed him, Fang Yuan charged and he was sent flying again. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? You can't beat me, if you continue you will only humiliate yourself. Zhu Ba sighed. Alright, when are you going to stop pretending? Fang Yuan stood up, wiping the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. There was no hope in the eyes of others, but he saw victory waving its hand at him. It was time. Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, concealing the sharp light shining in his pupils. Charge. He charged again. You don't know what's good for you, then I will let you deeply understand the true difference between us. Zhu Ba charged at him. Horizontal charge goo. Fang Yuan suddenly took a step forward and dodged the attack. Vertical crash goo. 50 steps away he quickly turned around and charged back. The moment he collided, he activated all-out effort goo, and a brown bear phantom appeared. The meatball was hit, its skin and flesh churned like water, and was repelled back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated a few steps and charged again. He attacked crazily around the meatball, punching it and attacking a different area each time. This greatly increased the difficulty of Zhu Ba's defense. This time, Fang Yuan's attacks were unprecedentedly violent. Zhu Ba controlled his goo worms but could not cope with it. The meatball was hit until it shook violently, but not a trace of repelling force was sent back. Zhu Ba was furious, he removed the meatball and turned back to human form. Blade energy was generated again and he charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not shocked, but happy. The more goo worms Zhu Ba used, the harder it was for him to focus. His mind was in chaos. In the past, his opponents would admit defeat after a few words from him. Even if they persevered after seeing Zhu Ba's crushing attacks, their will to fight would be extinguished. But he just had to meet Fang Yuan. In this world there were many types of men. Some men loved home, some men were born with great ambitions. Among them there was a type of man, when he set his mind on something, even the whole world could not stop him. Fang Yuan was such a man. No one could stop him, let alone a mere Zhu Ba. Steed Phantom. Charge goo. His speed increased and he charged 50 steps. Using the strength of a steed, his speed was 30% faster than using the boar's strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped like it was flying. Zhu Ba did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a trump card, he was caught off guard, and the blade energy landed behind Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan was already in front of him. There were no words. Only, punch. This punch was extremely powerful, the air exploded, and the recoil caused the stone tiles under Fang Yuan's feet to crack into countless pieces, causing the ground to tremble. Zhu Ba was hit by this punch, the fat on his body shook crazily, trying to share the damage and return 80% to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan immediately followed up with another punch. Zhu Ba's body was huge but his agility was terrible. Once again he was hit by Fang Yuan. I need to reflect. Zhu Ba stared with his eyes wide open, trying his best to manipulate the goo worms in his body. But he had just used his mind to manipulate the blade energy goo. Now he was activating these goo worms at the same time. If he was in good condition it would be fine, but now his mind was in chaos, and he had been controlling the goo worms for so long, his condition had deteriorated. A mistake occurred. The fat on 8th Zhu's body that was trembling like water suddenly froze. His defense collapsed. He was still in the process of digesting Fang Yuan's punch. And this punch's power was forcefully endured by him. Intense pain came and his mind shook. The power of Fang Yuan's punch was still in the process of reflecting when it was interrupted. 80% of the punch's power erupted in all parts of his body. Backlash. In an instant, Zhu Ba's heart stopped from the pain. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, he had been waiting for this situation for a long time, and he had finally created it in advance. Seize the opportunity, attack. Fist winds erupted, bear strength phantom, boar strength phantom, crocodile strength phantom and horse strength phantom flashed in the air one after another. The wind whistled and the beast group roared. Fang Yuan was covered in golden armor. He was incomparably fierce as he punched again and again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge Zhu Ba was beaten by the short Fang Yuan until he howled in pain and retreated continuously. But his extremely fat body turned him into a punching bag that could only take a beating. Fang Yuan's aura continued to rise. It was violent and unyielding, giving the spectators a feeling that this person was unstoppable. The intense pain surged like a tsunami and almost drowned 8th Zhu's consciousness. With his mind scattered, it was even harder for him to activate several goo worms to coordinate his defense. Fang Yuan firmly held the upper hand, while Zhu Ba's eyes were gradually turning white from the beating. How can this be? Just earlier. Could it be that Fang Jing was right? Chapter 306. Looking at the number 8 person in 4th Inner City, Senior Zhu Ba, being beaten by a newbie until he spurted blood, this scene toppled many people's imaginations. But Zhu Ba was a battle-hardened person after all. He suddenly roared and stretched out his arms, tightly hugging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was trapped in a ball of cotton, his fats pressing down on him from all directions, making him unable to move. He used his fists and legs, every punch hitting flesh. Who knew how many of Zhu Ba's bones were broken? His fats were smashed into minced meat by Fang Yuan, rotting under his skin. But Zhu Ba gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing Fang Yuan. He had already been beaten senseless by Fang Yuan. The only clear thought in his mind reminded him that if he let this fierce tiger Fang Yuan out, he would really be in trouble. Space was compressed. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not showing any fear as he activated all-out effort goo. The shadow of a green bull rose into the air. Another new strength path phantom. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrank slightly when she saw this scene. Fang Yuan has already become this strong without making a sound. If he and I only rely on these goo worms, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. The bull's strength was tenacious and enduring. Fang Yuan stretched out his arms, slowly pushing away Zhu Ba's arms. In terms of strength, how could Zhu Ba be Fang Yuan's match? Zhu Ba used all his strength, his arms were trembling and his whole body was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't stop Fang Yuan. Damn it, if I really let him escape I'll be done for. Zhu Ba had an extremely bad premonition. The dense aura of death made him tremble with fear. I admit defeat, he screamed. Compared to his own life, what was a mere reputation worth? The hosting goo master immediately used the battle stages method to forcefully separate the two. Victory and defeat have been decided. Fang Jing wins, Zhu Ba loses. The hosting goo master announced. The audience was in an uproar. He actually won. I didn't expect 8th Zhu to be a paper tiger. He's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. I was fooled by him in the past. 8th Zhu can't even subdue a rookie, so how can he be considered the 8th person? He's simply a disgrace to our 4th martial arts practice field. 8th Zhu's sorry state had destroyed the image he had painstakingly built up in people's hearts for many years. Bai Ningbing heard the hubbub around her and secretly shook her head. 8th Zhu has been famous for many years and can't be said to be weak. However, he encountered Fang Yuan. 8th Zhu's fighting style was to defend and counterattack. He would first use defense to consume the opponent's quintessential essence and physical strength before counterattacking to establish victory. But this time he had encountered a freak like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a strength cultivator and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, so his quintessential essence was almost inexhaustible. In terms of stamina, strength cultivators are even more adept. The two of them actually counter each other. When they meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. Speaking of which, it was a little funny. Bai Ningbing's style changed, becoming sinister and cunning. Fang Yuan was also changing, sweeping away his sneaky and scheming style, becoming bold and unyielding, advancing bravely and fiercely. It was as if the two of them had swapped places. Zhu Ba fell, he admitted defeat and fell to Fang Yuan's hands. His reputation was almost completely ruined. Not bad. Returning to the stage, Wei Yang smiled at Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's first battle since he rose to 4th Inner City. Wei Yang also rushed over to watch. Fang Yuan's performance, in truth, had already exceeded Wei Yang's previous expectations. Wei Yang was very concerned about Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because of the clan leader's mission. On the other hand, it was because of friendship. Maybe you were born to walk the path of strength path. After the banquet, Wei Yang was very emotional. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. In the past I also walked the path of strength path but did not succeed. But now I see hope in you. Do you know many eyes are looking at you now? Just continue like this. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew his situation. He had just risen to 4th Inner City when he encountered 8th Zhu and defeated him. Becoming famous in one move, many people were shocked. This battle had just ended, but he had already received many forceful challenges. Among these people, many were Strength Path Gu masters and were targeting his all-out effort Gu. The better Fang Yuan performed, the greater the value of the all-out effort Gu, and the more people would covet it. Right now, the people attracted were all experts of 4th Inner City. From now on, his situation would become more and more difficult. But the more it was like this, the more battle intent in his heart surged. Mere risks, such difficulties, what are they? How can they stop me? Fang Yuan's footsteps. In this world, no one can stop my heart. 8 days later, he battled Jin Bian. After a moment of stalemate, Beast's strength burst out and destroyed Jin Bian's defensive Gu, killing him on the spot. 10 days later, Liao Huadong, who was famous for his ferocious attacks, became Fang Yuan's opponent. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack, directly defeating him. If not for the host Gu master's quick reaction, Liao Huadong would have lost his life. 17 days later, Zhongde, who possessed the strength of 5 tigers, fought with Fang Yuan, but was defeated by Fang Yuan in the end, lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan's victories continued one after another. There were many experts in 4th Inner City, but Fang Yuan's progress could be said to be lightning fast. Be it in terms of cultivation or Gu worms, they were all the same. The more he won, the more Yuan stone he obtained. He battled his way, advancing bravely and fiercely. With each battle, there would be a refreshing growth. But on the other hand, he was also very vigilant. He never underestimated his opponents, and did his best to gather information. With Wei Yang and Li Ran as his sources, one in the open and one in the dark, one at the top and one at the bottom, Fang Yuan knew himself and his enemy, and he would never be defeated. He did not force himself and only fought 4 times a month at most. Although there was a rule of forceful challenges, to prevent malicious targeting, the challenged Gu master had at least 8 days to rest and recuperate. Fang Yuan made full use of this recuperation time, not caring about others' provocations. He focused on cultivation. The battle stage was only a way for him to test himself, temper himself, and earn Yuan stone at the same time. He became famous. He won all the way and his fame gradually spread. The strongest newcomer in history. The star of hope for the recovery of strength path. A ruthless beast. Many titles were added to his name describing his various characteristics. Newcomer with outstanding battle achievements, possessing all-out effort Gu, vicious and merciless. As long as he could kill, he would not hesitate, and so on. 3 months passed just like that. On this day in a secret room, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, continuously pouring snow-silver primeval essence into him. The primeval essence was converted by bone-flesh unity Gu, and a portion of it was reduced, pouring into Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, waves were surging, waves after waves were rushing towards the aperture walls. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the rising and falling of the tides continued without end. Under the continuous impact, the white light membrane silently underwent a qualitative change. A moment later, the light film was replaced by a water film, white light flowed like water, and the aperture walls became even thicker. From rank 3 initial stage he advanced to middle stage. And Fang Yuan only used a few short months. This was all thanks to bone-flesh unity Gu and Bai Ningbing. The higher the Gu master's rank, the greater the difference in cultivation. Bai Ningbing had rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, and was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Such a speed, if it was known, would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Fang Yuan was secretly astonished. But Bai Ningbing, who had personally experienced the monstrous speed of the 10 extreme physiques cultivation, was not surprised at Fang Yuan's speed. If Bai Ningbing advanced to rank 4, with the light gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would increase even more. Sensing the slight change in Fang Yuan's aura, Bai Ningbing immediately knew she had succeeded, and slowly retracted her palm. How is it? In a few days you will also be promoted to 4th Inner City's battle stage. Are you interested in raising your cultivation to rank 4? Fang Yuan slowly turned around as he spoke. The higher Bai Ningbing's cultivation was, the faster his cultivation speed would be. No need. You can stand firm at rank 3 realm and fight your way up. I can do the same. Bai Ningbing snorted, not giving Fang Yuan any face. But at the end she added, "My aptitude has increased by 1 point, reaching 92%. At this rate, when will you give me the Jianghu?" "So fast." Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew a lot about the 10 extreme physiques, but the content was not deep. Although the poison Valgu was gone, Bai Ningbing still had a use for it. "Don't worry, with me around I can protect your life. We used the poison Valgu. Even if you don't believe me, don't you believe in the Gu's power?" "Humph." Bai Ningbing did not retort. These few months had been the most peaceful period of time she had spent with Fang Yuan. The two were working hard, and a poison Valgu had formed an alliance of benefits. But it seemed, Fang Yuan is growing faster and gaining more. Bai Ningbing had a clearer understanding of this point. She had made great progress, but Fang Yuan had made even greater progress. These few months, Fang Yuan had not only gained the strength of a tortoise, he had also used the rank 3 copper skin Gu to increase the defensive strength of his skin. The rank 2 copper skin Gu could only increase the defensive strength of the Gu master's skin for a limited period of time. The rank 3 copper skin Gu, on the other hand, expended the Gu master's own body to permanently increase the defensive strength. Right now, Fang Yuan's whole body was bronze in color, as if he had bathed in the sun. Iron bones, steel tendons, copper skin, together with the golden shield Gu, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had reached initial success. Even in the third inner-city battle stage he could deal with any strong enemies. As for the canopy Gu, Fang Yuan had already sold it. It overlapped with the golden shield Gu, and was not suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path fighting style. Just as Fang Yuan advanced to middle stage, a group of valiant men walked in from the Shang clan's outer city gate. "Shang clan city. Gua Fangjing, is he inside?" Tai Ruanan pondered, walking in front of the group. Chapter 307. Tai Dao Ku, what happened to your eye? Tai Ruanan saw that Tai Dao Ku was wearing a black eye patch and asked in surprise. An awkward expression appeared on Tai Dao Ku's face as he spoke the truth. This subordinate's eyes were injured by Bai Ningbing. A few months ago when he fought with Bai Ningbing, it was like a heavy blow to his head. After losing his left eye, his battle strength fell sharply, and the hand blade Gu was mercilessly taken away by Bai Ningbing. He was no longer Bai Ningbing's match. But Tai Dao Ku did not give up. He had a firm heart, gritting his teeth and taking root, relying on the battle stage to fight, as well as some guard and investigation missions to survive in Shang Clan City. He was like a lone wolf, silently licking his wounds. While secretly paying attention to Fang and Bai, he worked hard to accumulate his strength, and at the same time he reported back to his family. It was because of his letter that Tai Ruanan took the initiative to lead the team here. Bai Ningbing actually injured you. Tai Dao Ku, your information was lacking. Why did you not mention this in the letter? Tai Ruanan frowned, her tone displeased. Isn't this too embarrassing? Tai Dao Ku laughed in embarrassment. He was also a rank 3 Gu master. He had his own dignity and face. But facing Tai Ruanan's accusation, he lowered his head, replying respectfully, "It is my fault." He was a proud person, but his attitude towards Tai Ruanan was extremely respectful. It had been 2 years. 2 years ago, when news of Tai Xueling's death spread to Tai clan village, the whole clan fell into grief. A rank 5 Gu master's battle strength was already at the peak of the mortal world. Even a huge clan like Tai clan would feel pain if they lost one. Moreover, this was divine investigator Tai Xueling. A man whose fame spread throughout the southern border, he could be said to be a banner of Tai clan. Tai Xueling's death was a loss to the whole Tai clan, a loss to the whole righteous path. Just as the clansmen were grieving, Tai Ruanan, as Tai Xueling's daughter, stood up. She had been following her father, roaming the southern border. After returning to the clan, she charged into Tai clan's 13 halls, defeating a young opponent in the arena competition, becoming one of Tai clan's 8 young masters. After assuming the position of the Tai family's internal affairs, he repeatedly solved mysteries, leaving no place for the corrupt and bribe takers to hide and bringing criminals to justice. Tai Xueling fell, but Tai Ruanan slowly rose, taking over her father's banner, becoming the new star that everyone in the Tai family paid attention to for the past 2 years. Tai Ruanan's fame spread far and wide. Even Tai Dao Ku, who lived far away in Shang Clan City, heard of her deeds. Tai Clan and Shang Clan's policies were different. Even if Tai Ruanan could not obtain the position of Tai Clan leader, she would at least be an important official, a general who could guard a mountain. She was young but had already reached rank 3 upper stage. The name of a genius was well deserved. Be it Tai Ruanan's present or future, she was worthy of Tai Dao Ku's respect. Tai Mu, go take a look at his injuries. Tai Ruanan waved her hand and said. Tai Mu had a handsome appearance and was the team's healing Gu master. He immediately walked forward and checked Tai Dao Ku's eyes in front of everyone. In just a few breaths' time, Tai Mu reported, his eyes are crippled, this subordinate is useless, to heal it, a rank 5 Gu master is needed. He was being humble, he was only 28 years old but had already reached rank 3 peak stage, an elite of Tai clan's branch family. Many people tried to recruit him, but he only joined Tai Ruanan's faction. These years, Tai Ruanan had been the young master and her forces had expanded rapidly, gathering many elites under her. Tai Mu was only one of them. In Shang Clan City there is a Dr. Su Shou, a rank 5 expert. Tai Dao Ku, take this money and heal your eyes. Tai Ruanan took out a primeval elder Gu and threw it to Tai Dao Ku. Thank you, young master. Tai Dao Ku received it and could not help but feel grateful. Dr. Su Shou's treatment fee was extremely expensive. He had been living a simple life in Shang Clan City all these years, saving this money for his eyes. But 100,000 yuan stone was not a small sum. The prices in Shang Clan City were high, and Tai Dao Ku had bought a hand blade Gu, he was short of money. He straightened his back. This subordinate has already booked a garden for young master, please follow me. But Tai Ruanan waved her hand, no rush, bring me to Nanqiu Garden. Didn't your information say that Fang and Bai are staying in Nanqiu Garden? Yes. Tai Dao Ku was stunned, not expecting Tai Ruanan to be so direct. Lead the way. Tai Ruanan instructed. Yes. Tai Ruanan had a swift and decisive personality, but a moment later she was given the cold shoulder. Sorry, my 2 masters are cultivating in the secret room. Nanqiu Garden's doorman said politely. What, are you afraid? You want to be a coward? Tai Dao Ku snorted in disdain. The doorman had been specially trained by Shang Clan, he was of high quality. Glancing at Tai Dao Ku, he still stood guard at the door, not letting anyone in. Tai Ruanan was one of the young masters of Tai Clan, she would not bicker with this child. She smiled, taking out a visitation card and handing it to the doorman. No matter. I asked the boy to bring back my visiting card. I have a good relationship with your masters, we will visit again at night. I will definitely bring back Lord's visitation card, but my 2 masters are in closed cultivation, we do not know when they will come out. We might not be able to eat dinner tonight. The doorman reminded before everyone left. When it was time for dinner, Tai Clan came again, but they were rejected again. I think that Fang and Bai are afraid of young master's might, they are hiding inside and do not dare to come out. Maybe this is a show of strength targeted at us. Tai Clan guessed their tone was indignant. They had taken the initiative to visit twice, but received such treatment. Did these 2 really think they were big shots? Even Shang Clan young masters had to put aside their work to come and entertain them. Don't be impatient, we will come again tomorrow morning. Tai Ruanan comforted everyone, handing over the visitation card again with a thoughtful expression. But the next morning, Nanqiu Garden's doors were still shut. Tai Clan's emotions were at its peak, they almost wanted to smash the door open, but were stopped by Tai Ruanan, who handed over the visitation card again. They had just left when Fang Yuan came out of the secret room. Tai Ruanan? Hearing the servant's report, Fang Yuan showed a trace of astonishment. He knew this girl was Tai Xueling's daughter, but did she not die on Qingmao Mountain? When Tai Xueling flew out of the bronze-masked mountain giant puppet Gu and Iron Hand Gu to save Tai Ruanan, Fang Yuan was fighting with Bai Ningbing, and his vision was obscured by the white form Immortal Snake's fog, so he did not see it. When the fog dispersed, he found the crane group's attack. The scene was chaotic and intense, there was no time to relax. Until Bai Ningbing self-detonated, Fang Yuan did not see Tai Ruanan again. Thus, in Fang Yuan's impression, he had always thought that Tai Clan's father and daughter had died on Qingmao Mountain. To think that this Tai Ruanan is still alive, and not only that, she has even become Tai Clan's young master. Fang Yuan took a look at the 3 visitation cards, frowning deeply. Seeing Tai Ruanan's name, he immediately had the urge to kill her. This person was too much of an eyesore. She was a survivor of Qingmao Mountain, she had interacted with him in Guiyue Fangjing, she was a huge threat to him. If his true identity was exposed, it would definitely affect his stable life, and the development environment that Shang Clan City had fought so hard for would be lost. However, this person, Tai Ruanan, was someone that Fang Yuan could not touch at the moment. With the identity of Tai Clan's young master, in a place like Shang Clan City, Fang Yuan was not allowed to kill her. Still too weak. If it was in my previous life when I was rank 6, I could kill such a minor character with one finger. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Although his battle strength had soared, and the speed of his growth was shocking, if he killed Tai Ruanan, he could not bear the consequences. Even now he could not even use his real name. There was always a higher mountain, and there would always be someone stronger than the strong. Rank 5 was the peak of the mortal world and he was only rank 3. Fang Yuan quickly collected his thoughts. Killing was the most direct method, but since he could not use it, he had to think of a way to deal with this uninvited guest. The matter on Qingmao Mountain has not been exposed. It seems that this Tai Ruanan does not know either. Otherwise they wouldn't have sent only a group of people to hunt me down. She sent 3 visiting cards in a row, purposely showing her determination to meet with me. It seems that she wants to know what happened back then from my mouth. After all, her father died on Qingmao Mountain. Then the most important thing now is, I am using the name of Guiyue Fangjing. Does she have any suspicions about my true identity? If she has suspicions, how can I dispel such suspicions? Furthermore, if my true identity is exposed, how can I make up for it? In Shang Yanfei's intelligence, my aptitude is ordinary while my brother is only a grade. How can I explain the change in my aptitude? Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He was astute and cautious by nature. He did not consider victory, he considered defeat first. This huge crisis was no exception. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. At this stage I will sell the blood skull gu to Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei has been collecting the blood sea true inheritance. If I sell the blood skull gu to him, he can raise Shang Xnxi's aptitude. He dotes on Shang Xnci so much for her, he did not hesitate to use the man triumphing heaven gu, defying heaven and changing fate. He cannot reject this deal. By revealing the blood skull gu, Fang Yuan would be able to explain his difficulties in concealing his identity. But if the situation did not develop to the worst state, Fang Yuan would absolutely not sell the blood skull gu. Chapter 308. Fang Yuan could not help but think. According to Tai Clan's reaction, Tai Ruanan should not know I have blood skull gu. Perhaps my current A-grade aptitude will be the best disguise for me. Fang Yuan was not far off on this point. The truth was, Tai Ruanan had never suspected Fang Yuan's identity. The reason was because of his aptitude. Tai Ruanan had always thought that Fang Yuan was Guiyue's desolate physique. She had learned about the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques in Tai Clan. Now that so much time had passed, if he really was Fang Yuan, he would have killed himself long ago. Furthermore, from Tai Dao Ku's information, Fang Yuan's fearless fighting style was proof. In Tai Ruanan's impression, Fangjing was such a straightforward person. And how could a devious person like Fang Yuan have such a ferocious attack? Tai Ruanan finally met Fang Yuan on her 4th visit. In the guest hall, there were only Fang Yuan and Tai Ruanan. The rest were settled down. To think that when we meet again it would be like this. Tai Ruanan sighed. Fang Yuan and Fangjing were twin brothers, they looked very similar. She sighed, but Fang Yuan sighed even more deeply. Let bygones be bygones. I do not want to talk about it anymore. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone sharply. No, some things cannot be forgotten. I came to find you because of what happened back then. You must know how my father Tai Shueleng died. Please tell me the truth. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Tai Ruanan, but the latter had no fear as she looked back at him. Her gaze was filled with determination. She had sharp brows and starry eyes, probably because she had not roamed the world these years. Her dark skin had turned white, and with her high nose bridge and red lips, she had a valiant and heroic aura. No doubt she was a beauty. Although her looks could not be compared to Bai Ningbing or Shang Xnci, her body was fit and beautiful, especially her long legs. Coupled with her unique temperament, it made her stand out from the rest and aroused the desire of men to conquer her. But Fang Yuan didn't care about her beauty. From her gaze, Fang Yuan sensed that she did not seem to doubt his identity at all. That was a good situation. Then, the next step was how to explain what had happened back then. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. If he did not come up with a proper explanation, Tai Ruanan would not let the matter rest. Fang Yuan also had a plan to deal with this. Thus he sighed again. Every time I think of Qingmao Mountain my heart aches. Although your father died, I lost all my clansmen and was forced to wander. Shang Clan City might be good, but it is still a foreign land, there is no feeling of home. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Seeing Fang Yuan like this, Tai Ruanan's steely gaze. He couldn't help but soften his expression. Both of them were victims in the same predicament. Compared to him, Fangjing, who had lost all his clansmen, was undoubtedly more pitiful. Do you know? You killed a young master of my clan. If I did not stop you, you would have been punished by my clan. You will be punished by my clan. Tai Ruanan changed the topic. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He hurriedly explained, I know about Tai Daoku's matter, but I did not do it on purpose. I dug a trap to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. Who asked your Tai clan to chase after me and fall into my trap? You were courting death, how can you blame me? A life for a life, isn't that right? Tai Ruanan's expression turned solemn. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. If that is so, how many lives do I need to repay? He also sneered, Tai Ruanan, after so many things happened, you and I are no longer naive. Your Tai clan is not in the right in this matter. The reason you did not act is mainly because of the purple thorn token in my hand, right? Tai Ruanan was frank. The purple thorn token is indeed the main reason. But the purple thorn token can only protect you in Shang Clan City. Once you leave Shang Clan City, our Tai clan will not let this matter rest. If you can tell me the truth, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, Tai clan will not make things difficult for you because of this matter. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. This Tai Ruanan seemed to have developed well these years. Even the young master of the Tai family didn't have that kind of authority. If you don't believe me, we can use poison Valgu. Tai Ruanan continued. Poison Valgu again? In truth, Fang Yuan was getting tired of refining the going back on one's words gu. The truth is nothing much. You are the Tai clan young master now, can't you guess it? Fang Yuan lowered his head, using the corner of his eyes to size up Tai Ruanan. His words were meant to probe, but Tai Ruanan did not notice it. The young girl smiled. Actually, even if you don't say it, I already know. Fang Yuan's tone changed. You already know? Tai Ruanan sighed faintly. The 10 extreme physiques are not a secret in the upper echelons of the Gu Master world. To be able to create such a scene and freeze the whole of Qingmao Mountain, even a rank 5 Gu Master cannot do it. But I did not expect your brother to not have the Guiyue Desolate Yin physique, but the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. What? Fang Yuan cried out in surprise in his heart, but his expression did not change much, only squinting his eyes at the right time. Why would she think I have the Guiyue Desolate Yin physique? Fang Yuan felt it was absurd. Wait. No wonder at that time clan leader Guyu Bo would protect me for no reason. Don't tell me my cultivation has improved and they think I have the 10 extreme physique? Fang Yuan thought of this and suddenly understood something. If she thinks so, then the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is my greatest disguise. That means she does not suspect my true identity. As long as I do not expose any flaws. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's face showed a complex and bitter expression. He did not speak, only sighing. If he spoke too much, he would easily give himself away. Speaking too much leads to mistakes. Tai Ruanan saw his expression and was even more certain of her answer. She softened her voice. Fangjing, I know your heart is in pain and it is very complicated. The one who destroyed your home and caused you to wander outside, the one who killed all your clansmen, is your own brother. Fang Yuan interrupted her words, his eyes turning red. Don't say any more since you already know why ask me. But I need a clear answer. These are all my guesses. Tai Ruanan's gaze pressured him. Fang Yuan nodded heavily, tears silently flowing down his face. Seeing this, Tai Ruanan could not force him any further and said faintly, Do you know, I once rushed back to Qingmao Mountain looking at the mountain covered in ice and snow, my heart was at a loss. I know my father died in the hands of Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan was still alive, I would definitely kill him to avenge my father's death. But he is already dead. What can I do even if I am not satisfied? I want to raise my son but his parents are not around, my enemy is already dead. Such a regret in life. Tai Ruanan sighed, not knowing that her greatest enemy, Fang Yuan, was sitting in front of her. Fang Yuan snorted, his tone containing a trace of displeasure. Fang Yuan is my brother after all, he is already dead, what else do you want? Tai Ruanan's eyes lit up. I still want to know some things. At that time, my father received a mysterious letter, and I already know the contents of the letter. It said that your Guiyue village has the Blood Sea inheritance, so my father disregarded his injuries and rushed to Qingmao Mountain. Do you and Bai Ningbing know about this? Fang Yuan shook his head. If there was a Blood Sea inheritance, I would have used it long ago, otherwise why would I be in such a sorry state during the journey? Tai Ruanan looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. The Blood Sea inheritance has endless repercussions, it is the legacy of the demonic Gu Master Blood Sea ancestor. In the end, the cause of my father's death was also this inheritance. Fangjing, if you really inherited this inheritance, I hope you can give it to me, let me make up for some of my regrets. Fang Yuan continued to shake his head. I don't have it. Tai Ruanan was silent for a while. According to the information, I know you have a gu with overflowing blood qi. It was once used for long-range attacks. But after you changed to strength path, you almost never used it again. Why is that? Fang Yuan was stunned before coming to a realization. You suspect I took the blood qi inheritance but purposely hid it? You should be referring to this gu, right? Fang Yuan willed and took out the blood moon gu from his aperture, throwing it to Tai Ruanan. This is my clan's blood moon gu, didn't you see my brother use it? When the glacier exploded, my clan leader and Bai clan leader worked together, risking their lives to protect me and Bai Ningbing. Clan leader gave me all the remaining gu in his possession. When Bai Ningbing and I were roaming, many gu died of hunger, only this blood moon gu was left because it was easy to feed. Fang Yuan's words not only cleared Tai Ruanan's doubts, but also explained why he and Bai Ningbing could escape with their lives. Tai Ruanan inspected the blood moon gu before her expression relaxed. So it was like this, your clan leader put in a lot of effort to leave behind a fire seed, he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself, it is truly a magnificent feat. Fang Yuan snorted, so I have to live on and rebuild Guiyue village. Whoever dares to stop me, I will exterminate them. This could be considered as an explanation for his ruthlessness in the martial arts arena. Although I did not spend much time with you, I can clearly feel that you have changed a lot. Tai Ruanan looked at Fang Yuan. She was only sighing but did not suspect anything. After a huge change, people would also change, this was very normal. Fang Yuan looked at her calmly, people change. Didn't you also change? Tai Ruanan shook her head, I have only been walking my own path. After saying this, the two fell into silence. After a long while, Tai Ruanan spoke, I will bring Tai Daoku back. I promise that the Tai family will not pursue this matter any further. Relying on Shang clan is a good way to rebuild the clan. Many people succeeded because of this, I wish you success too. After saying this, the young girl stood up and left without hesitation. Fang Yuan looked at her leaving figure, squinting his eyes. He had a vague premonition that this Tai Ruanan was not simple, and would cause huge trouble for him in the future. Chapter 309. Tai Ruanan really left. Just like she said, she brought Tai Daoku away. Fang Yuan knew what kind of person Tai Daoku was. To be able to fight with Bai Ningbing for such a long time, he was clearly an expert, his battle strength could not be underestimated. And now he was recruited by Tai Ruanan. This Tai Ruanan must be eliminated, leaving her alive will be a huge threat. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition, it was because Tai Ruanan had something in common with him and Bai Ningbing, they were all people who had found their own path in life. Such people had great perseverance and courage, as long as they did not die young, they would definitely have great accomplishments. Tai Ruanan also had a great aptitude, and also had Tai clan supporting her. She was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. In comparison, even though Fang and Bai each had a purple thorn token, it was nothing. If we continue to develop like this, Bai Ningbing and I will be left behind by her. Only by relying on the 3 kings' inheritance can we shorten the gap. Fang Yuan had a plan in his mind. According to normal development speed, Fang and Bai would not be Tai Ruanan's match. The latter was one of the young masters of Tai clan, she had vast resources, Fang and Bai could not compare. Only by not taking the normal path and taking the risk to take shortcuts could they shorten the gap. The 3 kings' inheritance and the righteous demonic battle of Tian Mountain were such shortcuts, and shortcuts. Spring came and went, autumn left and autumn returned. The river of time flowed endlessly, another year passed. Nanxiu Garden's secret room. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, his forehead dripping with sweat as he gritted his teeth, enduring. He was refining gu. It was the crucial moment. A lump of red, orange and green light floated in the air, it was the size of a basket. It shone on his face like a rainbow. Multitasking. Stone tortoise strength gu go. Following Fang Yuan's will. Immediately, a faint black light flew out of his aperture and entered the tricolored light orb. The addition of stone tortoise strength gu caused the 3-colored light lump to have an intense reaction. Originally there were only 3 colors in the ball of light, red, orange and green. Now there was an ink black color. The 4 colors fought and strangled each other. No one was able to suppress the other and they fell into a chaotic battle. For a moment, the 4-colored wheel of light spun, as if the water was suddenly boiling, or as if there was a big hand stirring it violently. Boom. Suddenly there was a slight explosion. The ball of light exploded, forming a 4-colored rain of light. The rain of light came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the secret chamber sank into darkness. Everything vanished into thin air. I failed again. In the darkness, Fang Yuan sighed softly. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed out of his nostrils. At the same time, his soul also suffered a backlash from the Gu refinement failure. It made Fang Yuan feel dizzy. This was his 4th failure. In the past 1.5 years, I fought my way from the 4th inner city to the 3rd inner city. But bitter strength Gu cannot be bought. Fang Yuan knew the reason. First, it was because bitter strength Gu was extremely rare and expensive. Even in Shang Clan City, it was not common. Second, it was because Shang Yizi, who was in charge of the shops, was secretly hindering Fang Yuan. Shang Yizi was one of the young tribe leaders of Shang Clan City, and was in charge of the shops in Shang Clan City. When Fang Yuan wanted to buy bitter strength Gu, Shang Yizi secretly tried to stop Fang Yuan. 2 years ago, when Fang Yuan came to Shang Clan City, he tried to extort Shang Yizi. Thus, there was a conflict between them. Shang Yizi relied on by Gu inheritance to pass the clan test, and kept his position as young tribe leader. Although due to the poison vow Gu, he could not deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan, but he could still take revenge on Fang Yuan. Shang Yizi was after all Shang Yanfei's son. After suffering a loss, he learned from it. After the setback, he worked hard and swept away his decadence, becoming more and more astute. He used the clan system to deal with Fang Yuan, using underhanded methods. Even if Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, it was useless. Those who had the purple thorn token were Shang Clan's esteemed guests. But they were still outsiders and could not compare to Shang Yizi's young tribe leader status. Unable to buy bitter strength Gu, Fang Yuan could only refine it himself. But the success rate of refining bitter strength Gu was too low. Including today's round, Fang Yuan had already undergone 4 rounds of fusion refinement. He lost brown bear innate strength Gu, galloping horse strength Gu, green bull labor Gu, and stone tortoise strength Gu. Other than that, there were precious supplementary materials and large amounts of Yuan stone. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had fought many battles in the battle stage, and accumulated enough capital to endure the losses from the refinement. Sigh, after this failure, I can only try again after my injuries recover. Fang Yuan sighed. Gu refinement needed to be careful. If the refinement failed, the Gu master's body and soul would suffer backlash. The physical injuries were easy to deal with. But because of multitasking, the damage to the soul was a troublesome matter. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the rarer it was, and the more severe the consequences of failure. Thus, Gu refinement masters would often be bedridden due to Gu refinement failures, or even die from backlash. It was not that there were no Gu that could heal the soul, but they were extremely rare, and were usually kept in secret by large clans. Fang Yuan's soul injury this time would cause him to experience slight dizziness for the next month or so. The dizziness would affect Fang Yuan's battle strength, especially in a battle between experts. These minute flaws would be fatal. Thus, Fang Yuan would usually try once every month. He would leave enough time for his soul to recuperate. Although the Gu refinement failed, today's cultivation was not over. Fang Yuan calmly waited, and after a while he heard noises from outside. He opened the secret door and welcomed Bai Ningbing. In this 1 year or so, Bai Ningbing had made rapid progress, and had fought her way to 3rd inner city, forming a set of Gu worms. She and Fang Yuan were neck and neck with few defeats. They were known as the 2 rising stars of the battle stage, and many people paid attention to them. The 2 did not speak, only nodding. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on another mat, and stretched out her palm, placing it on Fang Yuan's back, injecting snow-silver primeval essence into him. Bai Ningbing had purposely suppressed her cultivation, and was still at rank 3 peak stage. But Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage. 4 hours later, Bai Ningbing stopped injecting primeval essence, and slowly retracted her palm. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura was even more abundant, faintly giving off a feeling of overflowing. This was a sign that his cultivation was about to break through. I am getting closer to rank 3 upper stage. In a few days I will break through. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. When I break through to upper stage, I will use that white-silver relic Gu, and directly raise my cultivation to rank 3 peak stage. This way I will be able to catch up to Bai Ningbing. At the same time, I can reduce spring-autumn cicada's pressure on my aperture. Spring-autumn cicada was Fang Yuan's vital Gu, a rank 6 Gu. In this 1 year or so, it had been sleeping and absorbing the water in the river of time, recuperating, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger, causing pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture again. But this time, the situation was many times better than the time on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and with a rank 3 aperture, he was not as pressured as when he was on Qingmao Mountain. The main contributors to this were Bone Flesh Unity Gu and Bai Ning Bing. Since the cultivation ended, Bai Ning Bing slowly stood up and walked out of the secret room. During the whole process she did not speak a single word, and was as cold as ice. But Fang Yuan was not a talkative person, and in this 1 year or so, the two were already used to this way of interacting. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered, when I advance to rank 3 peak stage, Bai Ning Bing's primeval essence will not be of much help to me. But after interacting with her day and night, from the slight changes in her aura, I can faintly sense that she is not far from rank 4 realm. Even if Bai Ning Bing tried to delay it, the curse of the 10 extreme physique had not disappeared, and was still in effect. According to Bai Ning Bing's information, her aptitude had risen by 2 points, reaching 93%. Another 7 points, reaching 100%, and she would return to the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. When she has rank 4 cultivation, she will have yellow gold primeval essence, and it will be a great help to me in breaking through to rank 4 realm. In a way, Bai Ning Bing and I are in the same boat. I have Spring Autumn Cicada, and she has the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received a piece of good news from Wei Yang. Auction. A once-in-a-century natural disaster happened on Ju Feng Mountain. Ju clan village was destroyed, and the remnants of Ju clan submitted to Shang clan city. They need to auction off large amounts of their clan's collections to maintain their livelihood. Thus there will be an auction soon. Saying so, Wei Yang specially told Fang Yuan, Brother Fang, your luck is here. I found out that there will be a bitter strength gu in this auction. Wei Yang was clear of Fang Yuan's need for bitter strength gu. Fang Yuan had also asked him to gather information. Most importantly, this auction is highly regarded by Shang clan city. Young Master Xianxia is not in a position to cause trouble. Wei Yang continued. Xianxia and Fang Yuan's conflict was not a secret among Shang clan's higher-ups. Bitter strength gu. Ju clan village. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Ju clan village had hundreds of years of history. If they were to sell their assets now, there would definitely be many good things. Bitter strength gu was one of them. Fang Yuan had been searching for it all this time. In this year I have accumulated close to 1,000,000 yuan stone. I have a high chance of buying the bitter strength gu. Ju clan village's destruction is not rare. In this world, other than man-made disasters, there are also natural disasters. The winds on Ju Feng Mountain are strong all year round. Although it is a spiritual mountain with a spirit spring as its foundation, the environment is terrible. The Ju family storehouse might have many treasures that would interest us. I will participate in the auction. Fang Yuan immediately decided. What, this Ju clan has a bitter strength gu? In a study room, Xianxia frowned. In one hand he held a document, which recorded most of the auction's contents. His other hand was on the table, his index finger tapping on the table. To think Fang Yuan's luck is so good, I tried all ways to stop him, but he still got the bitter strength gu. Even father is paying attention to this auction, I cannot interfere. But, Fang Yuan, it is not so easy to get the bitter strength gu. I can also participate in the auction. With me stopping you, I will make sure you suffer huge losses. Xianxia could not help but snort. Back then, Fang Yuan had extorted and extorted him, causing him to hold a grudge. Chapter 310. Hurricane Mountain had strong winds all year round. The Ju clan village on the mountain had been facing the threat of hurricanes ever since it was built. Ju clan village had hundreds of years of history on Hurricane Mountain. Fighting natural disasters with manpower, they had faced the danger of their village being destroyed many times, but they had always survived. But this time they were faced with a hurricane that was rarely seen in 100 years. Ju clan village could not hold on any longer and fell under the natural disaster. The terrifying hurricane destroyed the spirit spring. Ju clan suffered heavy losses and lost the foundation of their village. They had no choice but to leave their village and come to Shang clan city to seek refuge with Shang clan. Prices in Shang clan city were expensive. To survive, they had no choice but to sell their assets. To Ju clan this was a huge disaster. To others this was a rare opportunity. Ju clan might be a small clan, but to be able to stand tall on Hurricane Mountain and fight against natural disasters for hundreds of years, they had a strong foundation. The sale of the Ju family's assets gave the auction an unusual attraction. Thus, when the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people in Shang clan city. 7 days later the auction was held as scheduled. The auction was filled with people, the spacious hall was filled to the brim. The private rooms at the higher levels were already sold out. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing used their purple thorn tokens to obtain a private room. Fang Yuan opened the window of his private room and stood at the side, feeling the heated atmosphere in the hall. The auction had not started yet, but the 1,000 people in the hall were discussing loudly. Sigh, it is a pity for Zhu clan. After standing tall for hundreds of years, they still fell under the hurricane. The power of heaven and earth is hard to shake. Someone sighed. This is nothing. There will always be new clans being built and old clans being destroyed. Just like a few years ago. The 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain were destroyed in one day. It is normal for Zhu clan to be destroyed. Someone said indifferently. Zhu clan's misfortune is our fortune. I heard that there will be a lot of good stuff in this auction. Someone replied with a gloating attitude. So many Zhu clan clansmen entering Shang clan city, it will be a huge blow to all the businesses in Shang clan city. Someone looked further. At this time a commotion broke out. Look, that is Shang clan young master Shang Qianyo. Fang Yuan looked in the direction of the voice. Indeed, he saw Shang Qianyo walking in from the entrance. His physique was strong and his steps were steady. He was 30 years old this year and was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. Greetings, young master Qianyo. Greetings, young lord. To be able to see the eldest young master. We are truly fortunate to have you here. For a time, many people hurriedly stepped forward and greeted Shang Qianyo. Everyone is well. Shang Qianyo did not speak much. A faint smile appeared on his face as he calmly dealt with the situation. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he walked into a private room. In the auction house. The crowd calmed down. But not long after, there was another commotion. Young Master Chao Feng and young Master Fu Kong have come as well. They've always had a good relationship since they were young. Sure enough, they've come together again today. The 4th child, Shang Chao Feng. His hair was still messy and he had a wild aura about him. As for Shang Fushi, who was ranked 13th, he was refined and dressed like a scholar. The two of them chatted. He walked towards the private room. Along the way there were servants clearing the path, not paying attention to the surrounding people. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. He squinted his eyes. In his previous life's memories, Shang Chao Feng had almost obtained the Shang clan leader position and was Shang XNC's greatest rival. He had a ruthless nature and was decisive. He was very similar to Shang Yanfei in this aspect. And Shang Fushi was his greatest supporter. He was willing to be under him. He had intelligence and was good at scheming. In the future righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, he repeatedly came up with intelligent plans and caused the demonic Gu masters to suffer disastrous losses, showing off his brilliance. These two, one was decisive and the other good at scheming, they complemented each other. The former was in charge of the Gu battle arena, while the latter was in charge of the auction arena. They were both important areas of Shang clan city. The wings were formed. Right now they were the 3rd largest faction among the 10 young masters. Before Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fushi entered the private room, another group of people arrived at the door. Shang Pu Lao, Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi walked in together while talking and laughing. These 3 were ranked 8th, 9th and 10th among Shang Yanfei's children. Because of benefits they formed a small alliance. They were the 2nd largest faction among the young masters. They had great power and temporarily suppressed Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fushi. Shang Pu Lao was in charge of all the brothels in Shang clan city. He had a romantic attitude and was a playboy. Shang Fushi was in charge of the restaurants and silk shops. He had a lion's mouth and wide nose and breathed out yellow smoke. Shang Fushi was short and fat. He was also a strength path Gu master. His core Gu was the tortoise fetus Gu. He had the strength of 10 tortoises. Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi had great martial strength, while Shang Pu Lao was talented in literature. They were the leaders of the 3. 2 martial strength and 1 literature. They had great teamwork. These 3 young masters did not choose a private room, but sat in the main hall. Shang Pu Lao was the best at socializing. Wherever he went, people would gather. He raised his peach blossom eyebrows and talked cheerfully in the crowd. He was free and easy, causing the crowd to become even more lively. On his left and right were Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi. They were like 2 guardian gods. These children of Shang Yanfei are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He now had a deep understanding of the structure of the Shang clan's 10 young masters. Right now, among the Shang clan young masters, there were 3 factions. The first faction was Shang Qianyo. He was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. With just this identity, he had the support of many Shang clan elders and clansmen. The second faction was Shang Pulao, Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi. These three had great influence and were currently in the limelight. The third faction was Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi. They were hiding their strength and waiting for a chance to rise up. As for the others, Shang Yizi was a lone wolf. He was not broad-minded enough. Shang Qiwen was lively and pretty, but had no ambition. Shang Paixio had outstanding talent, but was playful. I want to help Shang Xianxia ascend. I cannot compete with the three factions. Although Shang Xianxia can cultivate, she forcefully awakened her aperture. Her aptitude is only C grade. This is not because her foundation is weak, but because she has no foundation at all. Shang Xianxia was Shang Yanfei's illegitimate son. Her mother was from Zhang clan. Zhang clan and Wu clan were very close. They had many years of grudges with Shang clan. This was Shang Xianxi's political disadvantage. Every year, the young master examination is a good chance for Shang Yanfei's other children to ascend. In my memory, Shang Xianxi will become Shang clan young master 6 years later. But this time is too long. If I want to make use of Shang Xianxi, I have to push her up in advance. This year's examination is an opportunity. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. To push Shang Xianxi to ascend, he had to deal with Shang Yanfei's children. Since he could not compete with the three factions, he had to target others. This point. Not long after Fang Yuan entered Shang clan city, he already had a plan. Just as he was thinking about Shang Xianxi arrived. Countless gazes gathered at the entrance of the auction house. The two beauties of Shang clan. So beautiful. Young master Shang Qiwen was originally pretty and exquisite, but compared to Lady Shang Xianxi, she paled in comparison. Everyone discussed. Shang Xianxi and Shang Qiwen held hands as they walked into the auction house, laughing and chatting. Shang Qiwen was dressed in a colorful dress. Her face was like a peach blossom. She was charming and gentle. Shang Xianxi was dressed in a green dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were like the moon. Her skin was like snow. Her cherry lips were pink. Elegant like orchids, gentle like water. She smiled faintly at times, pure and flawless, a peerless beauty. Everyone's gazes were mesmerized. Beside the two there were 4 servants. 2 of them were Tianlan and Xiao Dai, Shang Xianxi's personal servants. The servants blocked a large group of young men who were trying to curry favor with them. Shang Xianxi and Shang Qiwen walked straight to Fang Yuan's private room. Brother He Tu, Sister Bai Yun. Shang Xianxi greeted softly. Her voice could not conceal her joy and excitement. Shang Yanfei had used man-triumphing heaven gu to forcefully open her aperture. These 2 years he had used many precious gu to raise Shang Xianxi's aptitude. As a result, her original 20% of D-grade aptitude was pushed to 50% of C-grade aptitude, and she was only 1 point away from B-grade aptitude. Shang Yanfei had paid such a huge price to nurture her, and had personally taught her many times. Shang Xianxi could feel his deep fatherly love. The gap between them had mostly disappeared and she felt blissful. Shang Yanfei had also chosen many teachers to teach her. Shang Xianxi lived in seclusion, giving supplementary lessons to gu masters. She was intelligent and sensible. After experiencing hardships, she had a thirst for strength and was not squeamish, having strict requirements for herself. Her rapid improvement made Shang Yanfei very happy. This auction was a rare chance to relax, and she had received Fang Yuan's invitation. She had wanted to come alone, but she met Shang Qiwen on the way. Fang Yuan, I came uninvited. You won't chase me away, right? Shang Qiwen laughed delicately, following Shang Xianxi into the private room. How would I dare? Please sit. Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing sat quietly at the side. Hearing the commotion, she did not stand up, her expression cold. Shang Qiwen curiously looked at this ice beauty, thinking, rumors say that Bai Ningbing is cold and arrogant. It is indeed true. Next, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, this Fang Yuan is also very arrogant. Ever since he came to Third Inner City, he has won every battle and has never tasted defeat, attracting many forces to recruit him. Shang Chaofeng, Shang Qionyou, Shang Pulao and others even invited him personally, but were all rejected. For these two to be able to walk together, birds of a feather really do flock together. Shang Qiwen was in charge of Shang Clan City's battle stage. She was very clear about Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's situation. Ever since Fang and Bai joined the battle stage, they had never lost a single battle. They had outstanding talent and had already become famous figures in the battle stage. Their momentum was so great that they could even match the two rank 4 Gu masters Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu in the battle stage. Anyone could see Fang and Bai's limitless future. If any Shang clan young master could get Fang and Bai's help, their forces would definitely expand. But she, Shang Qiwen, had no ambition. She did not recruit Fang and Bai. Brother He Tu, long time no see, how are you? I heard you fought with Ting Jiulong's Gu master. Shang Xnci sat beside Fang Yuan, her gaze focused on Fang Yuan as she asked with concern. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. It has only been 10 days since we last met, why do you say long time no see? As for Ting Jiulong, he could not stop my winning streak and was defeated by me. Right now, in this battle stage, only Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu are a threat to me, the others are nothing. Chapter 311. As time gradually passed, more and more people entered the auction hall. Look, that's one of the Shang clan's 5 generals, White Light Swordsman. Someone shouted. Wei Yang's nickname was the White Light Swordsman. I have already inquired, the bitter strength Gu you want is the 13th auction item. But Shang Yizi is already in the 5th private room. I heard that he purposely gathered all his funds. Be careful, brother Fangzhen. Wei Yang walked into the private room and warned. Logically speaking, the order of the auction items should not be revealed, and the identity of the guests in the private room should be kept secret. But Wei Yang was one of the 5 important officials of Shang clan. He controlled Shang clan's largest intelligence agency, Wind Rain Manor. It was easy for him to obtain this information. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He was still worried. This time Shang Yizi did not come with good intentions. He has at least 1,200,000 yuan stone. Bitter Strength Gu is a treasure of Strength Path Gu masters. Other than Shang Yizi, there are 2 others who are your greatest competitors. One is Shang Xuanxi, the other is Zhu Kaibei. You have to be careful. 10th brother Shang Baishi had Tortoise Fetus Gu and had the strength of 10 tortoises. He was a Strength Path Gu master not inferior to Fang Yuan. He was in charge of Shang Clan City Substitute Training Company. Even though it did not have much oil money, his 8th brother Shang Pu Lao was in charge of the brothel, and 9th brother Shang Xuanxi was in charge of the wine shop and silk shop. They were all places that made a lot of money. If Shang Baishi wanted Bitter Strength Gu as allies, Shang Pu Lao and Shang Baishi would definitely help. Other than that, there was also Zhu Kaibei. This person had rank 4 cultivation level and was the strongest person in the battle stage of 3rd Inner City. What did rank 4 cultivation mean? In an ordinary family he would be the head of the clan. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 Gu master, but he chose to stay in the battle stage, refusing all kinds of recruitment letters that were flying towards him like snowflakes. If I don't defeat Yan Tu, I won't leave the martial arts stage, he declared to the outside world. Yan Tu was also a rank 4 Gu master with the same title as Zhu Kaibei, half the sky of the battle stage. Both sides were determined to defeat the other, and only after they achieved true dominance would they leave the martial arts arena with glory. Yan Tu was a Fire Path Gu master. He would not have any designs on Bitter Strength Gu. But Zhu Kaibei was a genuine Strength Path Gu master. He had won countless battles, and only when he fought with Yan Tu did they both win and lose. He definitely had a large amount of Yuan stone in his hands. Therefore both Shang Baishi and Zhu Kaibei were Fang Yuan's competitors. Brother, I have some extra money here, take it. Next, Wei Yang gave Fang Yuan a primeval elder Gu. Shang Qiwen couldn't help but look over in shock. She knew that Wei Yang and Fang Yuan had always been close, but she didn't expect their relationship to be this deep. She had investigated beforehand. In this auction, there was a light-type Gu that would be of great help to Wei Yang. Who would have thought that Wei Yang would hand over the Yuan stone to Fang Yuan for Fang Yuan? Looking at the smile of the cloud old man inside the primeval elder Gu, one could tell that there were at least 1,000,000 Yuan stone inside the primeval elder Gu. This was equivalent to Wei Yang giving up on that Gu worm of his own accord. Brother Wei, you are. Fang Yuan showed a trace of hesitation, but at the same time, he showed a moved expression. Don't say anything, keep it. This is a loan, not a gift. I will be your creditor in the future. Wei Yang laughed heartily, not giving Fang Yuan a chance to refuse. He forcefully gave the primeval elder Gu to Fang Yuan. Shang Xianxia also took out a primeval elder Gu. Brother He Tu, this is mine. On her primeval elder Gu, the cloud old man had a bitter expression. It could be seen that the Yuan stone inside was between 100,000 to 300,000. Shang Xianxi's money was the pocket money that Shang Yanfei gave her every month. She lived frugally and saved up, and now she gave it all to Fang Yuan. Saying too much is just being hypocritical. I will accept all of this. I will definitely repay you in the future. Fang Yuan laughed, cupping his fists at the two as he accepted the Yuan stone. Xianxia smiled lightly, not caring about Fang Yuan's repayment. Even if she gave these Yuan stones to Fang Yuan, she would not feel any heartache. But she knew that with Fang Yuan's personality he would not accept her direct gift, so she could only borrow it. That's right. Wei Yang nodded. He had high hopes for Fang Yuan, and especially admired Fang Yuan's personality of repaying kindness and grudges. At the side, Xianxia hesitated, but did not take out the primeval elder Gu. Light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she changed the topic. Look, Zhu Kai Bei is here. At the entrance of the auction house, a muscular man appeared. He was at the prime of his life. He was 8 feet tall, and his skin was tightly packed with layers of muscles. When he walked, the distance between each step was the same, showing his strict and inflexible personality. He was like a towering pagoda that naturally emitted an oppressive aura. The surrounding people did not dare to get close to him, but looked at him with reverent gazes. He was Zhu Kai Bei, a rank 4 Gu master, an expert at the peak of the 3rd inner-city battle stage. Senior Zhu, my young master Xianxia invites you to the 5th private room for a chat. Sir Zhu Kai Bei, my young master Pu Lao has already prepared a banquet for you in the 4th private room. Sir Zhu Kai Bei, this is my young master Chao Feng's invitation, please accept it. At once, many servants squeezed through the crowd representing their young masters, and extended an olive branch to Zhu Kai Bei. But Zhu Kai Bei snorted coldly, not even looking at these people, and directly sat in the first row of the hall. The servants looked at each other and left helplessly. Time passed. After Zhu Kai Bei, another big shot came. This person was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short. His appearance was ordinary, but his face was strange. The left side of his face was completely red, while the right side of his face was a pale blue. Red and blue, splitting his face into 2 parts. From the bridge of his nose, it was split into 2 colors. He is Shang Buli to think he is here. Wei Yang immediately introduced to Fang Yuan. As expected. Fang Yuan nodded, having an idea. Shang Buli, nicknamed Two-Faced Man. He was Shang Yanfei's number 1 general. He had rank 4 cultivation, and had control of ice and fire Gu worms. He was Shang clan's number 1 official, and also the Shang clan leader in charge of the slave trade. His position was even higher than Wei Yang's. Shang Buli's appearance naturally attracted countless compliments and bootlicking. He had an arrogant expression, squinting his eyes as he walked slowly in the crowd, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. His authority was even greater than the 10 young masters. The young masters could only control some businesses in Shang Clan City, but as the number 1 official, Shang Buli controlled all of Shang Clan's slave trade. Shang Buli, can't you walk faster? Why are you so slow? Are you a man? At this time, an unhappy voice came from behind. Shang Buli's status in Shang Clan City was second only to one who dared to scold him so rudely. But when Shang Buli heard this, his heart shook. He shrunk his head and turned around, bowing to the person who spoke. So it is Lady Dr. Su Shou. I, Shang Buli, greet you. The person was Dr. Su Shou. She was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, rank 5 cultivation. She had once treated Fang Yuan's injuries. She was still dressed in white, her face was covered with a white veil. People could not see her face, but her voluptuous body could not be concealed. Shang Buli did not dare to look at her. His gaze was on the floor beside Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou and clan leader Shang Yanfei had deep grudges. She had a high status in Shang Clan. She was Shang Yanfei's confidant. Even if Shang Buli had the guts, he would not dare to disrespect her. Just don't block my way. Dr. Su Shou snorted coldly, leading the 8 white-clothed servants past Shang Buli and into a private room, vanishing from everyone's sight. Shang Buli rubbed his nose, smiling bitterly. He could only admit defeat in front of Dr. Su Shou. Not long after, many more people appeared. Yan Tu, who was on par with Zhu Kai Bei, Shang Yanfei's 5th general Yi Hua, Yi Bu Hui from Yi Clan, Fei Clan's Fei Luan Feng and others. The auction this time is simply a gathering of heroes. There are famous Gu masters, there are new generation forces, there are lone heroes, and there are leaders with powerful clans. Among these people, how many of them will become my obstacle? Fang Yuan pondered. Sorry for the wait, the auction will begin now. The hosting female Gu master was young and beautiful. She stood on the stage and used a voice amplification Gu. She knew everyone was getting impatient. She spoke concisely, introducing the first auction item. Frost Arrow Gu. Rank 4 Gu worm shaped like a mosquito. Its body was blue like ice, its mouth was long and thin like a needle. This ice-type Gu was collected by Zhu Clan village. Just like Guiyue village, they had collected many goo worms that were not related to moon-type goo. Once the frost arrow goo is activated, frost energy will spread and condense into an arrow, shooting at the enemy. As everyone knows, its greatest advantage is that it consumes very little primeval essence. Even rank 3 goo masters can use it. The starting price is 70,000 yuan stone. The female goo master introduced straightforwardly. 75,000. 80,000. 85,000. The price continued to rise, and when it reached 90,000, the bidding speed slowed down. The increment of the goo master's bids decreased from 5,000 to 3,000. When it passed the 100,000 mark, the increment of 3,000 shrunk to 1,000. 110,000. Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. The esteemed guest in the 9th private room bids 110,000. The hosting female goo master's voice rose. This was the first time an esteemed guest had bid 120,000. Xianxia's voice came from the 5th private room. Bai Ningbing squinted, immediately saying, 130,000. Xianxia continued, 140,000. Bai Ningbing looked deeply at Fang Yuan before saying, 150,000. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. This bidding was obviously Xianxia trying to make things difficult for them. Because Bai Ningbing was in the same 9th private room as Fang Yuan, she suffered a blow from Xianxia. She was innocently shot at. 150,000 to buy a frost arrow goo. Humph, I want you to suffer like this. In the 5th private room, Xianxia laughed coldly, not bidding anymore. Although Bai Ningbing bought the frost arrow goo, she paid an extra 40,000 yuan stone. It seems this time Xianxia is coming at us with great momentum. Wei Yang sighed. Xianxia also frowned, worrying for Fang Yuan. Chapter 312. Everyone, please take a look, this is a 1,000-year wind willow. The female goo master pointed at the item on the stage, slowly introducing. Wind willow is a rare and precious goo refinement material. Its living environment is special, it needs the power of the wind to grow continuously. Because Fengji Mountain has strong winds all year round, there are large numbers of wind willows. Ordinary wind willows are only tens or hundreds of years old. But as this auction item, this wind willow is over 1,000 years old, it can be used as a rank 5 goo refinement material. The starting price is 50,000 yuan stone. The auction starts now. The female goo master had just finished speaking when someone called out a price. 55,000. 58,000. 65,000. 70,000. The price continued to rise, many people participated in the bidding, most of them were professional goo refinement masters. 1,000-year wind willows were rare. Even Zhu clan, who had lived on Fengji Mountain for hundreds of years, only had 18 of them left. The wind willow did not have a trunk, it only had roots rooted in the mountain rocks as well as a single branch. When the wind blew, this single branch would dance in the wind, like a long aquatic plant at the bottom of the sea. This 1,000-year wind willow on the stage had already been coiled up, but its total length was definitely over 100 meters. Fang Yuan tried to join in, calling out a price. As expected, Xianxia immediately called out, raising the price by 5,000. But in the end, the wind willow was bought by a refinement master, spending close to 100,000. 1,000-year wind willow, this is the 8th auction item. During this period I have tried to make a move, but was attacked by Xianxia every time. If I do not make a move, he will not make a move. It seems this person is here to oppose me to the end. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, becoming more aware of Xianxia's narrow-mindedness. Time passed unknowingly. 9th auction item, 10th auction item. Next is the 12th auction item. This is a chasing wind goo, a rank 4 movement goo, it allows the goo master to chase the wind. The starting price is 180,000. The female goo master's clear voice resounded in the entire auction hall. 190,000. 200,000. 220,000. 250,000. The chasing wind goo was one of the popular auction items. Once it appeared, it set off the first climax of the auction house. Many people participated in the bidding. The private rooms that were usually quiet were now filled with voices calling out bids. Among wind, light, lightning, cloud, these 4 types of goo movement type goo were very outstanding. Chasing wind goo is a rank 4 goo, it can greatly increase a goo master's speed. Fang Yuan called out a price, Xianxia immediately followed, suppressing Fang Yuan's bid. Fang Yuan stopped bidding, and the two of them were soon drowned out by the following bids. From time to time, new competitors would join the fray, but at the same time, more people would helplessly choose to give up when they saw the rising price. When the Chasing Wind Gu's price rose to 350,000, there were only 2 Gu masters left competing. One was an elder of the Yi clan Yi Buhui, and the other was an elder of the Fei clan Fei Luanfeng. The relationship between the Yi clan and the Fei clan was not harmonious, and the competition between the 2 elders was also mixed with anger. Finally, Chasing Wind Gu was bought by Elder Yi Buhui at a high price of 44,000. Although Fang Yuan had over 2 million worth of yuan stone, he did not participate in the bidding. Chasing Wind Gu contained the Dao marks of wind. If he used it, the beast phantoms on his body would interfere, and the effect would be greatly reduced. Thus, Chasing Wind Gu was not suitable for Fang Yuan. If it was a rank 4 Immortal Wind Gu, I would be interested in buying it, but it is only Chasing Wind Gu. Fang Yuan had a recipe that could use Immortal Wind Gu, 7-star Gu and some other supplementary materials to refine Fixed Immortal Travel, Gu. Dream Travel, Carefree Travel, Fixed Immortal Travel and Wine God Travel, they were known as the 4 Great Movement Gu. These 4 Gu were all rank 5 Gu. Among them, Dream Travel could allow a Gu master to enter other people's dream realms. Carefree Travel was most proficient in dodging attacks. Fixed Immortal Travel was a one-time consumable Gu, but it could allow a Gu master to teleport to any place in the world. Wine God Travel was the most special. It first appeared in The Legends of Renzu. Let's not talk about it here. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, thus he had the 2 recipes of Carefree Travel Gu and Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Among them, Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was what Fang Yuan needed the most, but the success rate of refinement was extremely low, and he did not have enough materials to refine it, thus he could only give up on it for now. Alright, next is the 13th item of this auction. Bitter Strength Gu. The female Gu master introduced it eloquently on the stage, but even without her explanation, many Gu masters' eyes were already shining brightly. I must get this Bitter Strength Gu, no one can stop me. 200,000 yuan stone. Before the female Gu master made a bid, Fang Yuan had already shouted. Fang Yuan's words made Zhu Kai Bei unhappy. Young people are so impatient. I bid 250,000. 300,000. On the other side, Shang Baishi followed up. 500,000. Fang Yuan made a shocking bid. The whole auction house went into an uproar. From the voice it should be Guiyue Fangzheng. He is really rich, calling out a high price of 500,000 for a Bitter Strength Gu. He has won so many times in the battle stage, his wealth is very deep. Everyone sighed. Some Strength Path Gu masters had a bitter expression. They had been looking forward to the Bitter Strength Gu and wanted to try it, but who could have expected Fang Yuan to do this? They were kicked out before they could even bid. Even the female Gu master on the stage had a surprised expression. Bitter Strength Gu was a rank 4 Gu, but Strength Path Gu worms did not have high requirements for primeval essence, and could barely be used at rank 3 realm. Its market price was around 380,000, slightly lower than Chasing Wind Gu. To think that Fang Yuan immediately bid 500,000, 120,000 yuan stone higher. Youngsters nowadays are really energetic. Zhu Kai Bei sighed, no longer bidding. 500,000 yuan stone was enough for him to buy some other Gu worms, they were more useful to him. 8th brother, 9th brother. Shang Baishi hesitated as he looked at the 2 young masters beside him. 9th brother Shang Baishi did not speak, only looking at Shang Pu Lao. 10th brother, it depends on you. If you want to compete, we will support you to the end. Shang Pu Lao encouraged with a smile. Shang Baishi gritted his teeth. 500,000, it is not worth it. Forget it, let Fangzheng have it. He also gave up on competing. Fang Yuan displayed his determination to win, knocking down the 2 competitors. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Wait, I bid 510,000. Just as the female Gu master was about to strike, Shang Yizi's slow voice came from the 5th private room. Shang Yizi, you think you can stop me? 600,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan immediately spoke, his tone showing disdain. Shang Yizi sneered, Fangzheng, if you want to play, I will play with you. 610,000. The auction house went into an uproar. Fangzheng and the Shang clan young master are at loggerheads. How can this be? Fangzheng has the purple thorn token. He is Shang clan's esteemed guest. He is not afraid of Shang Yizi's young master identity. But Shang Yizi controls all the shops in Shang clan city. He is wealthier. This is going to be a fierce battle. 700,000. Fang Yuan shouted, Xianxia, you lost to me, you are my loser. It seems you did not learn your lesson last time. Xianxia immediately retorted, bullshit, let's see who teaches who a lesson this time. 710,000. The crowd went into an uproar again. The conflict between Xianxia and Fang Yuan was not a secret among the higher-ups of Shang Clan City. But to ordinary Gu masters, it was a huge gossip. At once, people started to guess why Xianxia became enemies with Fang Yuan. Evidently, Xianxia lost to Fang Yuan in a battle, thus he wants to take revenge. Why bother with these reasons? Young Master Yazi is a narrow-minded person. Even if he bumps into a passerby, he will take revenge. Furthermore, Fang Jing is a lawless person. It would be strange if the two did not have a conflict. You are all wrong. I have already heard that Xianxia and Fang Jing went to Qin Yan brothel together. They were interested in the top lady and you. But in the end, Fang Jing succeeded, thus Xianxia bears a grudge. Is that true? Someone immediately expressed his doubts. The person who had just spoken was fearless. He pointed at a seat and said, look, Miss Yu is sitting there. Don't doubt me, just ask her. Thus, everyone looked at Lady Yu with questioning gazes. Lady Yu was stunned, she did not expect herself to be involved. But she suddenly saw the old brothel keeper winking at her. She immediately understood that this was a sudden inspiration to hype up the event. For a brothel girl like her, only by creating hype like this could she increase her value. She did not reply directly, lowering her head, her face flushed red. Just this expression alone was enough to convince most of the people who doubted him. So it is like this. Looking at Lady Yu's expression, it is obvious that she will agree. You do not know the inside story, but I do. Beauties have always been paired with heroes. Why does Lady Yu like Fang Jing? Why? Because Xianxia is skinny, his lower body is not good. But Fang Jing is full of energy, every time he attacks he can use all-out effort Gu. The wild boar's charge, the brown bear's smack, the crocodile's tail twisting, the horse's speed, the green bull's endurance, the stone turtle's endurance. Such a man, which girl would not like him? Oh. Immediately many men let out a sound of understanding. Many girls could not help but clamp their legs together, their faces flushed red as they fell into reverie. Lady Yu's head drooped even lower, but she was secretly happy. I am going to be famous, I am going to be famous. While everyone was gossiping, Fang Yuan and Xianxia's bid had already reached 810,000. Fang Jing, with me here today you will lose for sure. Give up, you cannot beat me. Xianxia laughed proudly, he added another 10,000 yuan stone, just to disgust Fang Yuan. You think I am afraid of you? It is just 810,000, what's so great about it? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Young master, it's enough. It's time to stop. A servant cautiously said. Xianxia hesitated, I know what I am doing. Fang Jing is determined to get the bitter strength Gu. When Fang Jing raises the price again I will raise it again and then stop. This idiot, he spent 800,000 to buy a bitter strength Gu, that is more than twice the price. Let me vent my anger, this is really delightful, ha. At this time Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. But this time I will let you go, you can have the bitter strength Gu. Servant. Chapter 313. Haha, Xianxia's face must be ashen right now. In the 9th private room Wei Yang could not help but laugh. But brother Fang Jing, you did not buy the bitter strength Gu, are you really fine? At the side, Xianxia also looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Fang Yuan laughed, I must get the bitter strength Gu, but I do not want to be a fool and spend 810,000 to buy this Gu. I would rather refine it myself. 810,000, it is enough for me to try many times. But the chances of failure are high and brother He too will be injured. Xianxia said worriedly. Fang Yuan shook his head lightly, he had a plan for this, but he could not tell others. This Fang Jing played Xianxia. Xianxia spent 810,000 to buy this bitter strength Gu. The crowd's eyes were bright. Xianxia is an idiot, he is a disgrace to our young masters. The Shang clan young masters were furious. Speaking of which, Fang Jing acted really well, even I was tricked by him. Someone sighed. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. I already knew something was amiss. Someone said in hindsight. Xianxia is narrow-minded and likes to take revenge, thus he kept bidding. But Fang Jing did not get what he wanted, both were losers. Thus the auction cannot be stingy. Zhu Kai Bei sighed in his heart. The real winner is the auction. Zhu clan is happy, one bitter strength Gu sold for 810,000. Everyone discussed and whispered to each other. But in truth they neglected another big winner. That was the suddenly famous lady in Yu. Xianxia threw the blue porcelain cup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the 5th private room, the servants immediately knelt down, not even daring to breathe loudly. Xianxia sat on his seat, breathing heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his face full of anger. He was tricked by Fangzheng. 810,000 he bought a bitter strength gu, he had no use for it. Xianxia felt his heart bleeding. In fact, he was shrewd. He had learned a lesson from that setback and he had learned from his mistakes. Over the past year or so he had worked hard and managed the shop very well. But character determines fate. He was a petty person, and his hatred had blinded him, causing him to fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fangzheng, if not for the poison Vao Gu, I would have killed you and cut you into pieces. Xianxia screamed in his mind. The auction continued. The 14th item, the 15th, the 16th, the 18th, the 28th, a wave of bidding war erupted. The atmosphere was heated and everyone quickly forgot about the fight between Fang Yuan and Xianxia. Next is the 32nd item, rank 4 atmosphere gu. The female gu master's voice was still crisp and sweet. Wind gu's shape was like a butterfly, it had a pair of azure blue wings and every time it flapped, there would be diamond-like starlight in the surrounding air. Naturally it was very eye-catching. Atmosphere gu was a very special gu. It absorbed the vitality of life and was born from the wind, it was a natural gu. Until now there was no recipe master who had researched the recipe to refine them. Recipe masters were divided into 3 main paths. The past path, researching the lost strength path, chi path and other gu worm recipes trying to restore them. Now, the current path, researching natural gu worms trying to find their recipe. There was also the future path, which specialized in creating new gu worm refinement recipes. Atmosphere gu not only had a special origin, it also had a special use. It targeted a group of people, using a formless force to create a popular hobby or habit in the group. In ancient times, gu masters used it to deal with beast groups. For example, to deal with a group of steel needle pigs, after the gu master used the atmosphere gu, these steel needle pigs would suddenly have a habit of rubbing their fur against rocks. The fur of the steel needle pigs were like iron needles, able to attack and defend. After rubbing against rocks, the fur would gradually be damaged, and gu masters could deal with them effortlessly. But later, gu masters found that atmosphere gu was a great tool to rule tribes and clans. Some clans lacked food but liked to brew wine. After using atmosphere gu, they changed their habit of brewing wine, and had more food, the clan grew stronger. Atmosphere gu could not only be used internally, it could also be used externally. In history there was a famous example. 2 clans fought, the weaker side used atmosphere gu, causing the stronger clan to have the custom of binding the feet of women. This caused the women in the clan to have a huge decrease in labor. The female gu master's battle strength also fell, and were eventually killed by the weaker clan. After all, this was the world of gu, there were all sorts of gu worms. The female gu master gave a long introduction, saying, Atmosphere gu, starting price is 260,000 yuan stone. 300,000. E-clan elder Bu Hui was the first to bid. 350,000. Fei clan's Fei Luanfeng did not back down. 370,000. A recipe master shouted. 380,000. Wei Yang said. He was in charge of Fengyu Manor, and hoped to use this atmosphere gu to make his subordinates work harder. 500,000. Fang Yuan shouted again. The whole place was silent. Fang Yuan was silent for a long time, but this time, his voice made everyone recall the competition between him and Xianxia not long ago. 500,000 yuan stone for 1 atmosphere gu? Fangzheng, you still want to scam me? Do you think I am an idiot? Xianxia gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. He had just spent 810,000, if he spent another 500,000 he would go bankrupt. 500,000 going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. The female gu master shouted. The price of 500,000 slightly exceeded everyone's expectations, but no one raised the bid. Atmosphere gu was useful for large forces, but had little use for individuals, causing most people to lose interest. Brother Fangzheng, this atmosphere gu can be bought at 460,000. Wei Yang sighed. Xianxia had a different opinion. No, considering the fact that the 2 elders from E clan and Fei clan are competing, the price will continue to rise. Calling 500,000 and dispelling their thoughts is the right choice. 460,000, 500,000. it is just 40,000 yuan stone. Brother Wei, I will accept this Gu. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying nonchalantly. What, you also want to rebuild Guyue village? Wei Yang was shocked, not expecting Fang Yuan to be interested in the atmosphere Gu. Earlier he had thought Fang Yuan was bidding for him. Of course I have a need, but before this matter is completed, I need to keep it a secret. Fang Yuan smiled, not explaining much. So secretive. Bai Ningbing was not used to Fang Yuan's style, she knew he had a motive, and was secretly vigilant. After the atmosphere Gu was a set of eating wind Gu. 38 eating wind Gu were combined into one set and auctioned together. Eating wind Gu was only a rank 2 Gu worm, but it was very useful. It allowed Gu masters to eat wind as food, filling their stomachs. Jiu clan village was located on Jiu Feng mountain, and specialized in wind-type Gu worms. Eating wind Gu was one of their specialties. Time continued to pass. 34th item. 35, 38, 44, Fang Yuan did not bid again, but Wei Yang bid once, successfully buying a light-type Gu, getting what he wanted. Bai Ningbing also bid 3 times, finally getting a rank 3 tornado Gu. Just as Fang Yuan was starting to feel bored, the final 49th auction item appeared. This is the final treasure of this auction. It is not a Gu worm, nor is it a precious refinement material, it is a recipe. The female Gu master slowly introduced. Next she added, this recipe, because it is very precious, has not been appraised yet. This sentence undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of most people. Normally, precious Gu refinement recipes had to be appraised carefully. Because once it was appraised by a recipe master, there was a risk of the recipe being leaked. Recipe, the fewer people who knew, the better. Without a secret, a recipe that was known by everyone would be worth less than a piece of paper. The female Gu master was experienced, she purposely did not speak, giving everyone time to react. Seeing everyone's distracted gazes return to her, the female Gu master smiled lightly, throwing out a bomb. This recipe is related to Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus? Did I hear wrongly? Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. This series of Gu is too famous, it is like thunder in my ears. This is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's core Gu. It is said that whoever can refine a Rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus will have the chance to inherit Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's inheritance. To think that Jiu clan village had such a collection. The crowd in the auction house was in an uproar. The female Gu master continued, I believe everyone has some understanding of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, I will not introduce it. This is a recipe on how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The starting price is 500,000 yuan stone. The price of a recipe was much higher than a Gu worm. The Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus recipe was even more expensive than the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus itself. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. In theory, with the recipe, there would be countless Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Wait, I have a question. Does this recipe require Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the refinement material? Fang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked loudly. The female Gu master's expression changed slightly. She did not want to answer, but she knew that Fang Yuan was the owner of the purple thorn token. She had been trying to avoid this question, but did not expect Fang Yuan to be so quick-witted and find the crucial point. Without a choice, she could only speak the truth. In principle, the recipe's contents will not be announced. But Shang clan values integrity, this recipe indeed needs Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material. Everyone was in an uproar. Using Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material, where can we find it? No wonder Jiu clan could not refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus even after obtaining this recipe. What is the use of this recipe? We are in the middle of nowhere, it is too awkward. That was close, luckily Fang Jing asked. The most important thing is whether this recipe is real or fake, we have not verified it yet. This recipe was kept by Jiu clan, it must not be bad. I will bid 520,000 yuan stone. A recipe master bid. Even so, the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was still very attractive to some Gu masters. 550,000. 580,000. The price continued to rise, getting slower and slower until it finally stopped at 660,000. Chapter 314. As the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was bought by Wei Yang, the auction ended smoothly. Zhu clan was a clan that had existed for hundreds of years. It had deep foundations. These Zhu clan collections gave many people who participated in the auction some gains, and also broadened their horizons. It is rare for everyone to gather together. Don't leave yet, let me host. Fang Yuan urged everyone to stay. In the restaurant there were delicacies and wine on jade plates. Brother Fangjing, this is the recipe you wanted. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Yang took out a heart-engraved gu and handed it to Fang Yuan. Heart-engraved gu was like a ladybug the size of a finger. It was completely red, and on the round carapace on its back, there were 4 white heart-shaped spots. Heart-engraved gu was a storage-type gu. It was similar to a bookworm storing information. Heart-engraved gu could be found from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 heart-engraved gu only had 1 white heart-shaped spot on its carapace. Rank 2 heart-engraved gu and so on. The heart-engraved gu that Wei Yang took out had 4 spots. It meant this heart-engraved gu was a rank 4 gu. However, to store the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, it was normal to use a rank 4 heart-engraved gu. Fang Yuan had spent 670,000 yuan stone for this recipe. To avoid suspicion he let Wei Yang bid. Looking at this heart-engraved gu, Fang Yuan did not take it, instead saying, "Since Brother Wei has already refined it, why don't you use it now? It will save me the trouble of refining it again." "All right." Wei Yang nodded, injecting his primeval essence. The heart-engraved gu let out a soft sound, turning into a pink light. Under the control of Wei Yang's will, the flowing light pounced into Fang Yuan's chest and vanished in an instant. Immediately, a recipe appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It was the recipe of how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The main gu worm before the refinement. All the supplementary materials, all the steps as well as the things to take note of during the refinement were all there. These contents, Fang Yuan could not forget even if he wanted to, as if they were deeply engraved in his mind. This was the effect of the heart-engraved gu deep memory. It was as if it was engraved in his bones and heart. A faint feeling of joy emerged in Fang Yuan's heart. I have Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but it is only rank 3. It works well for now, but when I reach rank 4, its support effect immediately weakened. Now that I have this secret recipe, if I'm able to refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus in the future, it will undoubtedly be of great help to me. Fang Yuan did not know the secret recipe of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To be able to obtain this prescription was a pleasant surprise. Of course, this secret recipe had never been appraised. However, with Fang Yuan's rich experience, he knew that it was impossible. Based on his initial judgment, the possibility of this secret recipe being fake was very small. Otherwise, the Shang clan wouldn't have taken it out for auction. But in the future, I will need to use some gu to deduce it and prevent any traps or mistakes. Now that I've bought this secret recipe, I'm afraid others will have some ideas. There will definitely be many people guessing whether I have a Heavenly Yuan Treasure Lotus in my hands. However, although the Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus was rare, it was not unique. It was not as troublesome as the Blood Skull gu. Otherwise, I will not brazenly buy this secret recipe. Right now, my gu worm assembly is gradually forming and my cultivation is constantly breaking through. I have fewer worries. Buying this recipe is not a big deal. If it was before, Fang Yuan would not be so brazen as to buy this recipe. But now he was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage, and it was only a matter of a few days. After using the white silver relic gu, he would be rank 3 peak stage. His strength was no longer the same as before, and he had the purple thorn token to protect him. Moreover, people were only guessing, thus he could completely bear the consequences of this matter. Looking at the time, Fangjing has already been in Shang Clan City for over 2 years. His strength has improved far beyond my expectations. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Wei Yang drank his wine. Although he had some guesses, he did not say anything. Does Brother He too have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Xianxia was also thinking but did not ask. On the first day of her cultivation, Shang Yanfei had told her many taboos in the gu master circle. One of them was not to casually ask other gu masters about their gu worms. Gu worms were the foundation of a gu master. They were their secrets and trump cards. Once their gu worms were exposed, the gu master would be easily targeted. Thus, gu masters could not ask each other's gu worms. This was a huge taboo. Fang Yuan has the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, so he bought the recipe. This is understandable. But he gave up on the bitter strength gu and bought atmosphere gu. Why? Bai Ning Bing, who was sitting at the side, did not speak but pondered in her heart. She could not see through Fang Yuan's actions. Sigh, if only I could become a young master. Shang clan young masters have the chance to request 3 goo worms from the clan every year, and the clan will purchase them for free. Xianxia sighed. This was one of Shang clan's policies to nurture young masters. As long as the request was not excessive, Shang clan would gather the clan's power to purchase the goo the young masters wanted. If Xianxia became a young master, she could borrow the entire Shang clan's power to obtain a bitter strength goo. It would be a piece of cake. Fang Yuan had been looking for bitter strength goo since a long time ago. Now that he had finally obtained it in the auction, he was obstructed by Shang Yizi and missed this opportunity. Xianxia really wanted to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan patted Xianxia's shoulder, smiling. No worries, who knows, Shang Yizi might hand over that bitter strength goo to me. Second brother spent 810,000 to buy that bitter strength goo. He has already become a laughing stock. To make him hand it over, I'm afraid it won't work. Shang Qiwen shook her head, feeling that Fang Yuan was indulging in fantasy. Brother Heitu, have you thought of a brilliant plan? Xianxi's eyes shone brightly. Wei Yang and the others also turned their gazes over curiously. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying confidently, "This is all thanks to Ningbing." Meh. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Quickly tell us, what brilliant plan? Everyone became even more curious. In 2 to 3 days this matter will be clear. Let me keep you in suspense for now. Fang Yuan laughed. He looked at Xianxia, his expression turning solemn. Xnci, do you really want to become a young master? To become a young master, you will fall into the political whirlpool and have no control over yourself. Shang clan's situation. You know it better than me now. The competition between Shang clan's young masters is intense. For a position, they will fight until their heads bleed. If you want to become a young master, you will face the danger of internal strife. This was the crux of the matter. Fang Yuan needed to get to the bottom of this. If Xianxia did not have this determination, she would be a hopeless fool. Under Fang Yuan's bright gaze, Xianxia smiled lightly. Brother Heitu, even the current me, can I gain freedom? It's also against my will. Join the caravan. The journey to Shang Clan City was filled with difficulties and dangers. I almost died. I have already reflected on it. The world is like the sea. We are like a small boat. The small boats float with the waves. We look carefree, but there is a lot of helplessness and pain. Only when one's cultivation level is high and his force is strong, can a small boat become a big ship, able to fight against the wind and rain, and provide shelter for the people I care about. Xianxi's words were flat and not impassioned at all. But everyone could hear the lofty sentiments in her words. Good. Ambitious. Wei Yang laughed. Shang Qiwen also looked at him in surprise. She had been with Xianxi for a long time, but she had never seen the latter's gentle side. There was such a great ambition hidden in his heart. My young miss is a genius in the business world. She is more than qualified to be a Shang clan young master. Xiao Dai stood behind Xianxi, interrupting with a proud expression. Xiao Dai. Xianxi had an embarrassed expression, looking at Xiao Dai with slight annoyance. Xiao Dai stuck out her tongue. Ah, well said. Since that is the case, we will lend you a hand and help you become Shang clan young master. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, feeling assured. It was not strange for Xianxi to have such ambitions. The children of poor people matured early. Xianxi's childhood was not happy, and she was bullied by her clan. The trip to the merchant group taught her the cruelty of the world, and her own weakness and insignificance. No matter how gentle a person was after such provocation, they would also work hard. But Xianxi was kind-hearted, different from Fang and Bai. She wanted to become strong. Other than for herself, she wanted to give happiness to the people around her. This year's young master examination is over. Sister Xianxi will have a chance next year. However, the competition for the young master position is very intense. Lord Father has many children and there is only one young master position every year, but there are hundreds of competitors. Shang Qiwen smiled, giving advice to Xianxi. But in her heart she did not think so. Xianxi's cultivation level was low, only rank 1 upper stage. Her aptitude was not good, not even B grade, and had no potential to develop. Her mother was from Zhang clan, and Zhang clan had always had deep grudges with Shang clan. This was her political disadvantage. She was alone with little power. Who would support her? Her only advantage was Shang Yanfei's love. For her, Shang Yanfei paid a huge price, almost changing her fate. turning the hopeless Xianxia into a Gu master. This was a treatment that none of his other children had. But this advantage in a way was also a disadvantage. Xianxia was isolated, and even Xiangqi was secretly envious of her. With all these reasons, it was extremely difficult for Xianxia to become Shang clan young master, and the chances were slim. Fang Yuan was well aware of Xianxia's disadvantages. In his previous life, Xianxia only became young master after 6 years. But times had changed. In his previous life Xianxia was alone, but in this life she had Fang Yuan's help. Xnci, don't worry, with our help there is no need for next year, you will become young master this year. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as if he had everything planned out. Then we will wait and see. Xiangqi smiled on the surface, but inwardly curled her lips, feeling that Fang Yuan was becoming more and more unreliable, boasting too much. Wei Yang put down his wine cup. Brother Fangjing, this matter concerns the battle for Shang clan young master. It is not a small matter. As an important minister of the family, I can't get involved in this. No need for Brother Wei's help. This plan had been laid down more than 2 years ago. It is all thanks to Ning Bing. Fang Yuan laughed. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on by Ning Bing. As the focal point, Bai Ning Bing still had a cold expression, but her heart was filled with doubts and she cursed inwardly. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 315. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days passed. Bitter strength Gu. In the study room, Xiangxia looked at the Gu worm in his hand, frowning as he had an urge to kill this Gu. But he had to endure it. This bitter strength Gu was bought by him at a high price of 810,000 after all. If he killed it, he would feel heartache. But every time he looked at it, Xiangxia felt extremely depressed. This bitter strength Gu was like a silent mockery, constantly reminding Xiangxia of his stupidity. A few days ago at the auction he was schemed against by Fang Yuan in front of everyone. Now he had become a laughing stock. Even the surrounding clansmen did not want to see him. So be it if he was stupid, but you are the Shang clan young master. Your actions are smearing Shang clan's reputation. As the Shang clan young master, Xiangxia's every action represented Shang clan's image to a certain extent. His performance at the auction was not only a humiliation to himself, it also humiliated the pride and superiority of the Shang clan clansmen. As for Shang Yanfei, he did not say anything. But this made Xiangxia even more uneasy. No, I must get back at him. I want father to look at me differently, I want the clansmen to change their impression of me. Xiangxia gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Fangjing, you dare to go against me, you dare to play with me. I will make you pay a terrible price. His eyes shone with a cold light as he started to think of ways to scheme against Fang Yuan. After this matter, his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened. It was a bone-deep hatred. Young master, this is bad. At this time, a trusted servant ran over and stood in front of the door of the study, shouting loudly. Why are you so flustered? What is this? Get in here. Xiangxia scolded in displeasure. The door was pushed open as the servant knelt on the ground with a panicked expression. Young master, this is bad. I don't know where it came from, but almost all the streets and alleys in Shang Clan City are spreading. It is being spread. They say young master had once fought with Fangjing for Lady in Yu, but failed. That's why he wants to teach Fangjing a lesson. Miss in Yu? The top girl from Qinyan brothel? What nonsense. Xiangxia's lips twitched. He sneered disdainfully. However, the servant continued, there are still rumors going around in the marketplace that you and Fangjing had a secret deal. In order to pass the assessment you had made false accounts. What? Xiangxia heard this. He let out a loud roar. His expression changed drastically and he jumped up from his seat. The brush and ink on the desk were shaken to the ground. The servant spoke cautiously and hurriedly, Young master, this matter has been spread very clearly. Even the specific time of the transaction and the specific accounts were clearly transmitted. I heard it has already attracted the attention of the clan's internal affairs hall and they are sending Gu masters to investigate. Xiangxia was extremely shocked, his mind felt like it was struck by lightning. In an instant, the blood drained from his face, turning it deathly pale. His heart was pounding. His body felt weak and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He held onto the desk with his hands and barely managed to support himself. This blow came too fast, too heavy, too sudden. It's over, it's over. Once the false accounts are exposed, I will definitely lose my position as young master. This is a violation of the clan rules, even mother can't speak up for me. Even asking father for my hand in marriage is useless. Once I lose this identity, who knows how many people will hit me when I'm down. With a disaster looming, Xianxia was extremely panicked, falling into extreme fear. How could such news be spread? I clearly did it in secret. Apart from Fangjing, no one else can know of it. It's impossible, it's impossible. Xianxia mumbled to himself, his eyes in a daze. He was still too young and had not experienced the tempering of life and death. Although he had managed the shop for 2 years and had to deal with many matters, he only had a thin skin. Facing such a huge change, he was at a loss and could not react in time. Nanqiu Garden Lake Pavilion. A light breeze blew, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. The lake was not big, on both sides were mountains made of gray rocks. Around the rocks there were bamboo and fir trees. On the surface of the lake, large green lotus leaves were spread out, with white flower buds that had not bloomed yet. Golden and orange carps were playing in the lake, occasionally popping out of the water. The pavilion was made of gold bricks and vermilion beams, with bead curtains and painted rafters. It was very intricate. In the pavilion there was a chessboard stone table with 2 youngsters playing chess. One was a young man dressed in black, his eyes were deep like an abyss. The other was a young lady dressed in white, with silver hair and blue eyes. Her expression was cold. It was Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing put down a piece and looked outside the pavilion at the lake. This Xianxia is so stupid, his reaction is so slow. It has been so long since I spread the news. Why is he still not here? Don't worry, I have already instructed the guards to let him in. He will definitely come. Fang Yuan smiled, displaying his confidence in controlling the situation. After Xianxia panicked, he would definitely be suspicious of Fang Yuan. He would definitely come and check the situation. Even if he did not suspect anything, he would collude with Fang Yuan to stop Shang clan's investigation. Bai Ningbing squinted, sighing faintly. Fang Yuan, I can't help but admire you to be able to leave such a loophole in the poison vow. 2 years ago you already wanted to harm Xianxia, didn't you? You just endured until now. When the time is right, you activated this trap. Fang Yuan chuckled and put down a piece, answering, Xianxia is a petty person, he will definitely take revenge on us. How can I leave such a scourge alive? But I did not do anything earlier because Xianxia has just arrived, and has not gained a firm foothold yet. After getting rid of Xianxia, we will push Xianxia up, she will be of great use to us in the future. Bai Ningbing did not speak anymore, a blue eerie light flashed in her eyes. She felt a chill in her heart. This Fang Yuan's schemes were linked to each other, they were closely linked. As long as one stepped into it, it would be like sinking into a swamp, unable to get out. What was even more shocking was that he had already planned for today's situation 2 years ago. This kind of intelligence was really frightening. Xianxia was simply courting death by going against such a person. Fangjing, where are you? Come out. Xianxia's angry roar could be heard. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was not obstructed by any trees, and with the bellboy's information, Xianxia easily found Fang and Bai. Fangjing, you still have the time to play chess? Do you know what the rumors are spreading outside? Speak, did you do all of this? Xianxia rushed in front of Fang and Bai, pointing at Fang Yuan as he shouted angrily. Fang Yuan turned his body slightly, replying indifferently, if I did all of this, would I still be alive? To think that you are becoming more and more stupid, Xianxia. Don't you remember that we used the poison vow gu together? Xianxia snorted, his anger subsiding slightly. Fang Yuan was right, if Fang Yuan was the one who spread the news, he would be dead already. Now that he was sitting in front of him, it proved that he was not the one who spread the news. But Fang Yuan's next sentence caused him to explode with rage. Although I was not the one who spread the news, my companion Bai Ningbing was the one who spread it. Xianxia was stunned, his calm face turned red like an explosion, as if a spark had fallen into a pot of oil. A huge wave of anger rose in his heart. It's you, so it was you. You bastard, I will turn your bones into dust. He screamed, his eyes turning red with anger, his gaze was like a blade as he stared at Bai Ningbing. His aura was frenzied as if he had turned into a tiger, leopard, or jackal. You want to fight here? Fight me? Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, her beautiful face was cold as ice, her cold tone contained a trace of disdain. I am rank 3 peak stage, I have never lost in the battle stage, I also have the purple thorn token. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Xianxia's face twitched, he gritted his teeth, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared at Bai Ningbing. But he did not make a move. He was only rank 3 upper stage and lived like a prince. He was not Bai Ningbing's match. At the same time, Bai Ningbing had the purple thorn token, which was personally given to her by Shang Yanfei. Fangjing, you betrayed us, you will die a horrible death. How did she know about our deal? No, you betrayed the poison vow, why aren't you dead? Did you find a way to get in contact with the poison vow gu? Shang Yizi turned to Fang Yuan, feeling uncertain. Not really, not really. Fang Yuan shook his head. The content of the poison vow was, you and I have to keep it a secret, we cannot leak it to an unknown third party. But before the poison vow gu, I had already told Bai Ningbing about it. So Bai Ningbing is the unknown third party. The news that was circulating outside was not spread by me. It was all Bai Ningbing's contribution. Thus I did not betray the poison vow. Shang Yizi's mouth was agape as shock appeared in his eyes. After Fang Yuan's reminder, the vow was indeed written like that. This was a loophole, but why did Shang Yizi not discover it back then? Firstly, it was because he did not expect Fang Yuan to leak it to Bai Ningbing. Cannot leak it to an unknown third party? Just looking at this sentence there was no loophole. Secondly, when he suggested using the poison vow gu, Fang Yuan acted like he was unprepared, but in fact he had already expected it, thus he made Shang Yizi numb. Thirdly, in order to hold on to the young master position, Shang Yizi was desperate, and with the pain from the poison vow gu, he could not think clearly. Now that he realized it, it was already too late. Chapter 316. Shang Yizi breathed roughly. The more he scolded Fang Yuan, the angrier he got. Ah! He roared, finally unable to endure it, he flipped the stone table. The stones on the chessboard flew, the stone table almost hit Fang Yuan's foot, but he dodged in time. Shang Yizi took 3 steps back, he felt dizzy as blood flowed down from his nose. Shang Yizi, you better calm down. The poison vow stated that you and I cannot harm each other. Thank me, luckily I dodged in time. If the stone table hit my foot, your injuries would be even more severe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Ah. Fangjing, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces, I will pull out your tendons, skin you and peel off every inch of your flesh. Shang Yizi cursed in pain. Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Bai Ningbing frowned. Shang Yizi, you better shut up. If you scold me again I will throw you out. You are the Shang clan young master now, but that does not mean you will be in the future. You are finished, the Internal Affairs Hall is investigating, you will not live for long. These words were like a bucket of cold water, splashing on Shang Yizi. That's right, his young master position was about to be taken away. Protecting his young master position was the key. But how could he protect his young master position? Whoever started the trouble had to solve it, he had to start from the source. Only by allying with Fangjing, making a statement, clearing his name, denying everything. Only then would there be hope of passing the investigation. His purpose in rushing to Nanxiu Garden was to find Fangjing to collude with him. Thinking of this, Shang Yizi felt a wave of disgust. These 2 bastards, they are the culprits who harmed me. I want to drink their blood. Eat their flesh. Now, I have to beg them to cooperate with me? Shang Yizi could not accept this, he could not accept it. Fang Yuan observed Shang Yizi's expression. He saw that Shang Yizi's expression kept changing. He spoke at the right time. Shang Yizi, I am actually a kind person. I've always been one to repay kindness and enmity. If you had not made things difficult for me time and time again, hindering me in the dark, and even snatching bitter strength gu from me in the auction, I would not have done it. Why would I look for trouble with you? I admit that the poison oath was indeed a trap. But I have been in Shang Clan City for more than 2 years. When did I ever do that? If it wasn't for the fact that you've gone too far. How did we end up like this? You have only yourself to blame for all of this. I asked the guards to let you in because I wanted to tell you that the Shang family is powerful. I can't afford to offend him. But a mere Shang Clan young master, I can still move him. You can leave, I don't want to make things difficult for you anymore. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better. What a beautiful way to put it. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan with a trace of mockery in her eyes. But Shang Yizi did not leave. He stood his ground. Motionless. Like a stake. But his expression kept changing, sometimes green and sometimes white, sometimes twisted, sometimes frowning and deep in thought. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat, he was clearly in an intense battle. Fang Yuan's calm words made Shang Yizi realize that his relationship with Fang and Bai had not reached the worst yet. There was still a chance to turn things around. and it reminded him that the bitter strength Gu was the focal point of their conflict. To protect my position as young master, I can only let Fang Yuan cooperate with me. To cooperate? Xianxia gritted his teeth, thinking of the bitter strength Gu. Do I really have to hand it over? Bitter strength Gu, I spent a huge sum of 810,000 to bid for it. If I hand the bitter strength Gu to Fangjing, what am I? I will be the laughingstock of everyone. But if I don't hand over the bitter strength Gu, how can I show my sincerity? How can I ease the relationship between Fangjing and me? I can't accept this, but in the end I am buying a Gu for Fangjing. This is the greatest humiliation of my entire life. Because of Fangjing, I spent 810,000 to buy a bitter strength Gu, and was mocked and looked down on by the surrounding people. Now I have to hand the bitter strength Gu to him. Am I not being cheap? No, the bitter strength Gu is not the key now. The key is to protect my position as young master. Without the young master's identity, I have nothing. In a short period of time, Xianxia's thoughts were running wild, his ears were buzzing. Fang Yuan saw his pale face, his gaze was wavering and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He knew the time had come. Xianxia, I told you to leave, why aren't you leaving? Never mind, look at your pitiful state, I don't want to bully you. Bai Ningbing, let's go. I heard that Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu are going to have a huge battle in the battle stage today. If we want to dominate the battle stage, we will definitely have to fight them. Let's go take a look. Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing with his eyes. Bai Ningbing was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Xianxia's voice could be heard from behind. Both of you please wait. His voice became extremely hoarse. Saying so, he summoned the bitter strength Gu in his aperture, and held it with his trembling hands. Fangjing, it was my fault earlier. This bitter strength Gu, I will give it to you as an apology. He said these words with much difficulty. But it became smoother and smoother, and after he finished speaking, Xianxia felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his body, and he relaxed. This is the bitter strength Gu? Bai Ningbing stopped and looked at it. This bitter strength Gu was a beetle. It had a small head and a large body, its body was oval and palm-sized. It was earthen yellow in color, and its surface was uneven, like it was covered in soil lumps. As expected, he gave out the bitter strength Gu. Fang Yuan must be smiling proudly now, right? Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan's grasp of people's hearts made her feel a huge gap. Fang Yuan laughed and said, Xianxia, I know what you mean, but do you think I must have your bitter strength Gu? Although bitter strength Gu is hard to refine, as long as I persevere, there will be a day when I succeed. You can deal with me whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want? Fight whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want. Is there such a good thing in this world? I, Gu Fangjing, am a person with dignity. Are you trying to humiliate me? You misunderstood. Xianxia quickly explained. Fang Yuan snorted. Xianxia quickly said, I, Xianxia, swear that from today onwards, I will not make things difficult for you, Fangjing. We can be good allies. If we fight, people will only laugh at us. Other than the bitter strength Gu, I can give you other compensation. Yuan stone, Gu worms, and Gu refinement materials. I am in charge of the shop. I can provide them all. Is that so? Fang Yuan's expression loosened. Xianxia continued to persuade. Bai Ningbing became an outsider, speechless at this scene. Xianxia not only gave out the bitter strength Gu and begged Fang Yuan to accept it, he also had to compensate with other things. But she knew this was Xianxia's delaying tactic. Xianxia was a narrow-minded person. He would definitely take revenge in the future. I will accept the bitter strength Gu first. I need time to consider. Eventually, Fang Yuan did not give a clear answer. But this was enough to make Xianxia happy. He felt that Fang Yuan could not put down his pride, and was trying to make things difficult for him, to ask for a high compensation. Agree first. In the future, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Xianxia had vicious thoughts in his mind, but on the surface he smiled sincerely. Brother Fangjing, I am very sincere. Please do not take too long to consider. The Internal Affairs Hall's investigation will start in the next few days. If I do not have the young master status, I am afraid I cannot afford the compensation. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying anything else. Xianxia's footsteps were much faster than when he came. Looking at his back, Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, All right, go to the Internal Affairs Hall and report the case. Bai Ningbing nodded, thinking, when I return tonight, I will investigate the contents of the agreement between me and Fang Yuan. Several days later. In the study room, a soft sigh resounded. Shang Yanfei expressionlessly put down the document in his hand. The content of the document was the Internal Affairs Hall's report regarding Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts. This kind of thing could be done secretly, it was fine. But once it was exposed, how could the clan system allow it? Shang Yizi was Shang Yanfei's second son. In that sigh, it contained the anger of a father towards his son's incompetence. Revoke his young master status, send him to the slave-capturing team, and cannot return to the city for 3 years. Shang Yanfei raised his brush, writing down the punishment for Shang Yizi. He was the Shang clan leader. Because of this identity he had to be a role model for the entire Shang clan. Every word and action had to be considered. Fangjing by Ning Bing. Shang Yanfei's eyes shined with light. After dealing with Shang Yizi, this matter was not over. Shang Yizi was Shang clan's young master. 2 mere outsiders plotted against him. This was disrespecting Shang clan and Shang Yanfei. Shang Yizi is my second son after all. Do you think my son is someone you can touch so easily? Even though Fang and Bai had once saved Xianxia, but in Shang Yanfei's heart, he was still closer to him by blood. Thus he willed. A scarlet-red paper crane goo immediately flew out. Plotting against my son as his father, I have to stand up for him. This is your punishment. Of course it is also a test. Shang Yanfei muttered. The paper crane goo's speed was extremely fast. It flew to a secret room. Lord Clan Leader has sent a secret letter. Clan Leader wants us to attack Fangjing and Bai Ning Bing and forcefully challenge them. In the secret room there were 2 people. One was tall like a tower, the other was thin like a stick. The 2 looked at this secret letter and looked at each other. They were Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu, 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Weren't these 2 arch-enemies? If others were to see the 2 of them coexisting peacefully and even discussing matters together, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. These 2 people had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. They dominated the battle stage and fought against each other. They both declared that they would not enter the battle stage unless they completely defeated the other. However, the truth was they were Shang Yanfei's hidden pawns. Shang clan rules stated that as long as a Gu master can dominate Shang clan's battle stage and achieve the same level as Wei Yang, they can be promoted to Shang clan's external elder. Chapter 317. Nanxiu Garden's Secret Room. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Only a thin layer of starlight was left, flowing like water in the center of the secret room. In the center, Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing were sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Bai Ning Bing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, injecting rank 3 peak stage snow-silver primeval essence. In the secret chamber there was only silence. But in Fang Yuan's heart, waves were surging. Rumble. A snow-silver waterfall, cold and majestic, fell from the aperture and crashed into Fang Yuan's primeval sea. This was the rank 3 peak stage snow-silver primeval essence that was converted from bone-flesh unity Gu. Rank 3 Gu masters had silver primeval essence. Initial stage primeval essence only had a thin layer of silver light, thus it was called light silver primeval essence. Middle stage primeval essence had a mixture of silver light, some more and some less, thus it was called flower silver primeval essence. Upper stage primeval essence had a uniform silver light, shining brightly. Thus it was called bright silver primeval essence. Peak stage primeval essence was silver white like snow, extremely beautiful, thus it was called snow silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was using snow silver primeval essence as the main and flower silver primeval essence as the supplementary. Under his will, surging waves were formed, washing the aperture's 4 walls. This aperture was originally a water membrane. Light flowed like water, swaying and moving. After washing for a while, the quantitative change finally reached a qualitative change. The water membrane shined brightly like water condensing into ice, no longer flowing, it settled into a stone membrane. The stone membrane shined brightly, thicker and more stable than the water membrane. After forming the stone membrane, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 middle stage to rank 3 upper stage. Steady and sure, success would follow naturally. Since it was done, Bai Ning Bing slowly retracted her palm, her ice-blue pupils fluctuating with emotions. With her help, Fang Yuan's cultivation advanced rapidly, catching up step by step. She knew that Fang Yuan still had a white-silver relic Gu. He had been keeping it, waiting for this moment. That is to say, after tonight, Fang Yuan's cultivation would break through to rank 3 peak stage at the same level as her. Fang Yuan is a sly old fox, he is sinister and crafty. Although I did not find any flaws in the poison oath, it does not mean that there are no flaws in the contents of the poison oath. Bai Ningbing was silent, but her mind was spinning. Xianxia's fate reminded her. The psychological pressure that Fang Yuan brought to her was increasing, and she couldn't help but have doubts. Don't worry, I'm sincere in cooperating with you. There is no problem with the poison oath. As if he knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Humph. When Bai Ningbing's thoughts were exposed, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes, and her tone carried a trace of mockery. I hope so. Fang Yuan sighed. When he plotted against Xianxia, he had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction. There are gains and losses in everything. Now Xianxia was removed from his position, leaving behind the young master position. Xianxia had room to advance. However, a crack had appeared in the cooperative relationship between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At the same time, it triggered Shang Yanfei's methods. Just yesterday, Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu challenged Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing at the same time. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the battle stage, and countless people paid attention to it. Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu were both rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, and were called half-sky of the battle stage. When the two half-skies were combined, it was the entire sky. This title vividly displayed their status and strength. Fang and Bai were the two rising stars of the battle stage, dazzling and dazzling. Both of them had a winning streak and had not lost a single match. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage in the past. Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu were the two heroes of the battle stage, standing proudly at the peak. These years, countless demonic Gu masters wanted to stand out and become external elders of Shang Clan City, but they were all obstructed by these two, and their hopes of advancing were destroyed. Suddenly, these two joined hands to challenge Fang and Bai. It naturally aroused countless curiosity and suspicions. At once, some people said that Fang and Bai were in the limelight, causing Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu to feel uneasy, and wanted to get rid of them in advance. Others said that Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu made a bet, and wanted to use Fang and Bai to decide the winner. Almost no one thought that Fang and Bai had a chance of defeating them. Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. More importantly, one was a rank 4 Gu master while the other was only rank 3. There was a huge difference in realms. When Gu masters cultivate, the higher their ranks, the greater the gap between them, and the lower the possibility of a higher rank challenge. Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind. Tomorrow is your battle with Yen Tu. How about it? Do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our promise, I will do my best to help you. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly said. There's no need, Bai Ningbing replied coldly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and did not turn around. Instead he snickered. You are quite confident. So what if I am rank 4? In these 2 years, you are not the only one improving. Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fang Yuan's. Using this lotus was not Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to use Yen Tu to test her own growth. The secret room's door was opened and then closed. Bai Ningbing left, and in the secret room, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. It seems that Bai Ningbing has already developed a trace of self-doubt in her heart. This lack of confidence is very slight, and she might not even be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and collected his scattered emotions. He took out the white silver relic Gu. This Gu was like a round bead, silver in color, and was only the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, it was Jia Clan's merchant, and the white silver relic Gu was sold for 50,000 yuan stone. Such a high price to Fang Yuan at that time was out of reach. Relic Gu series were all extremely expensive. After all, it could raise a Gu master's realm by a small realm and save a lot of time and energy. At the same time, its foundation was stable and there were no repercussions. Gu worms were bought to be used. Fang Yuan activated the white silver relic Gu without hesitation, and immediately, dazzling light poured out, directly illuminating the aperture's walls. About 4 hours later, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 upper stage to rank 3 peak stage. Since rebirth, I have advanced to rank 3 peak stage again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his fists unconsciously clenched, feeling excited and joyful. Different from the first time on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture Gu, and paid the heavy price of losing his future development to advance from rank 3 initial stage to peak stage. But this time, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 peak stage, but still retained his enormous potential. After all, he had a great aptitude now. Looking at spring-autumn cicada. After 2 years of recovery, its condition was also recovering. His originally shriveled body gradually became moist. Its withered wings were already dyed with a layer of green that was full of vitality. Its recovery naturally brought huge pressure to the aperture. But compared to the previous time, Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly because of Bai Ning Bing and Bone Flesh Unity Gu, and his rank 3 peak stage aperture was able to withstand this pressure. Compared to the pressure on Qing Mao Mountain, this time Fang Yuan was much more at ease. But I cannot relax either. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster and faster. My cultivation needs to grow even faster, otherwise I will repeat the same mistake. Time quietly passed and soon it was the second day. The expectant audience welcomed the moment of Bai Ning Bing and Yen Tu's battle. In this super large battle stage there was a field of green grass. This was a grassland terrain, very common in northern plains. Around the stage, the spectating Gu masters formed a sea of people, and their gazes were focused on the 2 main characters in the field. The battle had yet to start, but everyone was already discussing. This time Bai Ning Bing is in danger. Facing Lord Yen Tu, she will definitely lose. She is as beautiful as a fairy, truly pitiful. Thinking of her defeat, my heart is about to shatter. In this 1 year, Bai Ning Bing's reputation was outstanding, and she was in the limelight. Her appearance and temperament that resembled an ice fairy attracted a lot of attention. On the stage, Bai Ning Bing and Yen Tu stood facing each other. Yen Tu was an old man with a head full of disheveled and long hair. He was as thin as a stick and his feet were bare. Be it his hands or feet, his fingernails had not been cut for a long time and were curved and long. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his back was crooked, like an old beggar on the roadside. Little girl has soft skin and tender flesh, truly beautiful. Yen Tu sized up Bai Ning Bing and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Ning Bing, who was wearing a snow-white robe and had blue eyes and silver hair, immediately frowned, and her killing intent surged. Old thing, boasting shamelessly. Little girl, you don't know manners. Yen Tu laughed dryly, his 10 fingers rubbing against each other. It seems I have to let you know how important it is to respect your seniors. Long-winded. Bai Ning Bing's expression was cold, and her gaze was as cold as ice. She closely stared at Yen Tu, and her every movement revealed vigorous fighting spirit. Clang. A soft sound announced the start of the battle. Icicle Gu. Pill Fire Gu. Almost at the same time, Bai Ning Bing and Yen Tu attacked each other. 4 white icicles and 3 orange-red pill fire shot towards each other. Bam! An icicle and a pill fire collided in mid-air. The icicle melted, but the pill fire still flew towards Bai Ning Bing, but its power was greatly reduced. Bai Ning Bing's icicle Gu was only rank 2. But Yen Tu's pill fire Gu was rank 3. In a direct confrontation, the pill fire was naturally superior to the icicle. Unless I use hail Gu and detonate the icicle, I can suppress the pill fire. But if I do that, my primeval essence will be expended greatly. This battle has just begun. An eerie light flashed in Bai Ning Bing's blue eyes. When the pill fire flew over, she nimbly jumped and dodged it, causing all the pill fire to return empty-handed. At the same time, she waved her hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 3 icicles flew towards Yen Tu's day. Yen Tu laughed dryly, and took several steps, his body twisting as he dodged the icicles with a strange posture, and started to run. He pointed with his index finger, and lumps of pill fire formed into a concentrated offensive that enveloped Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, and not to be outdone, she took several steps and used icicles to retaliate. At once, the 2 could be seen running in the large grassland, contending with each other. Icicles and pill fire flew together, and the 2 dodged while attacking without stopping. The battle had just begun, but the intensity had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 318. As time passed, the spectators around the battle stage were gradually moved. Bai Ning Bing is actually so strong, able to fight Lord Yen Tu so fiercely. She is using rank 2 icicle Gu to fight Yen Tu and is not at a disadvantage. Using Gu worms to attack while moving is the foundation of a Gu master's battle. But Bai Ning Bing is doing it perfectly. There is no doubt that Bai Ning Bing is a genius, and her foundation is also very solid. No wonder she has been undefeated all this time. In the crowd, Fang Yuan watched calmly. Wei Yang and Xianxia had also arrived and were standing beside him. The 3 were in disguise, hiding in the crowd. Bai Ning Bing is fighting very fiercely. Even if she is using icicle goo, the more she uses, the more primeval essence she consumes. A trace of worry appeared on Wei Yang's face. Rank 3 and rank 4, there is a difference in primeval essence. But Yen Tu is also using pellet fire goo, and to him, his primeval essence is also constantly being consumed. Although Yen Tu is rank 4, he only has B grade aptitude. Bai Ningbing wants to use her A grade aptitude's primeval essence recovery advantage to contend against Yen Tu's rank 4 cultivation. Feng Yuan exposed Bai Ningbing's battle tactic with one sentence. If that is the case, then today's battle will be extremely difficult for Bai Ningbing. Xianxia sighed. Right now she was also a goo master. Under Shang Yanfei's meticulous nurturing, her horizons had broadened and she could see many things. While the three were talking, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Little girl, you are jumping quite happily. Yen Tu's lips curled into a faint smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Bai Ningbing from a distance of tens of steps. His right hand turned into a claw, and the goo worm imprint on his palm flashed. Whoosh! Flames roared and formed a giant fire claw in an instant, flying towards Bai Ningbing. The giant claw only had 3 fingers like an eagle's claw and was orange in color. The flames burned fiercely, and Bai Ningbing felt the intense heat from the claw. This was the rank 3 fire claw goo. Bai Ningbing quickly activated her movement goo, increasing her speed and pulling apart the distance. She had made preparations in advance and inquired about Yen Tu's background. Xiaoqin knew that the attack range of this flame claw was not as large as the pill flame. It could only move within several meters of Yen Tu's day. But Yen Tu cackled and similarly activated his movement goo, approaching Bai Ningbing like a shadow. His movement goo was a rank 4 goo, its effect was much better than Bai Ningbing's. Thus, not only did Bai Ningbing not pull away from Yen Tu, but Yen Tu had also caught up to her. The flaming claws descended from the sky, clawing and pinching continuously. It was difficult for Bai Ningbing to dodge. Under Yen Tu's skillful control, the flame claw was nimble but not steady. Bai Ningbing's situation became more and more difficult as she rolled on the grass. Boom! The flaming claw brushed past Bai Ningbing's shoulder and landed on the grass, instantly igniting a patch of grass. The flames burned fiercely, forming a fire that spread to the surroundings. With a thought from Yen Tu, the fire claw within the flames rose up once again. However, it was a little more dispirited compared to when it was first activated. But as the primeval sea level in Yen Tu's aperture slightly decreased, the fire claw recovered its power in the blink of an eye, and the dispiritedness was swept away. Frost arrow goo. Bai Ningbing regained her footing and stretched out her pinky finger. The frost arrow goo was residing on it, forming a blue pattern. A lump of icy blue frost chi was suddenly emitted. In the blink of an eye, the frost chi formed into an arrow in the air. The flying arrow hit the flaming claw, fiercely suppressing its flames. Frost arrow goo was also a rank 3 goo that Bai Ningbing had obtained from the auction house. Once it was used, it immediately gained merit. Seeing that the flaming claw was about to be extinguished, Yen Tu's brows slightly furrowed. Activating his primeval essence without caring about the consumption, the flaming claw showed signs of recovering again. But how could Bai Ningbing let him succeed? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A clump of icicle goo shot out. At the same time, she secretly activated ice explosion goo. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the flaming claw and exploded one after another. The intense explosion completely dispersed the flaming claw. The flaming claw goo flew back. Yen Tu did not want to lose it and quickly took a few steps forward, catching the flaming claw goo with his hand. The flaming claw goo turned into a lump of imprints again. Bai Ningbing took the opportunity to attack, condensing 2 slender ice blades and holding them in her left and right hands respectively, chopping towards Yen Tu's day. The blades had not even reached his body when Yen Tu felt a sharp killing intent like an icy wind blowing on his face. Good blade. Yen Tu laughed strangely and suddenly snorted, spitting out 2 flaming snakes from his nostrils. The flaming snakes were the size of necklaces at first, but they quickly grew and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 giant pythons that were several meters long and had the thickness of a water bucket. One of the flaming snakes coiled in front of Bai Ningbing, forming a snake formation and blocking Bai Ningbing's blades. The other flaming snake circled around from the side and wriggled for a while before launching an attack from Bai Ningbing's back. It appeared Lord Yen Tu's double snake attack. I was defeated by this move of his. Yen Tu's control of the 2 snakes is indeed incomparably exquisite. Making the opponent lose sight of the other while defending, it is very powerful. The flaming snakes caused a commotion among the crowd. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn, the battle intent in her blue eyes was as condensed as ice. The flaming snakes gave her enormous pressure, but this made her even more determined to fight. At once Bai Ningbing raised her blades and fought with the two flaming snakes. Yen Tu, on the other hand, stood outside the battlefield and focused on controlling the snakes. Yen Tu had the ability to do three things at once, although he was only controlling these two flaming snakes. But his moves were exquisite and needed to be coordinated well, which instead made Yen Tu expend even more of his mental energy. Flaming Snake Gu was a rank 4 Gu. Under the pincer attack of 2 rank 4 Gu, Bai Ningbing gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was getting harder for her to deal with the attacks. After all, her movement Gu and defensive Gu were not outstanding. Bai Ningbing was an attack-type Gu master, and this set of Gu worms was mainly for offense. Movement and defense were both her weaknesses. This could not be helped. Gu masters had limited primeval essence. There was no infinite primeval essence. Thus, the primeval essence had to be allocated properly. Bai Ningbing allocated most of her primeval essence to offense, leaving little for movement and defense. Thus, the movement Gu and defensive Gu that she paired with were the ones that consumed less primeval essence. Gu worms consumed less primeval essence, so their effects were naturally lower. After all, you get what you pay for. These two flaming snakes greatly restricted Bai Ningbing's performance. Look, once the flaming snakes are damaged by Bai Ningbing's attacks and become dispirited, Yen Tu will expend primeval essence to recover the flaming snake's might. This is not good. Wei Yang stood at the side, frowning. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not speak, waiting for Bai Ningbing's response. Bai Ningbing suddenly erupted. Frost Breath Gu and Frost Arrow Gu were used in turn. The continuous frost energy caused the fire snake's attacks to be greatly slowed down and restricted. But such a crazy attack caused her primeval essence consumption to increase rapidly. Little girl, stop struggling. Yen Tu laughed heartily, sending out lumps of pellet fire. Some of the pellet fire shot towards Bai Ningbing, causing her to be exhausted from dodging. Some hit the flaming snakes and fused into their bodies, causing the dispirited flaming snakes to become energetic again. This was the coordination tactic of pellet fire Gu and flaming snake Gu. Yen Tu had gone through hundreds of battles in the battle stage, tempering himself thousands of times. In comparison, although Bai Ningbing was talented and had high comprehension, she had too little time and did not have the foundation that Yen Tu had accumulated. Bai Ningbing wanted to disperse the two flaming snakes by erupting. But Yen Tu saw through it and immediately retaliated. Similarly, using offense, he disrupted Bai Ningbing's plan, showing his shrewdness and experience. What should we do now? Wei Yang frowned deeply. The situation is not good. Xianxia gradually analyzed the situation. Bai Ningbing's eerie blue eyes flashed with a resolute light. Ice Crystal Gu. She brazenly used her Vital Gu, her true trump card. She had not planned to use it so early, but she had no choice. Since the start of the battle, besides the deadlock at the start, Yen Tu had gradually grasped the initiative and suppressed her. Bai Ningbing was an offensive-type Gu master. To take back the initiative, she had to strengthen her offense. Crack crack. Bai Ningbing's whole body emitted this sound, like water turning into ice. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ice person. Her body expanded slightly, and her silver hair was covered in frost, becoming fixed. The ice crystals spread to the two ice blades, making them sharper, colder, and sturdier. Oh little girl, you are going to risk your life. Yen Tu teleported, but his smile immediately froze on his face. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, attacking and defending at the same time, no longer having any reservations. He charged forward, breaking through the obstruction of the fire snakes in an instant, and rushed towards Yen Tuesday. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Yen Tu quickly mobilized another flaming snake, blocking in front of Bai Ningbing. Frost Breath Gu. Bai Ningbing breathed out a mouthful of blue frost air. She turned into an ice person and breathed out frost air. Her might was no doubt higher. The flaming snake immediately withered after being hit by this frost air. Bai Ningbing continued to charge towards Yen Tu. Old man Yen Tu, fight me if you have the guts. Yen Tu's expression turned grave. He was not proficient in close combat. Bai Ningbing's might was awe-inspiring. If she got close, he would be in trouble. Although he had rank 4 realm and was a flamboyant fire path Gu master, Yen Tu's fighting style was shrewd and ruthless. He was not provoked by Bai Ningbing and activated his movement Gu, continuously retreating. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. She turned into an ice crystal and used movement goo again, but the effect was not as good as before. To catch up to Yen Tu, she could only slow him down. Thus Bai Ningbing shot frost arrows again and again. The frost air and the frost arrows had the effect of freezing muscles and blood, slowing down the target's movement. But Yen Tu easily dodged. His dodging technique was superb. None of the frost arrows succeeded. The frost arrows could not hit Yen Tu, causing the distance between him and Bai Ningbing to increase. Yen Tu snickered. As a senior he was chased by a junior, but he did not feel embarrassed at all. He made the most correct choice. Ice crystal goo could not be used frequently. If used too much, it would cause the body to completely turn into ice crystals, turning the goo master into an ice sculpture. Thus, when Bai Ningbing activated ice crystal goo, she was also activating vitality goo to maintain her life force. But even with vitality goo, it could only prolong the usage of ice crystal goo. Yen Tu was well aware of this. Bai Ningbing inquired about his information, and he also inquired about Bai Ningbing's information. As long as he dragged on, he would definitely win this battle. Although this method did not have the arrogance and domineeringness of a fire path goo master. But this was undoubtedly the most energy-saving tactic. Bai Ningbing stopped. I can't hit this old man, I can only use that move to change the situation. Her eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 319. The hesitation in Bai Ningbing's heart only lasted for a moment. Soon after, her blue eyes flashed with determination. Ice Blade Storm appear again. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. She raised her arms, the sharp ice blades were the extension of her arms. She turned into ice crystals, giving off a cold and domineering aura. Vitality goo turned into a warm current, flowing in her heart, liver and other organs, preserving her life force and preventing Bai Ningbing from turning into an ice crystal person. Vitality goo had another advantage. Once activated, it would turn into a warm current of vitality and move on its own, no need to control it. Whirlwind goo. Tornado goo. Bai Ningbing used these two goo one after another. Whirlwind goo was also a movement-type goo, but it only increased the goo master's turning speed. As she used it, Bai Ningbing's whole body started to rotate rapidly. And when the tornado goo was activated, it immediately formed a whirlwind. The whirlwind covered Bai Ningbing's whole body, and in a few breaths' time, it expanded into a tornado. The green-black tornado was like a green-colored young dragon rising up. Ice Blade goo, Ice Crystal goo, Whirlwind goo, Dragon Favor. Bai Ningbing could do 4 things at once. No, not only that. Frost Breath goo. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and breathed out, letting out cold air. With her mortal body, she could only breathe out at intervals to prevent her tongue from freezing. But now that she had turned into an ice crystal, she could breathe out continuously. With the addition of the frost air, the tornado immediately turned into a cold wind. Wherever the wind blew, the grass and leaves flew, quickly being covered with a layer of light blue frost. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was doing 5 things at once. This was the unparalleled talent of the 10 extreme physiques. In this aspect, she had already surpassed Fang Yuan. The killer move appeared again, Ice Blade Storm. Cold wind blew, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. The sharp ice blades made the tornado even more powerful. 2 fire snakes charged forward without understanding the situation, and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The snake head and half of its body were sliced by the ice blade storm. The fire snakes retreated in panic. The flames reformed, revealing a complete snake head and body. But its size was no longer as good as before, only less than half of its original size. The ice blade storm became stronger, and on the grassland, large amounts of frost spread everywhere. Around the frost, the flames burning on the grass also showed signs of extinguishing. Yen Tu's pupils shrank when he saw this. He recalled the fire snake and breathed it into his nostrils. What move is this? I have never seen Bai Ningbing use this move before. Killing move, this is definitely a killing move. A commotion broke out among the spectators and they all started shouting. Even Wei Yang showed an expression of shock. This killer move is extremely powerful. How many goo did Bai Ningbing use? Xianxia's eyes lit up. She said nervously and expectantly, this move is so strong. Maybe it can defeat Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan was silent, watching with rapt attention. He had seen Bai Ningbing use the Ice Blade Storm a few times. Now that he saw it again, the power of the Ice Blade Storm had risen to a whole new level. Bai Ningbing's growth was also shocking. She had peerless aptitude and talent, and the goo worms she paired with were also unique. From the looks of it, her meticulously designed killer move, Ice Blade Storm, was not abandoned, but instead improved upon. She actually had such a move. Yen Tu's expression was no longer calm. Once the Ice Blade Storm was used, he immediately lost his confidence in the battle. His heart was filled with fear. He actually felt such emotions from a junior, a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing's battle strength had already surpassed Yen Tu's expectations, making him feel an intense threat. Killer move. Usually, several Gu worms were used at the same time, and through the exquisite combination of the Gu worms, a powerful move could be produced. Killer moves were not something all Gu masters had. Only those Gu masters with rich experience or rich talent could design their own killer moves. Killer moves usually consumed a lot of primeval essence, and also expended a lot of mental energy. They were undoubtedly powerful and had extraordinary effects. Not good, this move is getting stronger, I have to suppress it at the early stage. Otherwise, if I can't get rid of it, it will really become unstoppable after it accumulates its strength. Yen Tu was extremely experienced and quickly saw the flaw. If it were other Gu masters, most of them would choose to wait and see in fear. But Yen Tu was extremely shrewd, and immediately saw the flaw of this killer move. Ordinary moves cannot restrain her, and there is no effect even if I use them, it would be a waste of primeval essence. In that case, I will use a killer move to fight a killer move. Yen Tu decided in his heart. Fuel oil Gu. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of fuel oil. The amber-colored fuel oil carried a pungent smell. Yen Tu exerted all his strength, not daring to hold back as he madly activated the fuel oil Gu. The fuel oil he spat out was like a small waterfall. The waterfall fell on the grassland, forming waves. The fuel oil was like a wave pouring down in torrents, and in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield was submerged. The Ice Blade Storm became bigger and bigger, and cold air spread everywhere. When the fuel oil got close to it, its momentum slowed down and a large amount of fuel oil was flung away. The Ice Blade Storm's strength lay in its attack, but the cold air was not enough to freeze the fuel oil. For a moment, the whole battle stage was covered in a dense rain of fuel oil. Other than the area near the Ice Blade Storm, the other grasslands were covered in a thick layer of fuel oil, almost turning into a swamp. Fire Snake Gu. Yen Tu snorted, and the 2 fire snakes from earlier appeared once again. 20% of the yellow-gold primeval essence was expended, allowing the fire snake's body to expand to its peak, and its might was restored. Once the fire snakes landed on the grassland, they immediately ignited a raging flame. The red flame spread at an extremely fast speed, filling the whole battle stage, instantly turning it into a sea of fire. The flames on the grassland burned fiercely, and countless green grasses withered, turning into ashes, fueling the might of the sea of fire. In the super-large battle stage, there was only one place that did not have any flames, but had instead frozen into ice. That was the location of Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm. She and Yen Tu had transformed the originally green grassland battlefield into an environment of 2 extremes, ice and fire. The 2 fire snakes leisurely shuttled through the sea of fire, circling around the Ice Blade Storm, not in a hurry to attack. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm was also continuously expanding, accumulating more and more power, and the peak of the storm was already showing signs of reaching the ceiling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ice tornado whistled fiercely, and its majestic aura made people tongue-tied. It's not over yet, Fire Claw Gu. Yen Tu raised his breath and shouted. He had 4 Fire Claw Gu on him, and at this moment he used all of them together. His primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the primeval sea in his aperture fluctuated rapidly. The golden sea surface fell sharply. The 4 Fire Claw Gu did not attack the Ice Blade Storm together, but instead flew into the fire snakes and fused together. In the blink of an eye, these 2 fire snakes grew a pair of claws. Snakes with claws were no longer snakes but dragons. In the sea of fire, the 2 fire dragons swung their tails and raised their heads, waving their claws, showing an arrogant and domineering aura. Lord Yen Tu, through the combination of Fire Snake Gu and Fire Claw Gu, has reached a small portion of the rank 5 Fire Dragon Gu's power. To think that I could see Lord Yen Tu's killer move, Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill, in this competition. Bai Ningbing is just a newbie, but she could force Yen Tu to use his killer move. She can be proud of herself. The spectators were in an uproar at this scene. Both sides used their killer moves and the battle reached its climax. Killer move versus killer move. Would Yen-Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill be more powerful and majestic? Or would Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm be able to engulf the world and shatter half the sky of the battle stage? Everyone was waiting in anticipation, unable to take their eyes off of it. The fire dragon raised its head, letting out a silent roar. They launched their attacks from both sides. The fire dragon crashed into the Ice Blade Storm, its two fire claws desperately trying to tear it apart, and its whole body coiled up, sticking to the Ice Blade Storm. The white Ice Blade Storm with a trace of blue was like a giant pillar, unmoving. The sharp ice blades competed with the fire claws, continuously cutting the fire dragon's body. A moment later, the two fire dragons could not hold on any longer, and retreated with injuries. They lay down in the sea of fire, absorbing the surrounding flames and immediately regaining their power. The grassland was burning, and this sky full of flames was the fire dragon's abundant replenishment. This grassland was fully utilized by Yen-Tu's day. The two fire dragons attacked again and again but failed again and again. After failing, they tried again and again. Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill can't shake Bai Ningbing? Is the world changing? If this goes on, Bai Ningbing actually has hope of defeating Yen-Tu. Everyone was shocked again and again. No, the Ice Blade Storm has also been restrained. The wind momentum has been obstructed, it cannot gather any momentum. At this time, Bai Ningbing should be moving left and right, using guerrilla warfare. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, he was most proficient in guerrilla warfare. Fang Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, an obscure light flashing in his eyes. He could see something wrong. With Bai Ningbing's intelligence, she definitely knew that she could not resist it head-on, she had to move and fight. But she did not do so. It seems that this killer move's modification is not perfect. Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. Bai Ningbing felt that she had the will but not the strength. This Ice Blade Storm was her first time practicing, her original plan was very good, but now Bai Ningbing found a flaw. The Ice Blade Storm lacked a driving force, it could only rotate on the spot, this was an indescribable awkwardness. I have turned into an ice crystal and continuously breathed out frost breath. The tornado is too dense, I cannot move forward. Bai Ningbing used all her strength, wanting to activate her movement goo to change the situation. But she was already multitasking, reaching her limit, her mind was exhausted, she had no spare energy. Fortunately, Yen-Tu had not discovered it yet. He took the initiative to fight, interrupting Bai Ningbing's accumulation, instead helping her cover up this flaw. Right now, I can only walk this path to the end. Continue to strengthen the Ice Blade Storm, maybe when the wind momentum is stronger there will be momentum. Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit had not dissipated, the predicament instead strengthened her fighting spirit. Be it her or Yen-Tu, the primeval essence in their apertures were being consumed intensely. The spectators around the battle stage fell into silence. The majestic Ice Blade Storm and the terrifying Orange Sea of Fire divided the battlefield into two completely different worlds. The battle stage's barrier isolated most of the power, but there was still wind blowing. This wind was hot at times, cold at times, allowing everyone to personally feel the intensity of the battle. The Sea of Fire burned fiercely, the two orange fire dragons fought against the Ice Blade Storm. They failed again and again but charged forward again and again. They were not discouraged, advancing wave after wave. This is Lord Yen-Tu, the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Someone sighed. To be able to fight with Lord Yen-Tu to this extent, Bai Ningbing is the third strongest. Bai Ningbing can be said to be the third. Someone could not conceal his shock as he evaluated. In Shang Clan's battle stage, Yen-Tu and Zhu Kai-bei had fought dozens of battles without a clear victor, they were two peak existences. After this battle, Bai Ningbing's battle strength was publicly recognized, and she was recognized as the third. As time passed, the Ice Blade Storm gradually slowed down, and the wind momentum weakened. The blazing Sea of Fire was also mostly extinguished. The fuel was used up and the grass turned to ashes. But the fire dragon's might was still there, they not only had the Sea of Fire to replenish them, they also had the support of Yen-Tu's yellow-gold primeval essence. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was gradually running out, and at this point, the weakness of her cultivation was finally revealed. If she had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, she would still have a fighting chance. Unfortunately, she rejected Fang Yuan's good intentions. It's all over. Yen-Tu laughed heartily, and with a shift of his mind, the two fire dragons suddenly merged into one, forming an even larger fire dragon. This sudden change caused many people to involuntarily cry out in shock. This move was Yen-Tu's secret method, he had never revealed it to the public. But now, in order to break Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm, he could no longer care so much. The fire dragon opened its mouth, and its 4 fire claws exerted strength, ruthlessly clawing at the ice blade storm. But suddenly the storm intensified. Bai Ningbing activated Frost Breath Goo, and the whole fire claw was frozen. The ice blade storm suddenly expanded like a monster, engulfing most of the fire dragon's body. What? Yen Tu turned pale with fright. He suddenly realized that Bai Ningbing's earlier weakness was only a facade. He quickly ordered the fire dragon to retreat. The fire dragon was heavily injured, and its might was no longer as it lost its 2 fire claws. At the same time, its body had shrunk to less than half its original size. Seeing this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Is Bai Ningbing going to win? After fighting for so long, she still has strength left? Yen Tu's expression was grim. Bai Ningbing's sudden eruption caused him to suffer disastrous losses. In an instant he lost a fire snake goo and 2 fire claw goo. The ice blade storm suddenly dissipated. Bai Ningbing removed the ice crystal goo, and returned to her original appearance of a mortal body. Her primeval essence was exhausted, and her aperture was completely dried up. I admit defeat, she coldly said. After a short period of silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Bai Ningbing actually admitted defeat? Everyone was slightly surprised by this. So her sudden eruption was because she used up all her primeval essence, and dealt a heavy blow to Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan realized. Even if I can't win, I will make you suffer. Bai Ningbing's choice was very wise, and her method was decisive and ruthless. Understanding this, Yen Tu was furious, but a formless force descended from the sky, suppressing him. He was unable to move. This was the strength of the battle stage. The hosting Gu master walked into this battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, and announced the result. According to the rules, the winner had the right to request the loser to contribute a Gu. I want your ice crystal Gu. Yen Tu said hatefully. Take it. Bai Ningbing snorted and straightforwardly handed over the ice crystal Gu. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Ice crystal Gu was Bai Ningbing's vital Gu. The moment she lost it, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Yen Tu's expression was still ugly. He chose the ice crystal Gu to teach Bai Ningbing a lesson. But even so, his loss was too great. A rank 3 ice crystal Gu could not make up for it. Although Bai Ningbing was defeated in this battle, she had still established her reputation. It could be said that she lost with honor. Xianxia let out a breath of turbid air, calming her emotions. A pity. If Bai Ningbing had listened to my advice and chose the Frost Demon Gu, the situation would have been better. Wei Yang sighed. Ice Crystal Gu was suitable for males, while Frost Demon Gu was suitable for females. Bai Ningbing lost the Ice Crystal Gu. This might be a rare opportunity. Let her change her mind and choose the Frost Demon Gu, Wei Yang said with an expectant tone. Chapter 320. Did you watch that battle? How wonderful. Bai Ningbing suffered her first defeat, and Yen Tu's victory was not easy. I spent 20 yuan stone and I felt a little heartache at first. But after seeing it, I immediately felt that the money was well spent. The battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu was like a boulder thrown into a lake. It caused a huge impact in Shangclan City. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about this battle. The older, the wiser. In the end, Lord Yen Tu still won. But even though Bai Ningbing lost, it's still a glorious loss. To be able to fight to this extent, her future is limitless. It's a pity that I didn't get to see this battle. Although Bai Ningbing lost her vital Gu and is injured, the Ice Crystal Gu is easy to replenish and will not affect her strength too much. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Fangjing and Zhu Kaibei. That's right, this will definitely be a fierce battle. The battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei was scheduled for 7 days later. Because of Bai Ningbing's outstanding performance, she received the attention of countless people. But Bai Ningbing was missing. After that battle, she did not return to Nanxiu Garden. Nothing will happen, right? Xianxia expressed her worry. Don't worry, I know her. She was arrogant, but she suffered a crushing defeat. Let her be alone. Fang Yuan comforted Xianxia instead. Although Bai Ningbing was a girl, she had the heart of a man. All men were like lions and wolves. When they were injured, they would find a secluded corner and silently lick their wounds. Women, on the other hand, were different. When they suffered some grievances, they would have the desire to talk about it. They yearned for protection and comfort. Xianxia nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Can you not fight? That Zhu Kaibei was a character on the same level as Yen Tuesday's sister Bai Yun had already lost, losing the ice crystal Gu. Zhu Kaibei is a strength path Gu master. If Brother He Tu loses all-out effort Gu? Bai Ningbing lost the ice crystal Gu, but it could be replenished. If Fang Yuan lost the all-out effort Gu, he could not make up for it. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It is precisely because of this that I cannot lose. Alright, I will be refining Gu in closed cultivation for the next few days. You go back first. Fang Yuan had long investigated Zhu Kaibei's strength. After the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu, he had more speculations. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 initial stage Gu master. Comparable to Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan estimated that with his current methods, he only had a 30% chance of defeating Zhu Kaibei. A 30% chance of winning did not seem high. But in reality, considering the difference in cultivation between the two of them, 30% was already quite good. If the Gu refinement succeeds, with the help of that Gu, I will have a 60% chance of winning. I hope the Gu refinement succeeds. Fang Yuan entered the secret room and started to refine Gu. First inner city. In the study there was a soft light. Shang Yanfei quietly watched the colorful smoke floating in front of him. The colorful smoke billowed, showing the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tuesday. Shang Yanfei watched the entire battle from start to finish. Only then did he retract the colorful smoke. Bai Ningbing lost. He had lost his vital Gu and was injured. According to the information gathered by Fengyu Manor, Bai Ningbing was currently recuperating at Dr. Su Shou's place. This way she was punished and taught a lesson for scheming against his second son. Shang Yanfei closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. Now that Bai Ningbing was defeated and did not pass the test, her aptitude and talent were publicly recognized. In time she would definitely surpass Yen Tu and have great achievements. This was a genius. Shang Yanfei was also a person who cherished talent. Seeing Bai Ningbing's performance, he had the desire to recruit her for Xianxia. After Bai Ningbing, it will be Fang Jing's turn. I wonder what kind of surprise he can bring me. But, I heard he has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. Shang Clan City's living treasure door also had 2 heavenly essence treasure lotuses. There was also a heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus. But to take out these lotuses, they would have to pay an even greater price. With living treasure door guarding it, even if Shang Yanfei was the clan leader, he had to follow the rules set by his ancestors. Fang Jing is a strength path Gu master. Even if he has the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he would not be able to display its value. I might as well give it to Xianxia. Shang Yanfei pondered for a while before sitting up straight and sending out a paper crane secret letter. The paper crane flew along the secret path and into a secret room. Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu immediately sensed it and gathered in the secret room. Master has another secret letter. Yen Tu opened the secret letter and glanced at it before handing it to Zhu Kaibei. This is for you. Zhu Kaibei looked through it and muttered to himself, Master guessed that Fang Yuan has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. If I win this battle, I will try to ask for this grass Gu. If I don't have this Gu, I cannot choose the all-out effort Gu. Saying so, Zhu Kaibei's brows slightly furrowed. He had originally wanted to ask for Fang Yuan's all-out effort Gu. This legendary Gu was extremely attractive to a strength path Gu master like him. But Shang Yanfei had sent such an order. Master cherishes talent and wants to protect that Fang Jing until he grows up. Yen Tu analyzed. Raising his head, he saw Zhu Kaibei's tightly furrowed brows and consoled, Brother Zhu, you need to pay attention to your mentality. We are already Shang clan's hidden elders, we have to obey the clan leader's orders. It's no longer the same as before, when I could roam the world freely and do whatever I wanted. Zhu Kaibei nodded his head heavily and sighed. Speaking of which, that period of time is really worth reminiscing. Roaming the world alone, free and unrestrained. Could it be that Brother Zhu wants to become a demonic Gu master again? Yen Tu's tone was solemn. Zhu Kaibei chuckled, Brother Yen, don't you know me? I was just casually saying it. Although demonic Gu masters are unrestrained, the pressure is huge and the risks are also huge. Who knows, one day I might die in the wild and there would be no one to collect my corpse. Yen Tu's expression softened. Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu were once solitary demonic Gu masters. They had made a name for themselves in southern border and had stood strong for decades. But they were getting more and more tired. Although demonic Gu masters had extremely free lives, the pressure was huge. They had to worry about the Gu's food, Yuan stone, their own safety and so on. The two gradually got tired of this life, but they did not have the courage to change. Until one day the two met in the wild. There was an extreme lack of trust between demonic Gu masters. After the two sensed each other, they immediately attacked, trying to gain the initiative. But who knew that in this battle, the two were evenly matched and fought from day to night. During this period they used schemes, traps, exerted all their strength and used all sorts of methods. By the time the sun rose, both were out of strength, their primeval essence was also expended and their bodies were covered in injuries. Looking at the opponent in front of them, they had no strength to deal the final blow and kill the opponent. When the morning light shone on their faces, the two made the same decision. I am tired of this life. If I survive this battle, I will go to Shang clan and join the righteous path. Yen Tu softly muttered. So tiring after this battle, I will go to Shang clan and fight for that external elder position. Zhu Kai Bei fiercely cursed. For some reason the two said it at the same time. After saying so they looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the two laughed loudly. This was fate, like heaven's arrangement. Two veteran demonic Gu masters who had no sense of trust at all, on this day, gained a lifelong friend at the same time. As if they wanted to throw away the shadow of their past, they started to change and chose to trust each other. This trust was unreserved trust towards each other. The two went from one extreme to another extreme. But speaking of which, Brother Yen, you suffered a huge loss this time, you are covered in dust. Zhu Kai Bei winked and said. Others would never imagine he would have such an expression. Usually Zhu Kai Bei was solemn like steel and meticulous. But in fact, this was only a mask he had cultivated when he was roaming the demonic path. Only in front of his best friend, Yen Tu, would he show his true nature. Yen Tu snorted coldly, his brows gradually relaxing as he sighed. This Bai Ning Bing is not simple, she will surpass us one day. I only won by a move or two. If she was rank 4, the result would be hard to say. Zhu Kai Bei nodded. I also disguised myself to watch your battle, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Yen Tu patted Zhu Kai Bei's shoulder. That Fangjing is as famous as Bai Ning Bing, they came to Shang Clan City together and lived together, their relationship is not simple. They are called the twin stars of Yanwu, some also call them the black and white demons. With Bai Ning Bing's strength, Fangjing is definitely not weak. Brother Zhu, when you are at your strongest is also when you are at your weakest, you need to be careful. Zhu Kai Bei smiled proudly. Brother, take a look at this. Saying so, he took out a Gu from his aperture. This Gu was the size of a fist and had the shape of a beetle, black like iron. A hard Chi Gu. Yen Tu's expression turned to joy after a moment of shock. This is great, Brother Zhu. When you use killer moves, your defense will fall. With this Gu you can make up for your weakness. This Gu is precious and not commonly seen, you need to feed it well. Zhu Kai Bei nodded. After keeping the hard Chi Gu, he sighed. Unfortunately, this is only a hard Chi Gu and not strength Chi Gu. If I had strength Chi Gu, my battle strength would rise and undergo a qualitative change, it would be more than enough to increase my battle strength by 2 times. Yen Tu laughed heartily. You are too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Ancient Chi path has already disappeared, strength Chi Gu is already extinct. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain a hard Chi Gu, don't be greedy. Zhu Kai Bei also laughed. That's true. But it's only human nature to be greedy, ha. Ancient Chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. Chi path Gu worms could be transformed into formless Gu worms, their effects were usually very miraculous. In ancient times, when Chi path was at its peak, 8 out of 10 Gu masters cultivated Chi path. However, flowers bloom and wilt, flourish and decline, this was the law of nature, Chi path was not exempt from it. After flourishing for a while, Chi path gradually weakened and was replaced by strength path. Chapter 321. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle stage welcomed the attention of the entire city. Zhu Kai Bei forcefully challenged Fang Yuan. The former was an expert of the older generation, his reputation was awe-inspiring and he held up half the sky. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining brightly and was a young expert of the younger generation. In addition to the brilliance of the battle itself, the battle between Bai Ning Bing and Yen Tu before eating served as an excellent foreshadowing. After 7 days of fermenting, its influence had spread to the whole of Shang Clan City. Please search for floating astronomy. As a result, today's battle stage was almost filled with spectators. The battle stage also took advantage of the situation and arranged for this battle to be a large-scale event. Shang Wen, who was in charge of the battle stage, had gained a great achievement and was in a good mood these days. The battle had not started yet, but the people in the city were already discussing it. Is Zhu Kai from Half the Sky more experienced, or can Fang Jing win as the weaker one? Many people were discussing this question. The battle between the old and the new attracted many people's attention. Both are Strength Path Gu Masters. This is the revival of Strength Path Gu Masters. Many Strength Path Gu Masters were extremely proud and were looking forward to this battle. In their opinion, this battle had a huge significance. No matter what, Fang Jing has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort Gu will be taken away by Zhu Kai. Fang Jing is only rank 3 middle stage. Although he has great battle strength, his cultivation is lower than Bai Ningbing's. Not to mention comparing him to Zhu Kai. After dozens of battles, Fang Yuan's strength could no longer be concealed. Most people did not think highly of him because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fang Jing is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Fang Yuan walked slowly. With a calm expression, he arrived at the stage. This was a large-scale battle stage with a black stone forest terrain. Fang Yuan came to the center of the stage and stood still. He crossed his arms and scanned the surroundings. Black stone pillars, each thick and sturdy, were erected in the center of the stage, covering the entire stage. Outside the stage, the crowd gathered in a circle around the stage. This was Fang Yuan's first time in the past 2 years. It was the match with the largest number of spectators. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that Xianxia and Wei Yang were definitely among the crowd. Even Bai Ningbing was there, but they were all in disguise. He also heard from Xianxia. The young masters of Shang clan were all here. This reminded Fang Yuan of his first martial arts demonstration. At that time there were almost no spectators and Fang Yuan was still a nobody. Up until now, his reputation had risen to prominence. Become somebody. It attracted widespread attention. This is the last battle. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The Three Kings' inheritance was nearing. Including the journey, there wasn't much time left. After winning this match, he would do his best to assist Xianxia. Pushing her to the position of young lord would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future plans. When Xianxia becomes the young master, it will be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang clan city. No one knew the identities of Zhu Kai and Yen Tuesday. How could Fang Yuan not see it clearly? As long as they were in the battle rest field, they could become Shang clan's external elder. Shang Yanfei wanted to control this channel. It was normal for him to arrange chess pieces like Zhu Kai and Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. Becoming an external elder was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. Sparrows and swallows often made their homes under the eaves, while eagles built their nests on cliffs. Not to mention Shang clan's external elder, Fang Yuan didn't even care about the position of clan leader. These positions seemed noble and dazzling, but they were actually shackles of fame and fortune. What a pity. In the mortal world, who knew how many people had been shackled by such shackles? Zhu Kai also came to the stage. He had a towering stature, his expression was like steel. His joints were broad, his muscles stacked together, giving people a strong and imposing feeling. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, during the righteous demonic battle on Yitian Mountain, Zhu Kai had a great performance. He had killed many famous demonic path Gu masters, and was one of Shang Yanfei's capable generals. On his body the aura of rank 4 leaked out. Before the battle started, he was already exerting mental pressure on Fang Yuan. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was indeed at a disadvantage. He was rank 3 peak stage now and was using breath concealment Gu. From the looks of it, he was still at rank 3 middle stage. But even if his cultivation was low, so what? Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. A few days ago he had refined that Gu, and his chances of winning had risen to 60%. Although his opponent was strong, he knew he would definitely win. This was not arrogance, confidence, or arrogance, but a type of mentality. Demonic heart. I can't lose, I can't fall, I have to win, I have to win. Even if there is less than 10% chance of winning, even if there is no chance of winning, I have to have the mentality to win. Once a demonic Gu master fails, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, I have to succeed, I have to keep winning. There is no what if, and no what if. The 500 years of experience in his previous life had caused Fang Yuan to develop such a mentality. Winner takes all, step on other people's corpses, step on them and step onto the peak. Only I am the one who bears down on the world, no matter what sense of propriety, righteousness, honor, fame, wealth, beauty, gratitude, grudges, love, hatred, they cannot be an obstacle, they can all be used. This was the difference between Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing had the desire to win, while Fang Yuan had the heart to win. Nothing can stop me. Even if I perish, my heart will not be perturbed. Zhu Kaibei walked to Fang Yuan, standing still and maintaining his silence. He was not a talkative person. Similarly, Fang Yuan did not like to talk nonsense. The two looked at each other, ignoring the clamor of the outside world. One's gaze was firm, while the other's eyes were dark and deep. Clang. The bell rang, announcing the start of the battle. All-out effort go. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He poured his quintessential essence into it, and the image of a steed appeared in the air behind him. But at rank 4, after the accumulation strength Gu was refined into habitual strength Gu, this weakness was eliminated. After the activation of habitual strength Gu, Zhu Kaibei's strength continued to accumulate, becoming bigger and bigger. At the same time, Zhu Kaibei could move freely. Bam! Fang Yuan's fist smashed on Zhu Kaibei's chest, while Zhu Kaibei's palm chopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder. Both sides took 6 steps back, they were evenly matched this time. But Fang Yuan's entire fist was numb. Zhu Kaibei's chest was wrapped in ivory white armor, there were only slight cracks on it. As time passed, Zhu Kaibei continued to activate the armor, and the ivory white armor became thicker, turning Zhu Kaibei into a monster with thick skin and flesh. Zhu Kaibei's strength was gradually revealed. Not only rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence, but also rank 4 Gu worms. Just one ivory white armor Gu was comparable to Fang Yuan's iron bones, copper skin and steel tendons. Chapter 322. Sweep fists, palm strikes, elbow poke, kick. Both sides exchanged blows, fists landing on flesh, close combat, forcefully clashing. Fists and kicks collided, creating intense vibrations. The two figures tangled together, and everywhere they went, the stone forest collapsed one after another. Fang Jing is gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gradually, the spectators understood the situation. To deal with Zhu Kaibei, we need to defeat him first, don't give him any time. Someone sighed. Zhu Kaibei had habitual strength Gu, the longer he used it, the greater his strength would be. Easy for you to say who can kill him at the early stage. He has rank 4 cultivation after all, and also has ivory armor Gu as well as abundant battle experience. It is already not bad that Fang Jing can fight to this extent. Among the crowd, Bai Ningbing's eyes were eerie as she quietly watched the battle. She was the most familiar with the pressure Fang Yuan was feeling right now. Only by personally fighting a rank 4 Gu master would one understand the huge gap between rank 3 and rank 4. Brother He too. Xianxia clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes following Fang Yuan. Wei Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Ow! Suddenly the roar of a wild beast burst out. The shadow of a dragon and elephant, huge and mighty, suddenly rose up from behind Zhu Kaibei. Dragon elephant was a giant elephant with dragon blood, its body was even bigger than a mammoth, and it was a ferocious alternative dragon. When lions and tigers met it, they would take a detour, not daring to face it head-on. Killing such a ferocious beast had a high chance of obtaining Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu. Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu rank 4. Fang Yuan used Galloping Horse Strength Gu, Green Bull Labor Gu and others, which were also rank 3 Gu. Since Zhu Kaibei became a rank 4 Gu master, he had used 3 Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu, adding 3 Beast Phantoms to himself. At this moment he suddenly attacked with the strength of a dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and at the crucial moment he raised his arms. All-out Gu, Stone Tortoise Strength. Behind him a giant tortoise phantom rose. Bam! Zhu Kaibei's fist, which was the size of a bowl, fiercely hit Fang Yuan's arms. A huge force surged over, forcing Zhu Kaibei to take a step back, while Fang Yuan was sent flying by Zhu Kaibei's punch. The stone tortoise phantom collapsed with a loud bang, while the dragon elephant phantom rose higher and higher. The stone tortoise was clearly no match for the dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's body was sent flying 30 steps away. He knocked down 2 stone pillars in a row before coming to a stop. Fang Yuan regained his footing and shook his aching and numb arms. Although he was in a sorry state, he was unscathed. The combination of iron bones, steel bars and copper skin was still very strong. Zhu Kaibei has unleashed the power of the dragon elephant. Outside the arena, many people exclaimed in unison. He has been using habitual strength Gu, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. This was only the power of one dragon elephant. Zhu Kaibei had a total of 3 dragon elephant phantoms on his body. I had once seen him use the strength of 3 dragon elephant and instantly burst his opponent's head. Fang Jing did not restrain Zhu Kaibei. Zhu Kaibei using the strength of the dragon elephant is a sign that he wants to control this battle. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he charged towards Zhu Kaibei again. Both sides tangled together again. Snow-silver primeval essence continued to pour into the all-out effort Gu. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms flashed one after another. After stone tortoise strength Gu, Fang Yuan used white elephant primeval strength Gu and black python coiling strength Gu, adding white elephant phantom and black python phantom to his body. 8 beast phantoms was the limit of Fang Yuan's body. Thus, after the black python coiling strength Gu, he did not use any other strength Gu. In the arena, Fang Yuan unleashed a frenzied offensive, fist winds howled and were extremely fierce. Such a terrifying offensive made people's hearts palpitate. Zhu Kaibei had just erupted and used the strength of one dragon elephant, but his strength returned to normal as habitual strength Gu started to accumulate strength again. But Fang Yuan used his full strength and immediately turned the situation around. In the air, his 8 beast phantoms flickered continuously, with the occasional appearance of a dragon elephant phantom. But every time the dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Fang Yuan flying. As time passed, Fang Yuan's injuries accumulated, and even his bronze skin could not block Zhu Kaibei's enormous strength, his skin and flesh were lacerated. Meanwhile, Zhu Kaibei's whole body was covered in a layer of ivory armor, and although his armor was full of injuries and cracks, he did not fall, like an iron tower that stood on the ground. After a while, Zhu Kaibei made very few mistakes. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped this fleeting opportunity and suddenly went behind him, slapping with his palm. The brown bear phantom appeared. This attack was extremely heavy. If it landed, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. Zhu Kaibei did not have time to block, he could only turn around and sweep his arm. Ow! Suddenly there was an elephant's cry, and the dragon elephant phantom rose, completely suppressing the brown bear. Fang Yuan was instead sent flying. This was the 8th time. The number of dragon elephant phantoms appearing became more and more frequent. When they did not appear, Fang Yuan had the slight initiative. But once they appeared, none of the beast phantoms were his match. Fang Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but dragon elephant had a slight dragon bloodline. It was already a mutated beast. After fighting for an hour, 2 dragon elephant phantoms appeared above Zhu Kaibei's head. His fists fiercely hit Fang Yuan's chest, sending the latter flying far away. Fang Yuan vomited blood in the air, his vision turning upside down. Bam 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 bam. 5 stone pillars were destroyed by him in a row. Fang Yuan fell on the ground, dust rising and covering his body. So tragic. Seeing this, many Gu masters' eyelids twitched. Fang Yuan's current situation was too tragic to look at. Rank 3 beast phantoms are not the rank 4 dragon elephant phantoms match. Fang Jing might have all-out effort Gu, but he can only summon 1 beast phantom at a time. It is inferior to Zhu Kaibei's habitual strength Gu. How can this be? All-out effort Gu is a legendary Gu, how can it be inferior to ordinary habitual strength Gu? Someone was shocked. Soon someone explained, this is not the all-out effort Gu's problem but Fang Jing himself. Fang Jing has the strength of 8 beasts, he is like a huge water vat, but the water outlet is a small bamboo pipe. All-out effort Gu can make the bamboo pipe come out of the water at full speed, while habitual strength Gu is like a bucket drawing water from the vat. All-out effort Gu is like a small stream that flows for a long time, while habitual strength Gu accumulates and explodes. Brother He too. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure being engulfed by the dust, Xianxia's heart jumped and she had difficulty breathing. But soon, everyone saw a black figure slowly stand up from the dust. 3 broken ribs and his internal organs seemed to be bleeding. Such a powerful attack. Fang Yuan endured the heart-wrenching pain, his lips curling into a smile. He had a will of steel, so what was this pain? What was this injury? The pain surged his battle intent, burning like fire. His blood was boiling like boiling water. This kind of battle is exciting. Defeating such a strong enemy is interesting. Yee-ha! Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily in the dust. What is Fang Jing talking about? Why does he seem to be laughing? Did he become stupid from Zhu Kaibei's attack? Because of the barrier, everyone could not hear clearly. Hearing Fang Yuan's wild laughter, Zhu Kaibei's expression changed for the first time since the start of the battle. This lad. His expression sank, he felt something familiar yet strange from the laughter. After thinking for a while, he came to a realization. This was the aura of the demonic path. Killing intent as sharp as a blade, madness to destroy the world, arrogance to look down on the world, ruthlessness to trample on all living beings. This laughter seemed to bring Zhu Kaibei back to the past. That unbearable past. Every day was spent in killing, like walking alone in the endless darkness with no one to talk to. The endless loneliness turned into fear, the demonic path life worse than death. You have to move forward, you have to win all the way. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff, your nerves stretched to the limit, unable to relax. If you lose, you might fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhu Kaibei was sick of such a life, so he joined Shang clan and became a hidden elder. All these years he was a person who almost drowned, struggling out of the sea of bitterness, climbing ashore and gasping for breath. He was already standing ashore, but Fang Yuan's laughter was like a wave, making him look back at the sea of bitterness. This laughter evoked a trace of fear in Zhu Kaibei's heart. Don't go back to the past, I don't even want to think about the past. A prodigal son is worth more than gold. I have already repented, I have started a new life, I am a member of the righteous path. Righteous and demonic are irreconcilable. Zhu Kaibei's face trembled, a trace of extreme hatred towards Fang Yuan emerged from the depths of his heart. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Zhu Kaibei took the initiative to attack, taking large steps like a tiger or a dragon, charging into the dust cloud. Every step he took was accompanied by the roars of dragons and dragons. This was the rank 4 Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. It allowed Zhu Kaibei to move forward rapidly, and it was similar to charging Crash Gu, using the force of collision to unleash the hidden strength in Zhu Kaibei's body. Zhu Kaibei fiercely charged into the dust cloud, facing Fang Yuan. How? Dragon Elephant Phantoms appeared again. He didn't hit 2 of them, only 1. But this was enough to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he took the attack head-on, a stone tortoise phantom rising from his back. The two fiercely collided. The shockwave from the collision blew away the surrounding dust cloud. Zhu Kaibei had an astonished gaze as he retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan did not move a single inch. Outside the arena, bewildered gasps could be heard. What is going on? This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was the strength of the stone tortoise against the strength of the dragon elephant, but why were the results so different? Zhu Kaibei gritted his teeth and charged again. Bam! With a loud sound, he was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, flying like a sandbag before crashing on the ground. He struggled to get up, his gaze fixed on the sky above Fang Yuan's head. In the air, the brown bear and boar phantoms were slowly dissipating. He attacked 2 beast phantoms at the same time. How is this possible? This defies logic. Chapter 323. 2 beast phantoms, did I see wrongly? Outside the arena, Yen Tu stared with his eyes wide open. To be able to shoot out 2 beast phantoms at the same time, what gu did he use? Zhu Kaibei's expression turned solemn as he stared at Fang Yuan. Suddenly his pupils shrunk. It's here. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his eyes were like an unfathomable black pool as he charged towards Zhu Kaibei. At the same time, in the air above his head, a horse and boar phantoms appeared. The boar's strength increased the force of his charge, while the horse's strength increased Fang Yuan's speed, increasing the speed of his charge. With the support of the 2 strengths, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious boar or a galloping horse, his figure continuously enlarged in Zhu Kaibei's eyes. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Facing Fang Yuan's powerful attack, Zhu Kaibei's figure leaped, the dragon and tiger roars resounded again. This time he took the initiative to dodge and Fang Yuan brushed past him. Vertical crash gu's flaw was that when charging it was a straight line, it could be easily detected by the opponent and easily dodged, causing the attack to be useless. Zhu Kaibei dodged. He has always been charging head-on, rarely dodging. This is the first time he dodged since the start of the battle. Fang Jing can shoot out 2 beast phantoms at the same time, while Zhu Kaibei's habitual strength gu needs to recharge, dodging was a wise move. Fang Jing is still too inexperienced. Although he has good gu worms, his battle experience is far from Zhu Kai Bei's. This attack was not handled well. Before the person outside the arena could finish his evaluation, there was a sudden change in the arena. After Fang Yuan brushed past Zhu Kai Bei, he suddenly stopped activating all-out effort gu. The two beast phantoms dissipated, the force of the charge immediately fell to the bottom, and he crashed into a black stone pillar. The black stone pillar collapsed, and Fang Yuan's charge came to a stop. Horizontal charge gu. Fang Yuan charged sideways, punching with both fists. The brown bear and white elephant phantoms suddenly rose into the air. The distance was too close. Zhu Kai Bei was caught off guard and was struck, his body flying high up in the air. The person who said Fang Yuan was too inexperienced was speechless. Many people's eyes shine. Fang Yuan's attack this time seemed ordinary, but in fact contained many things. It was exceptionally brilliant. All-out effort gu can activate and unleash a burst of attack, of course. Switching between activating and deactivating allowed Fang Yuan to be extremely nimble and flexible. At the same time he make use of the terrain. Zhu Kai Bei was hit by Fang Yuan in one strike, not because he was not smart, but because he was used to using habitual strength gu. His rich experience had caused him to have a blind spot in his thinking. Fang Yuan once again. Zhu Kai Bei turned into a punching bag, unable to retaliate. He could only hold his breath and defend. Heavens, Fang Jing is actually suppressing Zhu Kai Bei as a mere rank 3 peak stage. An unimaginable scene is actually happening right in front of my eyes. All-out effort gu is after all a legendary gu, its power is miraculous, even rank 4 habitual strength gu cannot compare to it. Fang Jing has already used all-out effort gu to perfection. Although he does not have rich battle experience, his talent is enough to make up for it. There was a commotion outside the arena. Boom. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Zhu Kai Bei's tall body was like a flying sack, crashing into several thick black stone pillars. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, but Fang Yuan had already pounced, not giving him any chance to breathe. Stepping on the ground, the two beast phantoms of a horse and a green bull appeared at the same time. More importantly, he had 8 beast phantoms. If they burst out together, even Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephants would not be able to help. What made Zhu Kai Bei even more dejected was that he knew Fang Yuan had a self-reliance gu. Self-reliance gu to Fang Yuan had a very good healing effect. Fang Yuan could heal himself while being injured, maintaining his strength at a terrifying level. All-out effort gu, bitter strength gu, self-reliance gu, the 3 formed an ingenious combination, forming a solid foundation. At this point, Fang Yuan's plan of using gu worms had already reached a small success stage, forming the framework. The effect was outstanding, even the rank 4 Zhu Kai Bei would be at a disadvantage against this gu worm set. Chapter 324. However, even if Fang Yuan has bitter strength gu, the strength he can erupt with is at most 8 beast strength. Bitter strength gu does not provide endless strength. Shang clan leader did not allow me to take all-out effort gu, I can still choose bitter strength gu. Thinking of this, Zhu Kai Bei's eyes brightened. Be it all-out effort gu or bitter strength gu, they were extremely attractive to strength path gu masters. I have not lost yet. I am rank 4 initial stage, I have the advantage in terms of primeval essence, moreover, I still have killer moves. Zhu Kai Bei was very experienced in battle. After a few moments of contemplation, he sorted out his emotions and reorganized his troops, raising the low morale of his troops. The two began to fight again. The battle could no longer be described as intense, it was more appropriate to describe it as tragic. Both sides punched and kicked, exchanging attacks and defenses. Zhu Kai Bei's ivory white armor was constantly breaking and mending, blood spurting out of his mouth from time to time. Fang Yuan was not much better off, he restrained himself from using self-reliance gu. His whole body was lacerated and bleeding, his ribs were broken, endless pain attacked his nerves like a tide. The more severe his injuries, the stronger his strength. Not long after, he could summon 5 beast strength phantoms at the same time. Zhu Kai Bei's situation was even more dangerous, he was almost suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point of not being able to raise his head. This was an unprecedented experience in the battle stage. Even Yen Tu was only evenly matched with him. Junior, you are too arrogant. Zhu Kai Bei was furious, his fists sweeping horizontally. 3 Dragon Elephant. He suddenly erupted. The dragon elephant's huge figure appeared in the air. Fang Yuan was sent flying without any hesitation. 3 dragon elephants suppressed 5 beast phantoms. The 2 arms that Fang Yuan used to block were strangely twisted, completely fractured. His left arm was even bent at a right angle. The broken arm bone was exposed and dripping with blood. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and activated self-reliance Gu. Such injuries had already affected his battle strength and could not be healed. He first healed his right arm, then forcefully straightened his twisted left arm, forcefully putting it together before activating the self-reliance Gu. Very soon the severed arm began to grow back. The bone mass increased and reconnected. Then it was the broken flesh and finally the skin. While recovering, Fang Yuan kept dodging Zhu Kai Bei's attacks. He continuously used horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, doing 3 things at the same time to deal with Zhu Kai Bei. When he attacked, he was powerful and domineering, strong and fierce. When dodging, it was a completely different style. He was calm and collected, not panicking in the face of danger. He was as slippery as a loach. He made full use of the surrounding black rock forest. Zhu Kai Bei's dragon travel tiger steps Gu was faster than Fang Yuan, but it could not catch him. After Fang Yuan recovered, he turned around and fought again. As time passed, the battle grew more and more desperate. Fang Yuan's 5 beast phantoms gradually increased to 6, then 7, then 8. At the beginning of the battle, there would be people cheering from time to time. Now that the situation had reached such a stage, they gradually fell silent and no one made a sound. Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei's terrifying strength caused everyone to shiver in fear. Too scary. Such strength, one can only imagine the magnificence of the ancient strength path. If it were me, no matter who I was fighting, I would have been smashed into minced meat. Everyone was speechless, secretly admiring Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei's unyielding spirit. These 2 men were truly tough men of steel. No one could predict the result of this battle. Fang Yuan was very strong, using 8 beast phantoms and suppressing Zhu Kai Bei most of the time. However, Zhu Kai Bei was not weak either. His healing Gu was also very effective. In addition, with the combination of Dragon Guts Gu, Dragon Form Tiger Steps Gu, and Dragon Elephant Gu, the law fragments of the 3 were similar, forming a Tao pattern resonance, greatly increasing the chances of using Dragon Elephant Phantoms. Xianxia's hands were sweating. Wei Yang's frown deepened, turning into a knot. He could see that Fang Yuan was tired. Fang Yuan's iron body could not withstand the full power of the 8 beast phantoms. He was sweating profusely and his muscles were numb. He had an even bigger problem. He could use 8 beast phantoms, but at the same time, it also meant that his injuries were extremely heavy, putting him in danger. Fang Yuan was walking on a tightrope. Once he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephants, he would die. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle that was extremely firm and resolute. From the start till now, 2 hours had already passed. The battle was gradually entering its final stage. Both sides had reached their limits and their attacks were starting to slow down. But the battle became more dangerous. Even Bai Ningbing had a solemn expression. The whole place was silent. Countless people were watching the battle with full concentration. Zhu Kai Bei was finally impatient. Although he could use 3 dragon elephants, it depended on luck and was not very stable. Sometimes when they attacked, the timing was not right, allowing Fang Yuan to easily dodge or block them. Why is his primeval essence still not depleted? At this point, even as a rank 4 strength path Gu master, Zhu Kai Bei did not have much primeval essence left. But Fang Yuan, a rank 3 peak stage, was still full of primeval essence, full of energy. Don't tell me he really has the heavenly essence treasure lotus? Shang Yin Fei's secret letter appeared in Zhu Kai Bei's mind. If Fang Jing really has it, then his luck is too heaven-defying. Zhu Kai Bei gritted his teeth. The expected advantage did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to fall. But in fact, Fang Yuan not only had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he also had the blood skull Gu and the 4 flavors liquor worm. If Zhu Kai Bei knew of this, his expression would be very interesting. I cannot lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Zhu Kai Bei made up his mind. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. He suddenly retreated. This abnormal action immediately attracted Fang Yuan's attention. But Fang Yuan could not catch up. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was very fast, much faster than Horizontal Charge Gu and Vertical Crash Gu. Adding on this terrain, it was not good for chasing. Almost instantly, everyone's gazes were on Zhu Kai Bei. Many people realized what was going on. Oh no! Wei Yang saw this and his expression changed. He could not help but cry out. What? Xianxia quickly looked over. Zhu Kaibei is going to use his killer move. This battle has finally reached the most crucial moment. Wei Yang's voice was low, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was very nervous. He spoke quickly and explained, Zhu Kaibei's killer move has a flaw. If Fang Jing can grasp this flaw, he will be able to clinch victory. If not, I'm afraid Zhu Kaibei will win. Just as Wei Yang finished speaking, there was a change in the battlefield. Giant Spirit Heart Gu. Giant Spirit Body Gu. Giant Spirit Will Gu. 3 rank 4 Gu were activated at the same time. Body and mind as one, essence, chi and spirit flowing together. Zhu Kaibei's body suddenly expanded by 3 times, his whole body shining with white spirit light, like a god descending into the world, his aura rising bit by bit. This was his killer move, Giant Spirit Transformation. It could increase a Gu Master's strength by 3 times. At the same time, their mental strength would increase by 3 times. A Gu Master controlling Gu worms expended mental strength. After a long time, their mental strength would become sluggish. But now that Zhu Kaibei's mental strength was increased, his mind shook and he became excited again. At the same time, his strength would increase by 3 times. The strength of 3 dragon elephants would become the strength of 9 dragon elephants. Once the 9 dragon elephants burst out, the 8 beast phantoms would be useless. Fang Yuan would lose without a doubt. Zhu Kaibei reached his strongest moment. But at this moment, the ivory white armor on his body was broken by him. Many defensive Gu did not have the ability to extend. Ivory white armor was one of them. This is the moment he is defenseless. His strongest moment is also his weakest moment. Quickly grab this only chance of victory. Wei Yang's eyes opened wide, he clenched his fists and shouted. On the other side, Bai Ningbing's eyes also brightened. As if he had heard Wei Yang's reminder, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but suddenly his movement stopped. Wei Yang's excitement and joy froze on his face. Make your move. He could not help but shout, his heart pounding. Unfortunately, the barrier blocked the sound. The surrounding people could not help but look at him strangely. Fang Yuan did not move, he watched silently. The broken ivory armor began to regenerate, and a new set of armor was formed, covering Zhu Kaibei's entire body tightly. Fang Yuan's chance of victory was slipping away, it was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wei Yang stomped his feet anxiously, but it was to no avail. He looked at the sky and sighed, sigh. Fang Jing lost, he lost his only chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not attack. This made Zhu Kaibei somewhat surprised. He had expected Fang Yuan to attack, he had already made preparations, but Fang Yuan did not move. This made him feel pity, because just earlier he had used the hard Qi Gu. The hard Qi Gu turned into a formless air current, wrapping around his entire body. At that moment he seemed to be defenseless, but in fact his defense was extremely tight, it could be said to be as solid as a rock. With the hard Qi Gu, his biggest flaw was made up for. If Fang Yuan attacked forcefully, he would definitely face Zhu Kaibei's attacks, he would suffer greatly and most likely lose. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. Even if Zhu Kaibei purposely slowed down the ivory white armor's growth, Fang Yuan would not move. The latter also did not move, he only watched quietly. Did you notice it? Impossible. The hard Qi Gu is formless, I just obtained it and have not used it. Humph, since you are not attacking, I will. Zhu Kaibei's eyes shone brightly. Jin transformation was a killer move, to control 3 rank 4 Gu at the same time, be it the yellow gold primeval essence or mental strength, they were both expending intensely. Strength and mental strength increased by 3 times. But at the same time, it was also expending at 3 times the rate. Zhu Kaibei's Jin transformation could not last long. Dragon movement tiger steps. Zhu Kaibei charged towards Fang Yuan. Rampaging. Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat, avoiding the attack. Zhu Kaibei could not help but be bewildered. Fang Yuan changed his style and suddenly retreated. Was he trying to stall for time? It was useless. My body is now 3 times bigger than usual and my steps are also 3 times longer. If I use dragon movement tiger steps Gu, my speed will be even faster. Zhu Kaibei snorted coldly in his heart. Even if Fang Yuan used the terrain of Blackstone Forest, it was of no use. At this point, the Blackstone Forest was almost completely destroyed. What's more, the gigantic spirit transformation was a completely one-sided battle style. For Zhu Kaibei, it was a completely flat stretch of land. While continuing to absorb primeval essence, he nodded. You guessed right, it was strength Qi Gu. Zhu Kai Bei's expression froze for a moment, before a complex expression emerged on his face. In his expression there was envy, jealousy, helplessness and misery. Strength Qi Gu, he. He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Ancient strength path Gu worms were basically extinct now. Every time there was some news, it would attract Zhu Kai Bei's intense interest. He had searched for it for many years, but to think he would personally experience the power of strength Qi Gu from the young Fang Yuan. Beast phantoms were traces of the great Tao. They were illusory and powerless, unable to attack directly. However, with the strength Qi Gu, the Gu master can activate this Gu and produce formless strength Qi. The beast phantoms left Fang Yuan's body and attached to the strength Qi, gaining the ability to attack directly. When the strength Qi dissipated, the beast phantoms would lose their carrier and also dissipate, automatically returning to Fang Yuan's body. The strength Qi Gu in Fang Yuan's hands was the product of his closed cultivation Gu refinement. The main body of the strength Qi Gu was the rank 4 atmosphere Gu. When Fang Yuan unexpectedly saw the atmosphere Gu in the auction house, he immediately made up his mind to buy it. Atmosphere Gu, strength Qi Gu, both were Qi path Gu. Their own laws had subtle similarities, thus they could be converted through Gu refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complicated. Over 20 different supplementary materials were used in reverse refinement, and there were over 30 steps in between. Fire control and time had to be grasped clearly, there could not be the slightest mistake. The success rate was not low, around 80%. Strength Qi Gu was only a rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan spent several days and nights in the secret room without rest, using his rich experience and calm mind to refine the strength Qi Gu. 200 years later in his previous life, this recipe was recreated by a recipe master of the past path, and was made public. As for now, the master who recreated this recipe had not been born yet. No one in the world knew. There is no need to continue this battle, I admit defeat. After realizing that Fang Yuan had strength Qi Gu, Zhu Kai Bei lost his will to fight and actually surrendered. With this Gu, Fang Yuan would have a powerful long-range battle method. Both close and long-range combat were equally powerful. This was the elegance of the ancient strength path. It was impossible for Zhu Kai Bei to get close to Fang Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had methods to kill him. Being ganged up by 8 beast phantoms, Zhu Kai Bei did not want to experience this again. Of course, Zhu Kai Bei was clear about the weakness of strength Qi Gu. Strength Qi Gu consumed a lot of primeval essence. It needed 5% of snow-silver primeval essence to produce enough strength Qi to sustain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms were 40% snow-silver primeval essence. Even at Fang Yuan's peak condition with 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this data was only in theory. In battle, Fang Yuan still had to use movement Gu, defense Gu, all-out effort Gu and so on, splitting the primeval essence consumption and activating 8 beast phantoms at the same time. He could only use it once. Such a move could not be used carelessly. The primeval essence consumption was huge, and if it was futile, it would instead weaken the user. Thus, Fang Yuan stayed until the end. When Zhu Kai Bei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Fang Yuan sharply grasped this mentality and dealt a heavy blow to him. When Gu masters fought, they used Gu worms, but in the end they were the foundation. Once a person showed a flaw, it was often the biggest flaw. At this time, the hosting Gu master walked onto the stage and announced the result. Zhu Kai Bei actually admitted defeat? Many people could not accept it. Fang Jing really broke through the sky. The sky is changing, the sky is changing. Zhu Kai Bei was known as half the sky of the battle stage, but now even this sky could not cover Fang Yuan. Chapter 326. Fang Jing actually won against a rank 4 peak stage rank 3. Not only did he defeat a strong opponent, he even defeated a powerful existence like Zhu Kai Bei. He is truly a promising young man. This is undeniably a great victory. Zhu Kai Bei even used his killer move Jin transformation, but was still defeated by Fang Jing. He even admitted defeat. The attacks of the 8 beast phantoms are truly terrifying. To think that Fang Jing actually has the strength Qi Gu. His luck is too good. I heard that this strength Qi Gu was a treasure of his original clan. In the tea houses, restaurants, and streets, people were casually chatting about the battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei. Being able to defeat a rank 4 with a rank 3 strength when both sides were at their peak state, Such a battle was truly rare. There were close to 1,000 people watching the battle. The whole process was witnessed by everyone. Fang Yuan won fair and square without using any tricks. His battle strength was indeed above Zhu Kai Bei. As for the origin of the strength Qi Gu, Fang Yuan purposely spread false information, leading everyone's guesses to Guiyue clan. From today onwards, Lord Fangjing is my role model. After this battle, many people started calling Fang Yuan Lord. His battle strength had already gained the recognition of most people. Lord Fangjing is truly incomparably handsome. Zhu Kai Bei's era is over. Some female Gu masters' eyes shined. A new generation replaces the old. Zhu Kai Bei's fall has allowed Fangjing's reputation to flourish. Many old Gu masters sighed, feeling as if the new generation was replacing the old. Fangjing defeated Zhu Kai Bei, but I wonder if he can defeat Yan Tuesday. If he also defeats Yan Tu, he will be the only person to dominate the battle stage in all these years. As long as he wins 18 rounds, he will become Shang clan's external elder. This battle caused the battle stage's structure to shake. The old structure was broken and a new force was born. People started to look forward to Fang Yuan's future with excitement and anticipation. It had been more than 10 years since Xianxia had an external elder. If Fang Yuan only had a slight advantage and barely won against Zhu Kai Bei, then everyone's expectations would not be so high. When Fang Yuan displayed his strength that surpassed Zhu Kai Bei's, everyone began to analyze the situation excitedly. Fangjing has all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, and strength Qi Gu. Even ancient strength path Gu masters could not compare to him. All-out effort Gu allows his attacks to be powerful and domineering. Bitter strength Gu allowed him to get stronger the more he fought, especially when paired with self-reliance Gu. It was amazing. Strength Qi Gu allowed him to be extremely fierce in long-range battles, making up for his weakness. The scene of the 8 beast phantoms attacking together was simply terrifying. This is Fangjing's killer move. Zhu Kai Bei did not lose unjustly. Although he was rank 4 and had the advantage in cultivation, strength path Gu worms had little primeval essence requirement, which unknowingly weakened this advantage. Fangjing's Gu worms were simply too good, their combination was powerful and their coordination was flawless. Zhu Kai Bei admitted defeat on the spot. He must have been disheartened. How can a person's fortuitous encounters be so strong? Fangjing's luck is so strong that it defies heaven. He has only been in Xianxia city for a few years, but he has already accumulated to such an extent. With such a powerful combination of Gu worms, it is enough to let him become famous in southern border and have his own name. Name? He already has one. Now many people call him and Bai Ning Bing the Black-White Demons. But even more people call Fangjing Little Beast King. Before this, everyone thought that the person with the greatest hope of inheriting the young master position was Shang Yi Fan. Once Fang and Bai joined Xianxia, the situation immediately changed, creating a situation where 2 strong contenders were competing. Shang Yi Fan was not tall, even a little short. He had an aquiline nose, narrow eyes and a sharp gaze. Xianxia. He sat on a wide-back wooden chair in the study room, muttering softly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he thought about this name. In front of him a person was sitting. It was none other than Shang Yi. Brother Yi Fan, I came here this time to help you. Xianxia has Fang and Bai's help, she will be your greatest opponent. Especially Fangjing, you have to be careful, this person is sinister and crafty, I fell into his hands. As the clan's young master, Shang Tuahai personally controlled the caravan. When fighting outside, he needed strong assistance to deal with all sorts of situations. Now Xianxia had not even become Shang clan's young master, but she already had 2 rank 4 experts helping her. This situation made many of Shang Yanfei's children jealous and wary. However, even if she has Fang and Bai's help, so what? This young master position will definitely be mine. Shang Yi Fan licked his lips, thinking of something, his spirits rose. At the same time in Nanxiu Garden. Shang clan has complicated and comprehensive clan rules, especially regarding inheritors, the rules are even stricter. Wei Yang stood in front of Fang and Bai as well as Xianxia, speaking frankly with assurance. Lady Xianxia, if you want to ascend to the young master position, you have to pass Shang clan's test. This test is very traditional, it has always been the same content, that is, business. Xiang clan was built on business, and its development could not be separated from business. Xiang clan's selection of young masters was based on business. Do not look down on business thinking that it is just a business that earns money. Business can test every aspect of an inheritor, there will be all sorts of problems in the process of doing business. It tests one's plans, adaptability, strength and so on. The clan will allocate a sum of 100,000 yuan stones to any child who participates in the competition. 3 months later, the one who earns the most will become the new young master. Wei Yang was very familiar with the clan's policies. Then, how much yuan stone do we need to earn to win this competition? Fang Yuan asked. Shang clan's young master selection was watched by the entire city, the entire Shang clan was paying attention to it. Fang Yuan knew his own limits and decided to abide by the rules here. Normally speaking, as long as Lady Xianxia has 300,000 yuan stone, you can eliminate most of the people. If you have 600,000, you will have a high chance of winning. Above 600,000, between 700 and 800,000, these results are top class in the past young master selections. However, as he said this, Wei Yang's tone slowed. Among the competitors this time, there is one whose mother is the clan leader's cousin. She is a member of Shang clan and has great power. He is called Shang Yi Fan, and is the most popular candidate in this young master selection. With his mother helping him from behind, he would be able to get at least 600,000 points. If Lady Xianxia wants to win him, she needs to have even more outstanding results. Shang Yi Fan will have at least 600,000. If Shang Xianxia wants to obtain the young master position, she needs to be top class. Chapter 328. That's right, information business. Shang clan's battle stage has hundreds of battles every day, the atmosphere of the battle stage is so intense, we can make use of it. I've thought about it, we can collect the information of all the Gu masters in the battle stage and sell them. We can invite some famous people to make predictions before the battle, and give comments after the battle. Shang Xianxia smiled as she replied. Brilliant. Bai Ningbing immediately slapped the table and praised. This idea was too brilliant. Bai Ningbing had participated in many battles in the battle stage, she had a deeper understanding of the beauty of this idea. She immediately understood that this was a brilliant idea that could open up business opportunities. Even Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had actually thought of this idea in his previous life, and had even used it in Wu clan. Wu clan's battle stage was much larger than Shang clan's, and the atmosphere was even more intense. Fang Yuan's creation caused a huge commotion at that time, and he earned a lot of money every day. But not long after, Wu clan interfered, and all kinds of competition and suppression came one after another. In just a few months his profits fell to rock bottom. Half a year later he could no longer do it. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he could think of this idea because of his memories from Earth. Shang Xianxia was able to think of this, it was truly a pioneering idea, it showed her outstanding talent in the business world. But although this idea was good, Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Xianxia gritted her teeth. Does Brother He too think this idea is bad? It is a good idea, but don't rush. Xianxia, do you trust me? Fang Yuan looked at Shang Xianxia with rapt attention. Shang Xianxia smiled warmly. My life was saved by you, Brother He Tuesday. Why can't Xianxia believe in you? Bai Ningbing snorted in her heart but did not speak. She was in the know, and along the way with Fang Yuan she was clear. Shang Xianxi's dangers were all caused by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. Since you trust me, then listen to my arrangements. In just 20 days, you'll be able to triple the amount of primal stones in your possession. Is that so? Shang Xianxi's face showed curiosity. Then I will listen to brother's arrangements. What is he up to this time? Who does he want to harm this time? Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan from the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but guess. Sancha Mountain was located between the Zhou clan's Cold Quaking Mountain and the Che clan's Feilai Mountain. The Zhou clan and the Che clan had a history of more than 600 years, while the Che clan had a history of 580 years. The two families had been enemies for generations. The hatred that had accumulated for generations had made the two families irreconcilable enemies. In the recent 100 years, the two families expanded and fought to occupy Sancha Mountain. On a certain mountainside of Sancha Mountain, an intense battle was already nearing its end. Blood flowed on the ground, dozens of Gu master corpses lay on the mountain rocks. In the arena there were still 7 people standing. 3 people from the Zhou family and 4 from the Che family. There was a deep hole in the chest of the Zhou family's elder, Zhou Soundless. He pressed on his wound with one hand and stood in front of Zhou Chanyu, his expression solemn. "Eldest miss, please leave quickly. We'll hold them off." Zhou Chanyu was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. She had a great aptitude and was the future hope of the Zhou family. She was young and beautiful, not even 20 years old but already had rank 3 middle stage cultivation. She couldn't die here. Elder Soundless. Zhou Chanyu's expression showed reluctance and hesitation. "Wanna leave? No way." Che clan's elder, Che Yuyin, sneered and walked out from the crowd. But he was cautious and did not use his full strength. Now that the news of 3 kings' inheritance had spread to Shang Clan City, the time was ripe. Buy with all his strength. In the next 5 days, Fang Yuan bought large numbers of rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo, and rank 1 exploding egg goo. Not only Xianxia's 100,000 yuan stone, but also Bai Clan's latest 300,000. Fang Yuan had extorted 3 million yuan stone from Bai Clan, and by now Bai Clan had paid more than half of it. Together with Bai Ningbing's remaining funds, Fang Yuan's plan was a huge success. Chapter 329. Xianxia used all her funds to buy these 3 goo? In the study room, Shang Yifan held a document in his hand. This document was from his mother's side. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin. She had a huge force and many eyes and ears. Rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo and rank 1 exploding egg goo. What is the use of buying these goo? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not think of anything. I heard that Xianxia entrusted the 100,000 goo to Fangjing. Although Fangjing has great battle strength, he has not been rumored to have any talent in business management. By buying them like this, he will only be wasting his time and damage his own strength. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had also trained his talent in business management, and had a deep understanding of the market. According to common sense, any experienced businessman would not choose to spend such a large sum of money to purchase goo worms. Because this investment had no prospects of returns. But as Shang Yifan thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. He felt that he had missed out on something, as if behind this crazy act of buying goo worms was the other party's scheme. At this time, the old butler reported from outside, "Young master, something big happened, I need to report to you." "Old Zhang, please come in." Shang Yifan quickly called him in. This steward Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, he was independent and had rich experience. Naturally, he could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had instructed him to treat Steward Zhang with respect, and to seek his guidance. Steward Zhang walked in with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yifan. Something is wrong. From the latest news from Sancha Mountain, someone has already found the correct method to enter the inheritance." Although the 3 kings' inheritance had appeared earlier, yellow, blue and red pillars of light shot to the sky. The 3 kings' inheritance had its own mysteries, no one could enter it. Over these days, many talented people had searched crazily, and the method to enter the 3 kings' inheritance had already been found. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed great interest. "Oh, enter the 3 kings' inheritance. What do you want to do? Wait, could it be?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes involuntarily stared at the report. A possibility occurred to him, and he rose from his seat involuntarily. Steward Zhang smiled bitterly. "It seems young Master Yifan has already guessed it." Indeed, to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, 3 goo were needed. To enter King Quan inheritance, the goo master needed to have at least rank 1 dog enslavement goo. To enter King Xian inheritance in the blue light pillar, the goo master needed to possess a paper crane goo. If you want to enter King Bao's inheritance in the red light pillar, you must have at least 1 exploding egg goo. How could this be? Shang Yifan cried out. He sat down on the chair, his face dejected. He finally understood. This was the reason why Fang Bai wanted to buy these 3 goo in bulk. Presently, the news of the 3 kings' inheritance had already spread throughout the entire southern border. 3 rank 5 goo master inheritances appeared together. It was unknown how many people were itching to get a piece of the action. But to enter the three kings' inheritance, one must have at least one of the three gu. But now these three gu in Shang Clan City. Most of them were in Xianxia's hands. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine it. Their business of selling gu worms would become extremely popular. Shang Yifan was not an idiot, in fact he was very smart, at least more astute than Shang Yizi. But after Wu clan annexed Wang clan, their strength swelled and they became a large clan with 3 famed mountains. After these years of operation, their forces were deeply rooted in the area. The 3 Wang clan orphans did not even have the chance to awaken their aperture. To deal with Wu clan and take revenge, it was simply a fantasy. But the mysteries of the world lie in the unpredictable changes of fate. You never know what fate awaits you in the next moment. One time, while risking their lives to gather herbs in the mountains to make a living, the 3 kings were accidentally drawn into an ancient inheritance. This inheritance was no small matter, it was left behind by a mysterious rank 6 gu immortal. Thus the 3 kings' fates changed. They each inherited a portion of the rank 6 gu immortal's inheritance. They worked hard and cultivated for close to 100 years. The 3 encouraged each other and worked hard together. When they cultivated to rank 5 realm, they felt the time was ripe, they left the inheritance ground and rushed to Wu clan to take revenge. At that time Wu clan was at its peak, developing vigorously. The 3 kings did not use any schemes or plots, they directly attacked their clan. Wu clan leader was a rank 5 gu master, but how could he fight against 3 rank 5 gu masters working together? Especially these 3 rank 5 gu masters, they had all inherited an ancient inheritance. King Quan controlled the dog group that covered the entire mountain with a wave of his hand. It was a majestic army. The dog group was like a vast river, engulfing Wu clan village. King Xn was agile, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He attacked Wu clan's higher-ups, causing the group to be leaderless and chaotic. And King Bao was ferocious. He did not make a move, but once he did, it would shake heaven and earth, causing landslides and rocks to split. The Wu family, which had been strong for a while, was annihilated by the 3 kings within 3 days. On the 3 mountains, the spirit springs were destroyed, corpses were everywhere, blood flowed on the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Wu clan was completely uprooted, and the 3 kings paid a heavy price. However, they were willing to pay such a price in order to avenge themselves. After getting their revenge, the 3 kings felt that life was dull and boring. They did not want to rebuild Wang clan. No matter how strong a clan was, it could not resist a true expert. They lived in seclusion and did not come out again. Like 3 meteors, they shone brightly and caused a huge commotion in southern border. Then they retreated, vanishing without a trace. No one knew about the 3 kings after that. Until recently, their inheritance suddenly appeared in the world. King Quan has at least 3 rank 5 dog enslavement gu. With it, he can control myriad beast kings and command beast groups to conquer the world. King Xian is an expert in gu refinement. She developed a set of special gu worms from the ordinary rank 2 paper crane gu, allowing her to easily steal information. Because of her, King Quan and King Bao knew about the loophole in Wu clan village's defenses. The 3 kings were able to exterminate Wu clan village because of her contributions. There is also King Bao. He has a fiery temper. Every time he attacks there will be earth-shaking explosions. His power is fierce and domineering. If you can obtain his inheritance, you will be able to move unhindered in the world. 3 rank 5 inheritances. Obtaining 1 will allow you to soar to the sky. Obtaining 2 will allow you to leave your name in history, and obtaining 3 will allow you to achieve great ambitions. This is a huge opportunity. I won't be satisfied if I don't work hard. Chapter 331. Time passed day by day. Around the 3 kings' inheritance, Sancha Mountain was in a turbulent state. Many heroes of the evil Tao, people of the righteous Tao, and people of all religions and 9 schools of thought rushed over. At first, Shang clan controlled the situation, continuously increasing their troops and occupying the entrance of the inheritance, showing their determination to obtain the inheritance. Next, Wu clan moved and broke Shang clan's blockade. After that, the news spread. Three Kings' inheritance was the blessed land of the rank 6 Gu Immortal back then. The people were in an uproar and countless people flocked towards Xianxia mountain. The other super clans were also alarmed and sent out their strongest Gu master teams. This time, even Shang clan and Wu clan could not stop this huge trend. Xianxia mountain's situation fell into chaos. People died every day. In order to fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, righteous and demonic path people, and righteous path people fought fiercely. Every change in Xianxia mountain's situation affected many people's hearts. Fang Yuan had also been paying close attention to this. The inheritance had opened for more than half a month. Some people had already obtained benefits from the inheritance. This stimulated everyone's passion to explore the inheritance. But these benefits were nothing to Fang Yuan. He had his previous life's memories and knew that the true essence of Three Kings' inheritance was in the deepest part of the inheritance. To reach there were at least 100 checkpoints and it took a lot of time and effort. Sometimes they would get lost and get trapped in the fog, unable to find the exit. Sometimes they would be attacked by dog groups and many Gu masters would die tragically under the dogs' bites. The Three Kings were demonic path people and this was a demonic path inheritance. Demonic path inheritances were always filled with danger. They often had to risk their lives to explore it. It is still too early to go to Xianxia mountain, the time is not ripe yet. I might as well sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor while conserving my energy. Once they get through the checkpoints and get rid of the obstacles, I will go and plunder the fruits. Now it is time to refine Gu. Fang Yuan had a plan in his heart. He was refining Gu this time, not anything else but liquor worm. Rank 1 liquor worm could purify green copper primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm could purify red steel primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm could purify white silver primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm could purify golden yellow primeval essence by a small realm. Above 9 eyes liquor worm, there was no rank 5 liquor worm. Back then, the secret recipe master who researched the secret recipe of the liquor worm was extremely talented and very young. However, he was beheaded by his opponent in advance and died prematurely. Geniuses only represented one possibility. There were many cases of geniuses being killed before they could mature. But now, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing could be considered to have matured. It would not be easy to destroy them. After Fang Yuan had refined the liquor worm into the 4 flavors liquor worm, he had not used it. He had been raising it for nothing. The reason was that he had the bone flesh unity Gu, and with Bai Ningbing's help, the 4 flavor liquor worm lost its value. But things were different now. Bai Ningbing had advanced to rank 4 while Fang Yuan was rank 3 peak stage. Not long later he would also advance to rank 4 initial stage. At that time, their cultivation bases would truly be equal. Bone flesh unity Gu's help to Fang Yuan would be greatly reduced. At this time, if there was a rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm, it would be very convenient to cultivate. Refine 9 eyes liquor worm. While Xianxia was recruiting Zhou Quan, Fang Yuan chose to go into closed-door cultivation to refine Gu. Bai Ningbing did not know what Gu to refine, but also chose to go into closed-door cultivation. To refine the 4 flavor liquor worm, there needed to be 2 rank 1 liquor worms, as well as 4 types of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wine. To refine the 7 fragrances liquor worm, there needed to be 2 4 flavor liquor worm and 7 types of spices. To refine the 9 eyes liquor worm, there needed to be 2 7 fragrances liquor worm and 9 types of 100 Beast King's eyeballs. Fang Yuan was currently in Shang Clan City, which was blessed by the heavens. If it was any other place to gather the materials to refine liquor worm, he would need to spend a lot of effort searching. But in Shang Clan City, as long as he had money, he could buy them. Fang Yuan already had a 4 flavor liquor worm in his possession. He bought 2 liquor worms and first refined the second 4 flavor liquor worm. Next, he used 2 4 flavor liquor worm to refine the first 7 fragrances liquor worm. Up to this point he was very successful. But in the process of refining the second 7 fragrances liquor worm, he met with difficulties. When he was refining the third 4 flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, he failed once. The yuan stone consumed was all wasted, and the supplementary materials had to be bought again, so he had no choice but to start again. Fortunately, in the end, the refinement of the 2 7 fragrances liquor worms went smoothly. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained the 9 eyes liquor worm. The Nine Eyes liquor worm was like a silkworm, its whole body was white and exquisite like a pearl. There were no eyes on its head, but the 9 eyes were of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple, as if they were inlaid with agates or gems. 9 Eyes liquor worm could raise the yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. For it, Fang Yuan spent a lot, close to 200,000 yuan stone. Failure in Gu refinement was unavoidable for any Gu master. Although Fang Yuan failed many times, his luck was good overall. His failures were concentrated in the process of refining the 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, in the first half of the process. At the final juncture he succeeded in one go. The most frightening thing in Gu refinement was failure in the later stages. That kind of loss would be extremely disastrous. I have 9 Eyes liquor worm now. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while before putting the liquor worm into his aperture in satisfaction. He was only rank 3 peak stage now, so he could not use the 9 Eyes liquor worm yet, and could only wait until he reached rank 4. Bai Ningbing could use it. But gold middle stage primeval essence had a stronger effect on the nourishment of the aperture walls. Xianxia had yet to become a young master, but they were already trying to rope her in. In the pugilistic world one had no choice. As a higher-up of Shang clan, one could not avoid being dragged into the political whirlpool. Should I choose Shang Qiwen's invitation? After all, she is in charge of the battle stage. It will be of great help to our future plans. Xianxia said. Fang Yuan shook his head. On the surface there are 9 invitations, but that is not the case. Among the Shang clan young masters, the biggest faction is Shang Qionyou. His status as the eldest son is his greatest advantage. Second is Shang Pulao, Shang Baishi and Shang Baishi, they are currently in the limelight. Third is Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi, they are waiting patiently. As for the rest, Shang Qiwen has no ambition and Shang Paixio is too playful. XNCI, your foundation in Shang Clan City is too weak. If you want to choose one of the top 3, that way you can make up for your weakness. As for Shang Qiwen, there is no difference if you choose her or not. Is that so? Shang XNC's eyes brightened when she heard this. Fang Yuan's words made her feel like the clouds had parted, and she could see the clear sky. Her previous bewilderment was swept away. She thought for a while and made her choice. She chose the 3rd faction, Shang Chaofeng's invitation. Right now, among the 3 great sects, the 1st and 2nd faction are competing with each other. If I choose one, I will definitely offend the other. I might as well choose the 3rd faction and join this whirlpool, but I can stay out of it for now. Shang Xinci explained to Fang Yuan. Shang Xinci was intelligent and understood immediately. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was gratified, but also had a slightly strange feeling. They must be removed to allow the battle stage to continue growing. Shang Chaofeng nodded continuously. Shang Xnc's words were incisive, and had a kind of temperament that made people involuntarily believe her. But the nature of my information business is completely different from the casino. I know Shang Clan's largest information organization, Fengyu Manor, has been investigating these demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. We need to investigate clearly to confirm if they have any ulterior motives. However, these investigations had always been carried out in secret, never in broad daylight. What? This is because most of the demonic Gu masters are filled with distrust, suspicion, and even paranoia. They live in precarious situations all year round with their lives hanging by a thread. They cannot relax for even a moment, the mental pressure is too great. If they go to Shang Clan City, they will be investigated, they will definitely feel disgusted and disgusted. To ensure they can attract more and better talents, Shang Clan naturally cannot investigate openly. But not investigating is also impossible and I can't be at ease. In this situation I do information business. I investigate every Gu master's general strength, Gu worms, battle achievements and sell them. At the same time, I invite authoritative figures and experts to estimate the results of important battles, as well as create rankings. To the Gu masters in the battle stage this was extremely important information. Many Gu masters rush for the position of external clan elder, hoping to advertise themselves more, and also hope to see their names in the rankings. This kind of information, of course, does not involve any privacy, and only summarizes and compares the strength they have displayed. This way it will be of great help to the demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. At the same time, it can strengthen Shang clan's control over the battle stage. I think Lord Father must be extremely happy. Why would he ban such a thing? After Xianxia finished, she smiled at Shang Chaofeng. At this moment her eyes were shining brightly, full of wisdom and confidence, her elegance boundless. Bai Ningbing's brows had already relaxed. So it is like this. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. Shang Chaofeng slightly opened his mouth, looking at Xianxia with a dazed expression. After a few breaths, he reacted and could not help but clap his hands, praising, "Well said, your analysis is too brilliant. Little sister Xianxia, you really have a unique insight and a pure heart. I cannot help but admire you. I will definitely help you with this business. You lack manpower now, I will transfer some people for you. I can give you as many as you want." Shang Xianxia, however, shook her head. "Thank you, big brother Chaofeng, for your good intentions, but we already have someone in mind." Chapter 333. So it is like that. Shang Chaofeng answered. Fang Yuan had helped Shang Xianxia to reject his suggestion. He could not force it. Fang Yuan had defeated Zhu Kai Bei, and had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but had rank 4 battle strength. At the same time he had a purple thorn token, and was an esteemed guest of Shang clan. Thus Shang Chaofeng had been showing goodwill to Fang and Bai. But he did not care. Building a force requires time, how can it be done in one go? Never mind, I will let you guys suffer first. At that time I will come and help, it will be more effective. Shang Chaofeng thought, but on the surface he had a smile. Both sides talked for a while longer before Shang Chaofeng personally sent Shang Xianxia and the rest out. To outsiders this was the clearest political signal. After bidding farewell to Shang Chaofeng, Shang, Fang and Bai walked on the street. Today was the auspicious market festival. All the shops were closed and all kinds of small stalls were set up on both sides of the street. Come, sweet and sour candied haws. Let me tell you, this piece of old jade was passed down from my ancestors. Selling rice, a bag of 5-spice essential oil rice, only half a yuan stone. Small stalls were set up one after another, a dazzling array of goods were sold. They formed a row stretching out. Looking around, countless pedestrians rubbed shoulders, some stopped to watch, some haggled, some looked around. The auspicious market festival was held once a year. Whether it was Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing or Shang Xianxia, they were not unfamiliar with it. Thinking about it, it has been 2 to 3 years since we came to Shang Clan City. Shang Xianxia suddenly spoke, sighing. Too many things have happened in these 2 years. She sighed, continuing, if it was before, I would never have thought that I am Shang Clan leader's daughter. Then Shang Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan, smiling, revealing her white teeth. If not for you, brother Fang Yuan, I would not have been able to come here. Towards Fang and Bai, Shang Xianxia had always been deeply grateful. Bai Ningbing was silent, but the corner of his eyes twitched. That's right, I also did not expect your father to be the famous Shang Yanfei. However, saving you is also because we hit it off. Fate comes and goes, meeting and parting, this is the nature of the world. Fang Yuan looked ahead as he answered. Shang Xianxi's expression changed slightly, she understood the meaning behind his words. Big brother He Tu, are you leaving Shang Clan City? Not bad. Not long after, Bai Ningbing and I will leave Shang Xianxi for Sancha Mountain. Fang Yuan answered. Shang Xianxi gritted her teeth and wanted to say something to make him stay, but in the end she didn't say anything. She had been with Fang Yuan for a long time. Although they had never had a clear conversation, she could feel the ambition in his heart. This man's ambition was too great. It was impossible for him to stay in a place like the Shang Clan City. But don't worry. Before I leave, I will push you to the position of young lord and let you sit on it steadily. Fang Yuan smiled. Let's go, I will bring you to recruit subordinates. Today let's build the foundation of your force. What, big brother He Tu, you really have an ideal candidate in mind? Shang Xianxi asked in astonishment. Building a force required a long time. Any loyal and devoted subordinate had to go through a long period of nurturing. Fang Yuan's current tone made Shang Xianxi feel that loyal and capable subordinates were like cabbages, they could be easily found if they wanted to. What kind of certainty did he have, to sound so confident? Not only Xianxia but even Bai Ningbing was curious. Just follow me. Fang Yuan walked in front, leading the way for the two. After several turns they came to a small alley. Between a lantern shop and a silk shop, there was a stall. Fang Yuan walked to this stall and stopped. Behind the stall, a young man was lying down. The young man's clothes were tattered, his back leaning against the wall. His eyes were half closed, his complexion was bad, his gaze was unfocused, as if he was immersed in wine and women, unable to extricate himself. Could it be that Big Brother He too is looking for this young man? Xianxia thought. Bai Ningbing was also looking at this person with a sharp gaze. Although this person was a Gu master, he was only rank 1 middle stage. Looking at his appearance, he was not young, but his cultivation level was simply too horrible to look at. Little brother, what do you want to buy? Lord Fangzheng. The young man sensed someone and opened his eyes. Halfway through his words, he suddenly raised his voice, showing a shocked expression. Fang Yuan was now a famous person in Xiangclan City. He did not hide his face and many people recognized him. By Lord Bai Ningbing. Soon after, he recognized Bai Ningbing and stuttered in excitement. Although he did not know Xianxia, he could recognize her Gu master aura. At the same time, Xianxia's stunning beauty made him feel dazzled. This is 10 yuan stone, I will buy all your things. You can leave now. Fang Yuan took out a bag of yuan stone. The young man's face immediately showed an overjoyed expression. But soon after, he revealed a slightly hesitant expression. The junk on the stall was something he had found when he was tidying up his grandfather's belongings. Through his inspection, he found that they were all scrap metal. There was nothing valuable in them. But why did Lord Fangzheng want to buy his things? Was there really a treasure in here? If there was a treasure and he sold it, wouldn't it be a loss? Just as he was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and threw the small bag filled with primeval stones to him. What are you thinking? You didn't hear me clearly. It is your honor that I like your things. You can scram now. If you don't scram now, you won't even have the chance to. Fang Yuan threatened coldly. The young man immediately shivered in fear. His lips trembled as he stuttered, Lord Fangzheng, how can you do this? When doing business, it was all about mutual consent. We can't force you to buy or sell, you are also a person with status, and this is Xiangclan City. Slap. Fang Yuan waved his hand and slapped the young man, sending him to the ground. Scram. Fang Yuan looked down at the young man with a cold gaze, speaking calmly. The young man covered his face with his hands. He was so frightened that his whole body was trembling. He raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, but when his gaze met Fang Yuan's dark pupils, he immediately shifted his gaze. Then he got up without saying a word, stumbling as he ran away. Many Wei clan elders had also secretly transferred their assets to Shang clan. Wei clan could be said to be Shang clan's puppet. To Xianxia, who was competing to become Shang clan young master, these people were like hot potatoes. Chapter 336. Wei Xian's pregnancy was something she had deduced from her own reaction. The new life in her belly brought her great hope in life. This was her greatest secret, but she did not expect an outsider to expose it in just a few days. How could she not be shocked? How could she not panic? In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was Wei Xian who helped Shang Pu Lao defeat Shang Qianyo, and became a popular candidate for young tribe leader. But during the righteous and demonic war, Wei Xian and Wei Xinjian secretly cooperated and helped Wu tribe plot against Shang clan. She destroyed Wei tribe's village and took revenge for her husband's death. After the matter was exposed, Wei Xian, who caused Shang Yanfei's first loss, became famous. Shang Pulao was also implicated and exiled. His fate was pitiful. His success was because of Wei de Xian and also because of her. Wei de Xian's talent was outstanding, and now she was in Fang Yuan's hands. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to control her and make her work for Xianxia. Wei de Xian, don't be afraid. As long as you work hard to support Xianxia, I will not do anything to you. In fact, I will even help you raise the son in your womb. Also, I advise you not to search for your brother Wei Xinjian in the short term. He has already been recruited by Wu tribe, and is being monitored daily. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Fang Yuan rubbed his fingers as he sat on the stone stool. His tone was like he had everything under control. Wei de Xian was stunned by his aura. She knelt on the ground, her expression changed. She opened her mouth a few times, but chose to keep quiet in the end. Finally, she bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, her forehead touching the ground as she said respectfully, "This concubine?" But just as she spoke, Fang Yuan interrupted her. "No need to say more, it is useless. The performance of you and your clansmen will be the best answer to that question. You can leave." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wei de Xian retreated. Fang Yuan sat in the pavilion and did not get up for a while. He looked at Wei de Xian's back as she gradually disappeared into the green forest. He knew that after this conversation she would definitely do her best to assist Xianxia. After all, in his previous life, Shang Paleo had also used the child in her womb to entice her to support him. A cool breeze blew over as Fang Yuan gazed at the surface of the lake. The ripples of the lake reflected in his dark and deep eyes. He was deep in thought. Now that Xianxia has the Wei family, she has the backbone of the middle and lower class. With Wei de Xian, he would be able to form a female guard, forming a strong and stable armed force. There were also the three brothers of the Xiong family who could be trusted. My personal maids, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, can be trusted aides. In this way, the general framework of power has been constructed. This was more than enough to deal with this young master battle. However, if they could recruit Zhou Quan and make him the chief steward, then they would definitely win the battle for the position of young master. Wei de Xian, the three brothers of the Xiong family, Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan and the others would all be trusted aides, while Zhou Quan would be the commander. Fang Yuan was clear that with Zhou Quan's help, Xianxia would definitely be able to obtain the position of young master, and at the same time become more and more stable. Even if Xianxia did not work hard, with Zhou Quan's help, her force would become more stable and slowly expand. Only Zhou Quan could suppress these subordinates of Xianxia. Right now, even Xianxia could not control these talents. After all, Xianxia was still too young, her aptitude was not high, and her cultivation was insufficient. In the world of Gu Masters, the rules of the game were cruel and real, and the most important thing was strength. Everything else could be put aside. However, it was not so easy to subdue Zhou Quan. Especially now that the rumors were spreading, describing how Xianxia had failed to recruit Zhou Quan more than 10 times. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart that someone was causing trouble in the dark, using this matter to attack Xianxia's prestige. However, even though Fang Yuan knew, he did not stop them. The time was not ripe yet and he already had a plan. A few days later, on a night in Nanxiu Garden's secret room. Swish swish swish. In the aperture, waves surged and swept up millions of silver snowflakes. Rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, swept towards the aperture walls. Like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, or like a galactic river, 90% of the primeval sea swept in all directions, far more majestic than middle or low-grade aptitude. Countless primeval essence continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. Bit by bit, the nourishment caused Fang Yuan's aperture walls to quietly undergo some kind of hidden transformation. When this transformation accumulated to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change from quantitative to qualitative, advancing by leaps and bounds, reaching a new realm. This realm was rank 4. Fang Yuan used the relic Gu to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And with the help of Bai Ning Bing and Bone Flesh Unity Gu, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Every day he made huge progress. It was unimaginable to ordinary people. Rank 4, I am only a step away from rank 4. In Fang Yuan's heart, this realization was getting stronger. But the primeval sea was getting lower and lower. The snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed intensely. Advancing to rank 4 consumed too much primeval essence. 90% was not enough, and the aperture walls had already been polished until they were sparkling and translucent. But there was no change. Although it was only a step away, it was like a deep ravine, difficult to cross. From rank 3 to rank 4, who knew how many Gu masters had stumped at this step, and how many lofty aspirations had been trapped? Just as the aperture was about to reach its bottom, at this moment, a golden waterfall flowed down from the aperture. This was the powerful assistance that Bai Ningbing had given to Fang Yuan through bone-flesh unity Gu in the outside world. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence. Although it was only initial stage light gold, once it appeared, it gave Fang Yuan's aperture a throbbing feeling. The waterfall-like primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, turned into waves and followed the steps of the snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. Everything that had been accumulated earlier was raised to a higher level at this moment. Crack crack. Following a soft sound, the walls of the aperture started to crack. In the cracks, white light shone dazzlingly. No, big brother, hey too, I want to speak. Xianxia insisted. She continued, Big brother, you haven't known old Mr. Zhou Quan for a long time, but I know him better. Old Mr. Zhou has always wanted to rebuild the Zhou family. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and his ambition couldn't be fulfilled. He had once spoken to me in sorrow, saying that he couldn't let go of his family. Before his wife died, she had asked him to rebuild the family. These years he had been carrying a heavy burden, fighting hard. He had his own difficulties. It's like this. Fang Yuan withdrew most of his strength, his expression changing slightly. Why don't I remember speaking to you? Zhou Quan felt strange. When his wife died, he wasn't even at the scene. But he soon realized that this was a show put up by Xianxia and Fang Yuan. Actually, Fang Yuan and Xianxia still wanted to recruit him. They used Shang Clan City as a stage and put up a good show in front of everyone. What they said just now was a prearranged stage. Not only did they proclaim Xianxia's benevolence and thirsty for talent, they also gave him a way out. Such a good plan, a good plan. I, the great Zhou clan leader, have fallen in the hands of these juniors. The new generation truly surpasses the old. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth, sighing in his heart. There was anger, hatred, and also helplessness. I see. I didn't expect old Mr. Zhou to be such an ambitious person. However, you are still foolish. Assisting Xianxia does not conflict with your ambition to rebuild the Zhou family. For your ideals, you are not afraid of death. I admire you. But you don't know dying is easy, but enduring humiliation for your ideals, carrying a heavy burden and moving forward, that is true courage. Fang Yuan said loudly. When Zhou Quan heard this, how could he not know that Fang Yuan was giving him a way out? This was very likely the last step. If he did not grasp it, then his life would be over, he would not have any more chances. Thinking of this old man opened his mouth. Sigh. Geniuses will appear in every generation. Those who succeed are the teachers. After hearing your words today, I am enlightened. Fang Yuan released his leg. Xianxia was overjoyed, quickly helping Zhou Quan up. Zhou Quan endured the pain all over his body, stood up shakily, and knelt down towards Xianxia. Zhou Quan greets Lady Xianxia. What did you say? Zhou Quan actually acknowledged that silly girl as his master? In the study room, Shang Yifan heard the news and was stunned for a long time. Impossible. I know Zhou Quan's personality. Even when Shang Yizi was the young master and controlled the shops in Shang Clan City, he could not recruit him. How did she, Xianxia, obtain Zhou Quan's loyalty? Shang Yifan reacted and exclaimed loudly. This is true. Old steward Zhang sighed. Xianxia is still inexperienced, she naturally does not have the ability. Back then Shang Tuahai became young clan leader at the right time. The other Shang clan young masters had the geographical advantage. I have neither the right time nor the geographical advantage, only investors and people can fight against them. Big brother, if you need anything just inform me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely do it for you. Xianxia's eyes shone with wisdom. These words made Fangjing and Lu Qiwei involuntarily look over. As expected of the outstanding female talent who would become Shang clan leader in the future. Alright, we will meet again. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Xianxia before turning to leave. Bai Ningbing followed beside him. Their figures, one black and one white, gradually disappeared into the forest on the mountain path. Xianxia and the two maids stood on the spot for a long time, gazing at the direction where Fang and Bai disappeared without moving. Big brother Heitu, Sancha Mountain is dangerous, please take care. Xianxia's beautiful eyes became misty as she prayed in her heart. Chapter 341. Mountain rocks flew, crocodiles wailed. The battle was nearing its end. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood proudly on Huatan Mountain. Lava crocodile corpses littered the ground below them. As for the thousand-beast king Lava Crocodile King, all of its bones were broken, and the two volcanic protrusions on its back were forcefully crushed. It wailed softly, lying on the ground as blood flowed out from the countless wounds on its body. Its claws trembled slightly, trying to dig back into the ground, but it could no longer do so. It struggled less and less until death befell it. With the death of the thousand-beast king, the remaining lava crocodiles scattered, burrowing into the ground and fleeing in panic. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang and Bai continued their journey. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu hid in a corner far away, not moving. These two famous assassins of the Devil Dao had ugly expressions on their faces at this moment, like zombies. They were frightened. Are these two still human? They fought against the entire lava crocodile group alone. Bai Ningbing's Ice Dao is a great counter to the lava crocodiles. That was nothing, but the crux of the matter was that Fangjing was a monster in human form. The more heavily injured he is, the stronger he becomes. In the end, he easily sent the lava crocodile king flying. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu glanced at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. The terrifying battle prowess of Fang and Bai had greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not live in Shang Clan City, but after witnessing the entire battle, they deeply understood how terrifying Fang and Bai were. These two youngsters, are they really only in their 20s? Damn it, compared to them, my 40 years of life is like a dog's. Meng Tu cursed with lingering fear. Old brother Meng Tu, don't say that. You're making me too ashamed to show my face. The older Jiao Huang heaved a deep sigh. There's no doubt that these two are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. We are not their match at all. If I knew this, I wouldn't have accepted this deal. Old brother Jiao Huang, what you've said has instead aroused my competitive spirit, causing me to feel even more unwilling. This matter is not over. Although we can't beat them, we still have a chance. Meng Tu spat on the ground and said fiercely. What kind of opportunity? Think about it, brother Jiao Huang. The two of them are going to Sancha Mountain to fish for benefits from the Three Kings' inheritance. Sancha Mountain was in chaos. There were rank 4 and 5 experts. When they got there, there would definitely be conflict. Let's find the right time. If we can pick up a bargain, that would be the best. With Meng Tu's reminder, Jiao Huang's eyes lit up. He patted Meng Tu's shoulder and said, Brother, what you said makes sense. Let's go, we will also follow to Sancha Mountain. The appearance of the lava crocodiles just now was a little strange, Fang Yuan thought to himself as he walked. The timing and location of these lava crocodiles were too coincidental. Once they appeared, they firmly surrounded Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing could not sense anything, but with his previous life's experience, the astute Fang Yuan could smell a trace of a scheme. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this smell. Someone purposely set up this trap to deal with me. Then which side is it? Wu clan, Bai clan or Shang clan? Fang Yuan thought to himself. Wu clan is because I know Li Ran's identity. If I leave Shangliang Mountain, they will most likely attack. And by clan? I have enmity with them. I know their clan's spirit spring has dried up, and extorted 3 million yuan stone from them. How can they not hate me? There is also Shang clan. I have offended many people in Shang clan. Shang Yazi and Shang Yifan bought Wei clan's people, and offended Shang Pu Lao. Chapter 344. So it's young Master Wei. No need to worry, young Master Wei. Thanks to young hero Fangjing's help, Bai Xia is safe and sound. Bai Xia Fairy avoided Wei Wushang's burning gaze and bowed. Young hero Fang? Wei Wushang narrowed his eyes and looked at Fangjing, who was beside Bai Xia Fairy. Hello, I am Fangjing of Crane Gate. Fangjing had a slight smile on his face as he cupped his fists and bowed, exuding a friendly intent. Young hero Fangjing is an elite disciple of Crane Gate, the first in this year's high school entrance exam. He can control thousands of cranes. It's all thanks to these cranes that we could reach Heaven Ladder Mountain so quickly. Bai Xia Fairy looked at Fangjing as she spoke. Her face blushed shyly and her tone hid a hint of sweetness. On the way here, she and Fangjing had a pleasant conversation and were very congenial. Cranes? These are only ironbeak flying cranes, just that their numbers are slightly greater. Wei Wushang's eyes flickered as he hated Fangjing to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth and raised a palm, returning a bow to Fangjing. Fangjing, you're an elite disciple of Crane Gate? Very good, very good. I've long heard of Crane Gate's crane controlling technique and have long wanted to learn from it. Please give me some pointers this time. With that, Wei Wushang strode forward and glared at Fangjing with a threatening light in his eyes. Fangjing was slightly stunned as he sensed the other's hostility and felt baffled. Ha ha ha. In his heart, Master Tenshuru's laughter rang out. It's the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Disciple, you've already incurred the enmity of many by saving the little girl Bai Xia this time. This little girl Bai Xia is a great beauty. She obviously favors you now. You're in big trouble. This Wei Wushang is the first challenger. Favors me? Fangjing let out a cry of surprise in his heart. Speaking of love, his heart throbbed with sorrow. All these years, the figure of a woman had always existed in his heart. She was only a mortal, very ordinary, very ordinary. She was far inferior to Fairy Bai Xia. But in Fangjing's heart, she was unusually playful and cute. Fangjing's deepest and most beautiful memory of the time they had spent together. Unfortunately, she had already perished, no longer in this world. She was Xin Shui, the former personal maid of Fang Yuan. Thinking of Xin Shui, Fangjing's heart became gloomy. The woman I like is already dead. Master, you also know that all these years I've been diligently studying and training. My biggest goal is to defeat my elder brother, to avenge my ancestors, and to complete the unfulfilled wishes of my uncle and aunt, Xin Shui, Lord Patriarch and Lord Qingshu. Although the Guyue village has been destroyed, there are still people from the Guyue clan. Aha, my foolish disciple. Even if you have such intentions, this Wei Wushang will not let you off. Since you have already saved Fairy Bai Xia, why don't you have any awareness of this? Master Tenshuru laughed. But I don't want to spar with him. I have already heard of this Wei Wushang's name in Crane Gate. He is a healing Gu master, the rising star of Heaven's Envy Manor, and an A-grade genius in name only. He is most proficient in healing himself. Often, after an intense battle, there is not even a trace of injury on his body. If I fight with him, even if I defeat him, my strength will also be affected. It will also be disadvantageous to the fight for the Gu immortal inheritance. Fang Jing frowned as he replied in his heart. Master Tenshuru laughed heartily. Don't worry. Fight well, Hu immortal inheritance on Tianti Mountain has its own mysteries. It is not a competition of pure battle strength, but a competition of willpower and soul power. His chest had caved in, at least 4 of his ribs were broken. Not only that, Fang Yuan also felt that his internal organs were injured and bleeding. Waves of intense pain came, Fang Yuan endured it, his nerves were severely tested. Shui Sanxi's expression changed slightly. Yes, Fang Jing is a good schemer. The more injured he is, the more strength he can exert. In that case, should I be more forceful or more gentle? The harder she attacked, the more injured Fang Yuan was, and the more his battle strength would increase. If she went gentler when it was his turn to attack, the pressure on her defense would be reduced by a lot. No, I will use all my strength to attack. I will kill him within 3 strikes. Shui Sanxi thought for a while and made up her mind. Second move. She shouted and activated her Gu worm, her body suddenly expanded by 2 times, turning into a giant. The hair on her body grew longer, turning into brown-yellow tiger hair. Her eyes turned into tiger eyes, and her teeth protruded out, forming sharp tiger fangs. On her forehead, there was also a wang pattern. Her strength had increased by more than 2-fold. When she arrived in front of Fang Yuan, a beast phantom appeared in the air behind her. A fierce tiger roared towards the sky with a ferocious aura. Its whole body was covered in brown-yellow tiger hair, and its body was extremely robust. What was most eye-catching was that it had a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger with wings. That was Biao. Tiger was the king of beasts. Biao was the flying tiger, the king of tigers. 3 dogs and 1 mastiff, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. Biao's strength was 5 times that of a fierce tiger. A Biao beast phantom could suppress 3 or 4 ordinary beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body. Shui Sanxi's original strength had more than doubled. Now she unleashed a Biao's strength. Under this enormous strength, Fang Yuan was like a meteor sent flying. He flew hundreds of steps before crashing into a mountain wall. Boom. The entire small valley shook intensely because of this. Mountain rocks collapsed, completely submerging Fang Yuan below. Such strength. Is Fang Jing dead? No, not yet. His aura is still here. The stacked rocks were destroyed by someone from behind. Fang Yuan walked out. His arms were completely crippled, his iron bones were broken, the steel bars were turned into mush, and his copper skin was beyond recognition. With every step he took, the bones in his body could not bear the burden and were on the verge of collapsing. The current Fang Yuan could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms at the same time. However, all of these injuries were healing at a steady pace. Fang Yuan activated self-reliance Gu, its healing effect was extremely outstanding, completely surpassing flesh-bone Gu. Third move. Shui Sanxi was anxious, not wanting to give Fang Yuan more time to recover. A pair of wings suddenly grew out of her back. This pair of broad and strong wings were covered in orange-yellow feathers. With a light flap, Shui Sanxi's body flew into the sky. Shui Sanxi flew higher and higher, until she reached a height of over 3,000 feet before she dove down. She had calculated carefully, this height was already her limit. If she went any higher, she would not be able to bear the force of the impact. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Xianxia charged straight down towards Fang Yuan. Biao's phantom appeared again. But this time Biao's phantom did not appear above her head, but directly enveloped her entire body. At this moment she seemed to have transformed into a real soaring tiger. You will definitely die with this move. Xianxia roared, her killing intent was so sharp that it seemed to have materialized. She had to pay a huge price for activating Biao's phantom twice in a row. This was her strongest strength, her strongest attack. She was confident that she could completely kill Fang Yuan. In an instant, the spectators at the side of the valley could feel the rocks under their feet shaking. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and the impact created a violent wind pressure that spread to the surroundings. Wherever it went, rocks were swept away and trees and flowers were uprooted. Smoke and dust billowed, and in an instant, the huge destructive power formed a circular pit with a diameter of more than 3 feet. Everyone was in shock, sighing at the huge impact force, when Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction and charged into the dust and smoke. Horizontal charge Gu, vertical crash Gu. He used both Gu, ignoring the biting cold wind pressure and the pain from the broken rocks, and quickly approached flying tiger Xianxia. Xianxia's whole body fell into the deepest part of the huge crater, and the huge impact force caused her whole body to be covered in dust, looking extremely miserable. Her ears were buzzing and her head was dizzy. Biao's fierce phantom had already dissipated. The incomparably powerful aura that burst out earlier was no longer there. Bitter strength Gu, all-out effort Gu. Fang Yuan arrived, his eyes shining with an ominous light. Howl, howl, howl. 8 beast roars resounded at the same time. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan's head. Strength Chi Gu. Yellow gold primeval essence was injected into strength Chi Gu, and a formless and enormous strength was produced. The 8 beast phantoms attached to this strength Chi Gu, and turned from phantom to solid, suddenly becoming vivid and lifelike. Fang Yuan willed, and the 8 beast phantoms pounced into the deep crater together. Xianxia's body swayed, and just as she was about to pull her legs out of the ground, she suddenly heard beast roars above her head. She hurriedly raised her head to take a look, only to feel her vision darken. Countless attacks rained down on her body like a torrential storm. Bam bam bam, at the bottom of the huge crater, intense sounds of fighting could be heard. Xianxia struggled with all her might, resisting with all her might. She was after all a rank 4 Gu master and had a deep foundation. But after half a cup of tea's time, the sounds of fighting stopped. Of the 8 beast phantoms, only 5 were left and were immediately taken back by Fang Yuan. And Xianxia, as the loser, had a miserable ending. The whole bottom of the crater was filled with her dismembered corpse, and blood was scattered all over the ground, mixed with white bone fragments, brain matter, hair and so on. As the dust settled, the whole battlefield became clear. Seeing this result, the spectators burst into an uproar. Flying Tiger is dead. Another rank 4 Gu master was killed by Little Beast King. Didn't Little Beast King make an agreement with Xianxia? He said not to move, but in the end he actually left. This battle. It should be Little Beast King's failure. Fang Yuan knew that it would be difficult for him to cultivate to the 5th rank. 10 years was definitely not enough. This was not only because the higher the Gu master, the harder it was to cultivate. It was also because of the spring-autumn cicada. In this Gu immortal blessed land, time flowed faster, and the spring-autumn cicada healed even faster. To him this was a huge potential threat. The heavenly power descended once again, and Fang Yuan's vision flashed. When he looked again, he found that he had been teleported to an unfamiliar place. Different from the clear vision of the first 10 rounds, right now, his vision was filled with dense gray fog, and he could not distinguish north from south. Other than the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, all other Gu worms could not be activated. 19 wild dogs were surrounding him, but right now even the dog enslavement Gu only had a faint connection. But Fang Yuan was not panicking. He knew that from the 10th round onwards, the inheritance would give every challenger the right to choose. He quietly stood on the spot and quickly distinguished. On his left, in the depths of the fog, there was an orange-yellow light, as if someone was holding a lantern. At the same time there was a relatively loud dog bark. And right in front of him, there was a black figure, faintly discernible, seemingly near yet far. On his right, in the depths of the gray fog, there was a ball of blue lightning flickering. The orange-yellow light represents the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. This type of dog is more loyal and united than the ordinary wild dogs I have, and is easier to control, able to coordinate their battle tactics. The blue lightning should be the lightning symbol dog. This type of dog's running speed is twice that of an ordinary wild dog. And the black figure represents the next opponent, another Gu master. Fang Yuan pondered. These were the hints given to him by King Quan inheritance. Those who enter for the first time would definitely be blinded, and could only try to pass the rounds and not choose the most advantageous option for themselves. But Fang Yuan was well aware. Whether it was the Chrysanthemum Akita dog, lightning symbol dog, or Gu master, they were all challenges and also opportunities. Fang Yuan only thought for a moment before giving up on the left and right and walking straight ahead. The further he walked, the thinner the gray fog became and his vision became clearer. At the same time, his control over his 19 dog enslavement Gu became stronger. And the gray fog on the left and right became thicker. Han Bulu stood there without moving, quietly looking at the person walking out of the fog. Han Bulu was already 48 years old, a righteous Gu master with rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and had entered King Quan inheritance many times. Thus, he had a good understanding of King Quan inheritance. Right now, seeing Fang Yuan's figure slowly walking towards him from the gray fog, he immediately knew this was his opponent. Charge. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with determination. At this moment hesitation was the worst. Since he had made up his mind, he would charge forward. The lightning symbol hounds that came to block him were quickly dispersed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's formation was dense, while the lightning symbol hounds' formation was loose, their numbers were few. Woof! As the 100-beast king, the lightning symbol hound saw that its underlings were all slaughtered, its ferocious nature was aroused. It pounced towards Fang Yuan with its 4 paws. Fang Yuan willed, and the 20 lightning symbol hounds split into 2 groups, flanking from the left and right. The 19 hedgehog hounds formed a formation and charged towards the lightning symbol hound without fear of death. The rest of the group, the 40 Chrysanthemum Akita hounds, surrounded Fang Yuan and spread out, following behind the hedgehog hounds. The lightning symbol hound fell into the encirclement set up by Fang Yuan, and was trapped in the center. Fang Yuan disregarded the exhaustion of his mental energy, and used all his energy to mobilize the hounds under his command, displaying their exquisite coordination. The lightning symbol hound's speed was even faster than the other lightning symbol hounds, but under Fang Yuan's intentional encirclement, its greatest advantage was suppressed. It raised its head and howled, attempting to gather its underlings. Its underlings were rushing over in a frenzy to save the king. Fang Yuan had to encircle the lightning symbol hound, and at the same time he had to defend against the attacks of the hounds outside. The pressure was immense, and not long after, his head was throbbing, and a layer of sweat covered his forehead. The situation was dangerous. If it was a direct confrontation, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he would not have many soldiers left. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan was to capture the leader first. But if he could not control this 100-beast king, then Fang Yuan would be wrapped up like a dumpling. Not only would he fail, he would have no hope of entering the next round, and might even die on the spot. In this Gu immortal blessed land, other than the Gu worms from the inheritance, other Gu worms could not be used. Thus, Gu masters could easily die. Fang Yuan could not use the strength Qi Gu and all-out effort Gu either. Of course, he still had his trump card, Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Spring-Autumn Cicada's current condition, he could barely activate it. But activating Spring-Autumn Cicada itself carried a huge risk. There was a high chance that he would self-detonate and die. Thus, unless Fang Yuan was at his wit's end, he would not use it recklessly. The sweat on his forehead gathered into beads rolling down his body. Fang Yuan did not bother to wipe it. He tightly held the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu in his hand, not making a move. He was carefully looking for an opportunity. Using the rank 1 dog enslavement Gu to subdue ordinary hounds, that was easy. But using the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu to subdue the 100-beast king had a chance of failure. Because there were natural Gu worms on the 100-beast king's body. These Gu worms could ruin Fang Yuan's plans. Fang Yuan only had one chance. If the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu was destroyed, he would be finished. Thus, he had to be careful. Woof! The lightning symbol dog was anxious. It opened its mouth and spat out a lump of blue plasma. The dark blue plasma was like a sticky liquid falling down with a plop sound. It smashed on the grass but did not dissipate. It was still flickering, hitting the grass and mountain rocks, causing them to crackle, and soon they were charred black. This is the rank 2 plasma Gu. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the culprit that created this plasma. Plasma Gu's attack power was not strong. Although the attack was sudden and covered many of Fang Yuan's Chrysanthema Makita dogs, Fang Yuan immediately pulled out all the hounds within the plasma. The fur of these dogs had been charred black by the lightning. At the same time, they were not agile, paralyzed by the electric current. But they still had some fighting strength. Woof woof woof. The lightning symbol dog continued to spit out plasma, covering patches of grass. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression becoming more solemn. Plasma Gu's attack power was not strong, but when it covered the ground, it would last for a period of time. During this period of time, this area would become a restricted zone for Fang Yuan's hounds. Fang Yuan's troops were surrounded at the center and could not move around much. Once the plasma covered the area, this problem was magnified. This was a huge obstacle for Fang Yuan's movement of troops, rotation of defense lines, and distribution of damage. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only change troops. He moved the lightning symbol dogs that were defending outside, to the inside to deal with the 100-beast king. He mobilized the Chrysanthema Makita Inu to defend against the 100-odd lightning symbol dogs outside. The lightning symbol dogs could move freely within the plasma's range, and their bodies were even stimulated by the electric current, becoming faster. But the situation was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. The lightning symbol dogs couldn't help but be afraid of the 100-beast king lightning symbol dogs of their own kind. This made Fang Yuan expend more effort to control them, and the effectiveness of his commands was also greatly reduced. Outside, the speed of the Chrysanthema Makita dogs could not match the lightning symbol dogs. They could only form a tight formation and defend passively. If it was the lightning symbol dogs, Fang Yuan could use his speed to restrict them. Persevere, I need to persevere. 100-beast king's first Gu has been detected. I need to work harder from now on. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. Every time the plasma Gu was activated, there was a 5-breath interval. The plasma Gu itself needed to rest. In this 5 breaths of time, Fang Yuan could activate rank 2 dog enslavement Gu, and did not need to worry about the plasma Gu's attack. But Fang Yuan did not know if there were other Gu on this 100-beast king. To be safe, he had to continue probing. Time passed bit by bit. The situation became more and more difficult for Fang Yuan. He had lost 14 lightning symbol dogs and only 9 were left. Hedge dogs did not belong to the same tribe as the lightning symbol dogs, so they had fewer losses, but only 11 were left. The Chrysanthema Makita dogs suffered the most losses, from close to 50, there were less than 20 left. But Fang Yuan could not detect the second Gu on this 100-beast king. Fang Yuan decided to make a move. I can't wait any longer. Fang Yuan said, and took out goo worms from his aperture, showing them to Li Xian. These goo worms were the spoils of war he obtained from killing goo masters and King Quan inheritance. There were rank 3, rank 4, but none of them were suitable for Fang Yuan's strength. Seeing these goo, Li Xian's eyelids couldn't help but narrow. He was an astute person and immediately understood many things. To think this little beast king has such skill in the enslavement path. After entering King Quan inheritance, he killed 2 goo masters. Such talent, truly a monster. Li Xian couldn't help but think of Mo Wu Tian. After coming to southern border, he had mingled in the demonic path for so long, and had come into contact with all kinds of people. He felt that in terms of aptitude, talent, and temperament, Mo Wu Tian was the best among the younger generation of the demonic path. But today, he realized that this little beast king in front of him had talent on par with Mo Wu Tian. Little Beast King Mo Wu Tian, if these two collide, I wonder what the situation will be like. But Little Beast King's cultivation is slightly weaker now, and Mo Wu Tian is older than him, and is already rank 4 peak stage. Li Xian pondered in his heart but said with an excited tone, Sir Little Beast King, you are absolutely right to find me for this transaction. I have a goo in my hands right now and it will be very useful to you. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Li Xian spread out his palm and a ball appeared. This ball had an extremely good appearance, reflecting a bright platinum light. Fang Yuan carefully looked at it, and saw that this ball was an ant ball, formed from over 100 flying ants climbing and clinging to each other. The appearance of these flying ants was not much different from ordinary ants. Other than their size being several times larger, they also had a pair of transparent membranous wings on their bodies. This is a rank 3 gold-eating flying ant goo, a total of 120. Those old fogies from Tai clan surrounded Lord White Demon, and they used iron cabinet goo in combination with chi flow goo. Right now, the radius of 300 meters around that area has been covered. But in front of this group of flying ants, iron cabinet goo will not be able to withstand a single blow. Sir Little Beast King, I just calculated the price of your goo is just enough to buy this group of flying ants. Li Xian smiled amiably. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan only took a glance at this group of gold-eating flying ant goo before shifting his gaze. Who said I want to buy this thing? This is the list, all the things on it are what I want. Li Xian took the list and looked at it. There were many goo worms on this list as well as numerous refinement materials. Although there were all sorts of items on the list, with Li Xian's experience and shrewdness, it was not hard to see that these things were all needed for strength path. Chapter 359. The dark purple chi barrier was like a tall tower, tightly covering the surrounding 300 meters. The chi barrier did not completely block one's sight, and who knew how many pairs of eyes were hidden outside the barrier. Bai Ning Bing, just surrender obediently. You won't be able to escape here. Tai clan's 4 old-timers occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding Bai Ning Bing in the center. Bai Ning Bing sat cross-legged on a huge rock, holding a yuan stone with both hands, replenishing her primeval essence. Bai Ning Bing, don't have any delusions. You killed our Tai clan's people and still want to escape? Tai clan's 4 old-timers stared at Bai Ning Bing with solemn gazes, tightly surrounding her. Bai Ning Bing's squinted eyes slowly opened, her blue pupils were calm, and her tone was cold as ice. Tai clan's 4 old-timers, what use is there in saying so much? If you want to kill me, just bring it on. Even if I, Bai Ning Bing, die in your hands, I will drag a few of you down with me. Pausing for a moment, she continued, maintaining this chi barrier must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? I know the 4 of you specialize in joint attacks and I am only a rank 4 initial stage. But please believe me, if you kill me, even if you don't die, you will be heavily injured. What if my companion appears? What will you do then? You. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were speechless. Bai Ning Bing's words, although she borrowed Fang Yuan's power, hit their weak spot. Bai Ning Bing, don't be so stubborn. Come, let me fight you. One of Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood up. Bai Ning Bing laughed lightly, standing up and accepting the challenge. She had silver hair and snow-white clothes, standing out from the crowd. Even though she was trapped, she was still calm and collected, giving off a carefree aura of someone who disregarded life and death. Both sides fought, sand and rocks flew in the chi barrier, snow-white light shone and metal collided. On a short mountain peak far away, a group of Shang Clan Gu masters stood. The tag team battle has started again. This Bai Ning Bing is indeed a famous person in the battle stage. To be able to resist the attacks of 4 rank 4 middle stage Gu masters, she is not simple. One of them sighed. Bai Ning Bing has outstanding battle talent and is indeed very strong. However, the other reason is that the Tai family's 4 elders don't dare to use their full strength. Someone analyzed. Not bad. The Tai family's 4 elders were apprehensive, afraid of Bai Ning Bing's final counterattack. They were proficient in joint attacks, but their individual battle strength was not as high as a Gu master of the same cultivation level. Once we lose a member, our overall strength will plummet, and it will be difficult for us to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. What I'm worried about now is that Bai Ning Bing has the Redbud token. Once she reveals it, should we act? Don't do anything for now. I've already sent a message back, and the family has already sent strong reinforcements. Elder Yihua is already on his way. Hearing this news, Shang Clan's Gu master's spirits rose. Yihua was not an ordinary Gu master. He was one of the 5 great elders of Shang Clan and had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He was Shang Yanfei's right-hand man. He was sent here to change the situation of the entire Sancha mountain. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If Bai Ning Bing is killed by Tai family, Shang Clan's business will be ruined. In a bush, Meng Tu's eyes shone as he stared at the battle inside the chi barrier, speaking with a worried tone. He was at the prime of his life, and was also a rank 3 peak stage Gu master like his partner Jiao Huang. These two were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. Back then even the rank 4 middle stage righteous path Gu master Xiao Fulu died in their hands. But now Tai clan's 4 old-timers have to maintain this Iron Cabinet Gu and Chi Transformation Gu, and are unable to attack together. If the 4 of them attack together, this purple Chi barrier will vanish. Without any obstruction, if Bai Ning Bing escapes, it would be a huge loss of face. Haha, interesting. Tai clan's 4 old-timers are in a difficult position now. Li Xian's lips curled up uncontrollably as he watched a good show. But when he thought of a person, his smile slowly faded. Little Beast King actually did not come to rescue her. Did he see the subtlety of this situation? Or is he so cold-blooded and heartless that he directly gave up on Bai Ning Bing? No matter which it is enough to show how terrifying this person is. I should just send that Gu to him. A Gu was handed to Fang Yuan. It was shaped like a bedbug, flat and wide, with a small head and oval body. Its whole body was yellow, emitting a copper-like metallic luster. People called it Ancient Bronze Skin Gu. Bronze Skin Gu existed from rank 1 to rank 3. But if it advanced to rank 4, it would be Ancient Bronze Skin Gu, and its defense would be even stronger than rank 3 Bronze Skin Gu. Li Xian, you are indeed a famous merchant in the demonic path. You can take out Ancient Bronze Skin Gu so quickly. I feel that making a deal with you was the right choice. I don't have tea here, please have a drink. Fang Yuan's tone was polite and his expression was amiable as he received Li Xian and poured wine for him. Not at all, not at all. It is my honor to be able to do business with little beast Wang De. Li Xian was very humble and placed his position very low. The two conversed for a while and the atmosphere was very harmonious. If outsiders who were not in the know saw this, they would feel that these two were kind and refined. Who would think that these two were two-faced and ruthless demonic Gu masters? Li Xian, you don't need to be so polite, just call me Fang Zheng. I will give you 50,000 yuan stone first as a deposit. Fang Yuan took out the primeval elder Gu and with a wave of his hand, took out 50,000 yuan stone. The primeval elder Gu was like a crystal ball, the more yuan stone it stored, the friendlier old man Yunxiao in the ball. Li Xian looked at old man Yunxiao's smiling face and his evaluation of Fang Yuan rose by another level. There is something I need to trouble you with, Fang Yuan said. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he quickly said, please speak. Fang Yuan brought Li Xian deep into the cave and pointed at a stone vat. I made a stone vat but there is no fire-type Gu. Li Xian, I need your help to boil these copper pieces into liquid and store them in the stone vat. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. I happen to have a batch of fire-type Gu. This is easy, it is as easy as lifting a finger. The temperature in the cave rose rapidly. After a while, Li Xian boiled these copper pieces into liquid metal, almost filling up the stone vat. Fang Yuan took out charcoal and piled it under the stone vat to keep it warm. Then, under Li Xian's shocked gaze, he lightly jumped into the vat. The scalding copper water instantly burned his clothes to pieces with a sizzling sound. Fang Yuan's whole body was soaked in the copper water, only his head was exposed. Little beast Wang De, why are you doing this? Li Xian could smell the smell of roasted meat. Fang Yuan activated the ancient bronze skin Gu in his aperture while gritting his teeth. Li Xian, don't you know? There is a trick to using this ancient bronze skin Gu, that is to use it with the copper liquid to increase the speed by 30%. The ancient bronze skin Gu needed to be activated for a period of time to turn the Gu master's skin into ancient bronze skin. If it was used with the copper liquid, the time would be shortened. Li Xian had already heard of this but he did not think of this. When he prepared these things for Fang Yuan, he thought they were supplementary materials for Gu refinement. Because this method was extremely painful and cruel. The Gu master had to touch the boiling copper liquid with their skin and could not use any defensive methods. Only a perverted masochist would choose this method. But was Little Beast King a masochist? On the way back, Li Xian kept thinking about this question, causing him to be in a daze. At the same time, there was another person who was also talking about Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why haven't you appeared yet? Bai Ning Bing sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes half closed, having a bad feeling. Chapter 360. A Gu worm floated above Fang Yuan's head. The primeval sea level in Fang Yuan's body slowly fell to activate this Gu. This Gu was like a black bone, round at both ends and long and thin in the middle. It floated in the air, emitting waves of black light. The black light shone on Fang Yuan's body, passing through his skin and flesh, affecting his bones. Fang Yuan had already used the iron bone Gu, his skeleton was pitch black and as hard as iron. But under the effect of this Gu, his bones gradually became harder. This was Essence Iron Bone Gu, a rank 4 Gu worm. One could obtain Iron Bone Gu by reverse refining it. 3 days after Li Xian handed over the ancient bronze skin Gu, he personally handed it to Fang Yuan. Essence Iron Bone Gu could make Fang Yuan's bones even harder, the effect was several times that of the Iron Bone Gu. But at the same time the time it needed was also several times longer. These days, Fang Yuan had been using Essence Iron Bone and Ancient Bronze Skin, these two Gu, to refine his body. During this period he was also using 9 Eyes Liquor Worm to refine his primeval essence, refining the initial stage light gold primeval essence into bright gold primeval essence. Next he used the bright gold primeval essence to cleanse his aperture walls, increasing his aperture's foundation. He grasped every minute and second, cultivating bitterly, and could feel his strength growing a little every day. It has been over a month since I came out of King Quan inheritance. The ancient bronze skin Gu is almost used, but Essence Iron Bone Gu is still far from success. Unless I use a Time Path Gu to accelerate time. Fang Yuan pondered. Time Path was a Gu master path related to time. The Gu masters of this path used Gu worms that were related to time and darkness. Third Watch Gu and Spring Autumn Cicada were the representatives. But in fact, Time Path Gu were not limited to these, there were many more. From rank 1 to rank 5 there were all sorts of them. Ordinary Gu masters, if they did not have the patience to do this kind of painstaking work, and wanted to speed it up, they would ask a Time Path Gu master for help, or use their own Time Path Gu to accelerate time. But my situation is different from ordinary Gu masters. I have Spring Autumn Cicada with me. If I speed it up, it will recover faster, and that will be my death wish. In the Gu Immortal Blessed Land on Xianxia Mountain, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had entered King Quan inheritance for some time, and Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery had already improved. Thus Fang Yuan could only be patient and work hard. Just as he was cultivating, an unfamiliar voice came from outside the cave. "Little Beast King, can you come out for a chat?" Fang Yuan walked out of the cave and saw the person. His gaze narrowed. So it is Elder Yi Hua. Yi Hua was very handsome. He had sharp eyes and a tall nose. His long red hair was like a burning flame. He was a Fire Path Gu master and was very famous in the whole of southern border. People called him Blazing Prairie. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is Shang Yin Fei's right-hand man and is ranked above White Light Swordsman Wei Yang. He is a Fire Path Gu master and is very famous in southern border. Only Shang Yin Fei can order him around. Once he arrives, Xianxia Mountain's situation will change. These thoughts flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he led Yi Hua into the cave. "Little Beast King, my purpose here is very simple. I want to invite you to join our Shang clan." Yi Hua entered the cave but did not sit down and directly stated his purpose. "Join your Shang clan?" Fang Yuan's brows rose. He could feel Fire Prairie's swift and decisive nature. "That's right. As long as I make great contributions on Xianxia Mountain, and control the situation here, I will be bestowed the surname of Shang Clan after returning to Shang Clan City. At that time I will no longer be Yi Hua but Shang Hua. As a Shang Clan member I will have the authority to recommend talents." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan showed an obviously moved expression. His gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. Yi Hua waited for a while but did not get a reply from Fang Yuan. His frown deepened as he asked, "Have you thought it through?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is a very important matter, I need to think about it." Yi Hua's frown eased a little. "In that case I will give you 3 days' time. 3 days later I will come back here again. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer." "All right." Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing and sent Yi Hua out of the cave. 3 days later. "You still haven't thought it through?" Yi Hua looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze slightly serious. "This is a serious matter, I really need to think about it." Fang Yuan replied with a deep voice. "All right, I will give you 3 more days. Fangjing, I have high hopes for you." Another 3 days later. "Lord Yi Hua, I have thought about this matter for a long time. I appreciate your good intentions, but the demonic path is truly free and happy." Fang Yuan said with a sincere expression. "What? You thought about it for 3 days and gave me this answer?" Yi Hua's tone was slightly angry. "Lord Yi Hua, a forcefully picked melon is not sweet." Fang Yuan's reply was soft but firm, his gaze deep. Yi Hua gritted his teeth and said with a deep voice, "Fangjing, you need to think it through. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers are not easy to deal with. If not for me, Bai Ning Bing might not have survived. Other than this, you went to kill Sky Tiger Shui Sanxi. She is Sentry Boy's goddaughter. Sentry Boy has been eyeing you covetously. He is a rank 4 upper stage Wood Path Gu master, a troublesome person in the demonic path." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan showed hesitation. Then, "Let me think about it. Give me 10 days' time, I will think about it again." 10 days. Yi Hua immediately frowned. "All right." He thought for a moment and nodded. "Such a long time is enough for you to think it through. I believe you will make the wisest choice. But there is one thing I need to remind you. You can't drag this on any longer. Your woman is in jail now. During this time, anything can happen." Yi Hua treated Bai Ning Bing as Fang Yuan's woman. This knowledge made Fang Yuan feel like it was funny. Whether Bai Ning Bing died or not to him, was not an important matter. Anyway, the poison Vow Gu was broken, and he had already matured, having rank 4 initial stage cultivation. Whether Bai Ning Bing was saved or not, it was up to him. But without Bai Ning Bing, Fang Yuan would be alone, and it would have a negative impact on his plans on Xianxia Mountain. "There is no need to rush to save Bai Ning Bing. I am still cultivating and improving. I no longer need the bone-flesh unity goo. As for Bai Ningbing, she can be placed outside to attract attention for me. I can use this chance to surpass her and suppress her in the future. With so many eyes watching, those 4 old foxes from Tai clan will not make a move. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. As for Yihua's recruitment, 10 days later. Lord Yihua, thank you for your good intentions. These days I have been thinking about it, tossing and turning in bed, but I still feel it is better to be free. Fang Yuan had a sincere expression. Yihua's expression naturally turned ugly. Fangjing, are you toying with me time and time again? Lord Yihua, you are wrong. I have always been sincere towards you. I understand how you feel. But right now the most important matter is the 3 kings' inheritance. It has been a while since it opened. Chapter 361. 5 days later. On Xianxia Mountain, 3 light pillars pierced the sky, piercing through the clouds. The red light pillar was as hot as fire, it was King Bao's inheritance. The yellow light pillar was dazzling, it was King Quan's inheritance. The blue light pillar was beautiful, it was King Xian's inheritance. After several months, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Yihua looked at the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, his tiger-like eyes flickering with eerie radiance. This is the 3 kings' inheritance? It really has an earth-shattering spirit. As long as I make a great contribution here, I can truly rely on Shang clan, change my name to Shang clan, and become a part of Shang clan. At this moment, there was a surge of passion in his heart. Humph, this little beast king doesn't know what's good for him, rejecting me time and time again. However, he seems to know some secrets related to the 3 kings' inheritance. If I can take him in, it will be a great help to me in controlling Xianxia Mountain. Yihua couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. Yihua was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan, he had his own intelligence channels. He already knew that Fang Yuan had earned a lot of money from knowing the 3 kings' inheritance's secrets in Shang clan city. Other than that, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength and had rank 4 middle stage battle strength. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had always been together with Little Beast King. If he recruited one of them, he would naturally obtain the other. Thus, Yihua accommodated Fang Yuan and displayed his utmost sincerity to move Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan didn't know what was good for him and rejected him time and time again. Yihua couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wait until I come out of the 3 kings' inheritance. I will deal with this little beast king and let him know he can't just wait for the right price. However, for now, I should suppress these hindrances. Yihua retracted his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze towards the people in the surroundings. Pink Butterfly Gentleman, Kong Ri Tian. Once died the Blue Sky Long Qing Tian. Wu Clan Elder Wu Shintong. I Clan Elder I Chong. These 4 were all rank 4 peak stage Gu Master experts. Every time the inheritance opened, they would first have to exchange pointers. This time was no exception. Haha, I've reserved King Bao's inheritance. Who dares to compete with me? Yihua raised his head and laughed 3 times. His laughter was wild and heroic. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and scanned the 4 of them with his tiger-like eyes. He was a fire path Gu master. King Bao was also of the same path. The inheritance of King Bao was naturally his best choice. Prairie fire. Wu Shintong narrowed his eyes as he mumbled, fearful of Yihua's fame. Yihua was one of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, with the name of Fire Prairie. Powerful and flourishing. Even Wu Shintong had to admit that he was weaker than Yihua. Humph, I will fight you. Kong Ri Tian coldly snorted, his body suddenly exploded, unexpectedly transforming into many phoenix-winged golden butterflies. There were hundreds and thousands of golden butterflies. The butterfly wings that were as sharp as knives shrouded Yihua. Fire Prairie, you've been in the limelight for the past few years, haven't you? Long Qing Tian smiled sinisterly and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh. A green palm of light with poisonous smoke curling around it tore through the void and slapped towards Yihua's face. Let me experience it as well. I Chong snickered and also attacked. Swoosh. Jade water waves appeared out of nowhere, the waves surged and engulfed Yihua. At once, 3 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters attacked Yihua at the same time. Good. Yihua's lips curled into an arrogant smile as he straightened his arms and fiercely slapped his chest with his palms. Boom. The flame was majestic. It suddenly erupted. In an instant, a fiery red color appeared. It covered the 3 kings' inheritance's light pillar and illuminated the peak of Xianxia Mountain. The fire rose with unparalleled heat, wild and fierce. The fire easily covered the water waves and burned the disinfectant palm. The phoenix-winged golden butterflies fled in a sorry state. They flew far away and gathered back into Kong Ri Tian. This is his rank 5 Gu prairie fire? Seeing such a huge fire, Yi Chong and Long Qingqian's expressions slightly changed. Kong Ri Tian did not speak, while Wu Shintong's eyes shone. Elder Yi Hua is mighty. Shang Clan's Gu masters excitedly shouted. Yi Hua stood proudly in the fire, giving people a feeling of a god. His fiery red hair almost fused with the fire, his posture wild and blazing. The fire dissipated and he walked towards the red light pillar. King Bao inheritance. Along the way the other 4 Gu masters looked at him with stiff and unsightly expressions, but they did not stop him. This was acknowledging Yi Hua's strength. After Yi Hua entered King Bao inheritance, Kong Ri Tian and the other 3 glanced at each other, but had no interest in fighting. Among them, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qingtian entered King Xian inheritance, while Wu Shintong and Yi Chong entered King Quan inheritance. Yi Hua is indeed one of Shang Clan's 5 great generals, possessing the rank 5 Prairie Fire Gu. He is really strong. These days, Yi Hua has been going to Little Beast King's side. Their relationship is not ordinary. Black and white demons, these 2 are demonic path members, but they are actually the dogs of the righteous path. They have stayed in Shang Clan for some time and their relationship with Shang Clan's young master Xianxia is even closer. Everyone knows this. A group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters discussed as they saw Yi Hua suppress the other 4 Gu masters and walk into the inheritance light pillar. Birds of a feather flocked together. Rank 4 peak stage experts had already entered the inheritance. Now it was these people's turn. Century Boy, your goddaughter Shui Sanxi was killed by Little Beast King. When are you going to take revenge? A righteous path Gu master among the crowd suddenly asked with a sense of schadenfreude. Century Boy snorted, Yi Hua has rank 5 Gu, but the spar just now was just probing. No one used their true methods. If they really fought, it is still uncertain who will die. Although he said so, he was actually very fearful in his heart. He wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan while Bai Ning Bing was locked up. But Yi Hua kept going to Fang Yuan's residence, so he could only restrain his impulse and watch silently. Now that he saw Yi Hua easily suppress the other 4, Century Boy's heart became even heavier. A great opportunity like 3 Kings' inheritance is right in front of us. Who would be foolish enough to fight to the death? Let's go in. I can be considered lucky this time. In King Xian inheritance, I actually obtained a yellow gold relic Gu as a reward. Fang Yuan sighed and activated this Gu with a thought. The yellow gold relic Gu immediately turned into a golden light and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. In Fang Yuan's aperture, 90% of his primeval sea was fluctuating. At the center, the spring-autumn cicada was faintly discernible. The moment the yellow gold relic Gu entered, it was firmly suppressed by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Fang Yuan could only let the spring-autumn cicada hide before manipulating the yellow gold relic Gu. A ball of golden light immediately spread and enveloped the entire aperture. It converged with the bright golden primeval sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were also being nourished. After a night like this, when the morning sun shone on Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rank 4 middle stage. If he used 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, he would possess rank 4 upper stage Essence Gold Primeval Essence. At this moment he had officially surpassed Bai Ning Bing and caught up in terms of cultivation. At the same time, the aperture's sturdiness could withstand more of the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. This caused the life-reaping talisman, Spring-Autumn Cicada, to be slightly delayed for a period of time. Next, it is time to refine Gu. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to activate the liquor worm, but took out a Gu. This goo was like a quail egg-sized bone ball. On its surface, there were alternating black and white stripes and zebra stripes. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had once used this to escape to heaven. That's right, this was the footless bird goo. Although it was only rank 3, it could travel 10,000 li in a day and was a first-rate moving mount below rank 5. But it also had a major flaw: it could only fly once. When it landed, it would be the moment of death. This footless bird goo was the reward Fang Yuan obtained from King Xian inheritance. 9 palace flower, aspiration stone, golden crow essence, frost grass. Fang Yuan threw in the materials one by one, and at the same time, threw in yuan stone at intervals. Most of these goo refinement materials were saved from King Xian's inheritance, while the rest were purchased from Li Xian. He used up over 180,000 yuan stone to refine the goo. Bone wings goo. Rank 4 goo, shaped like a feather, pure white and flawless. Its body was made of bone and was as light as a feather. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this goo flew to his back and spread out, forming 2 pairs of folded wings that covered almost all of Fang Yuan's back. Then he mobilized his primeval essence and poured it into the bone wings goo. An intense pain assaulted him, and countless bone spikes grew on Fang Yuan's spine and ribs. The bone spikes pierced through his flesh and extended out, intersecting and forming 2 large bone wings. These bone wings were like the wings of a bird, wide and long. When folded, the tail could even touch the ground. One had to know that the current Fang Yuan had a true 8 feet tall body. Swoosh! With a light sound, the bone wings spread out. The cave immediately did not seem so spacious. Ordinary bone wings were pure white in color. But now Fang Yuan's bone wings were not only black like ink, but also emitted a metallic luster like steel and iron. This was because Fang Yuan's bones were extraordinary, and had the effect of the iron bone goo. At the same time, he had been using the rank 4 essence iron bone goo recently. This caused Fang Yuan's bone wings to be far stronger than others. Rather than saying it was a pure bone wing, it was better to say it was an iron bone wing. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly, and with a whooshing sound, a strong whirlwind started blowing. The bone wings could be used at will, like a natural part of the body. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 364. The group of 7 silently ran in the forest. We have been rushing day and night these days. We are already very close to Xianxia mountain. Tai Ba Xiu thought as he ran, crossing mountain rocks and tree roots. He was tall and sturdy, with a square face and a resolute expression, giving people a feeling of reliability. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation and was famous in southern border. When he was young, he was not welcomed in the clan and was ostracized, forced to wander outside. In the end, he encountered a righteous path goo master inheritance and turned to strength path, making a name for himself. Now he was a famous figure in the righteous path, possessing rank 5 goo earth overlord. People called him present age overlord, with battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. On Sancha mountain, there are currently 5 rank 4 peak stage. They are Longqing Tian, Yichong, Kongri Tian, Wuxin Tong and Yihua. Among them, Yihua has outstanding battle strength and is the most important opponent. But other than them, there will be more and more powerful figures joining the fray. I wonder what Tai Ruanan plans to do. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Xiu turned around and looked at Tai Ruanan, who was running beside him. Although he had outstanding battle strength, the team sent by the clan this time was not led by him, but by a young junior, Tai Ruanan. After Tai Ruanan returned to the clan, she worked hard and displayed extremely strong aptitude and talent. Now she was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She was meticulous and perceptive, gradually gaining the title of Little Divine Investigator. She was the strongest rising star of Tai clan in recent years. She was gradually rising and was the center of attention. This time, when the 4 old-timers of Tai clan requested help, the clan made an exception and appointed Tai Ruanan as the leader of the team. Even a famous elder like Tai Ba Xiu had to listen to her instructions. It could be seen how much Tai clan's higher-ups had high expectations of her. Tai Ba Xiu only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He did not mind or feel any jealousy towards the clan's arrangements. Tai Ba Xiu was extremely loyal to the clan. For the clan's future hope, he was willing to assist and become the stepping stone. In fact, when he was in trouble, he had received divine investigator Tai Shueleng's help. Tai Ba Xiu had always been grateful. These days of traveling, Tai Ba Xiu felt Tai Ruanan's excellence. As expected of the divine investigator's daughter. Brother Xueleng, you have a successor, you can rest in peace. Tai Ba Xiu was filled with gratification. He was very satisfied with Tai Ruanan. Not only did he admire her talent and cultivation, but he also valued her leadership ability. Beside Tai Ruanan, there was a group of outstanding young Gu masters. Let's not talk about others, just look at this group of people. Tai Mu, a rank 3 peak stage Gu master. He had a delicate appearance and was brimming with talent. He was recruited by many parties, but chose to side with Tai Ruanan. Tai Ao Kai was at rank 3 upper stage. Don't be fooled by his dazed expression, as if he had not woken up yet. In fact, his scouting ability was top-notch and he was very strong. There was also Tai Dao Ku, he was adept at offense and had outstanding battle prowess. He had once served another young master before being recruited by Tai Ruanan. Tai Xianxia, one of the clan beauties of the clan. She was young and beautiful, and her defense was praised by the clan elders. These talents were gathered under Tai Ruanan's command, and they would become her foundation in the future. Tai Ba Xiu could already see this foundation continuously growing, strengthening, and finally assisting Tai Ruanan to ascend to the position of patriarch. We have rank 4 upper stage senior Tai Ba Xiu, rank 4 initial stage Tai Ruanan, and 5 rank 3 Gu masters, all of them are experts. You want to deal with us alone? This little beast king, has he gone crazy from anxiety? Is there something wrong with his brain? At once, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. Fang Yuan saw the changes in everyone's expression, and knew what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue, and with a cold smile, his figure suddenly flew down from the sky, and like a goshawk, he pounced towards the group. He really attacked? Courting death. The 7 were shocked and furious. Not right, this aura, how did he reach rank 4 middle stage? The next moment, the hearts of the 7 thumped as they felt the aura on Fang Yuan's body. Facts speak louder than words. Rank 4 middle stage. Isn't it initial stage? Tai Ruanan stared with her eyes wide open, feeling astonished.